Yeah. What up, though? What's popping? What's going on? You back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man, marqnash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Yeah, man, this should be an interesting topic. You see the title, you see the thumbnail. You know what we're here for. You know what we're about, what we're going to do. It's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. So we're going to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. But this is a very serious topic, so we're going to handle it with very sensitive kid gloves. So you see it. The United States Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade and expanded gun laws in NYC. So we're going to talk about all of that and more. Take some calls, listen to you guys in the chat. And yeah, this should be an interesting one. Let's drop it. Let's get this popping. Let's go.
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes is so ratchet. These niggas is so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures, you and your protocol, you and your policies, none of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas, you and your standards, you and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers, going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged, stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shoot. Mother, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad side.
Yeah, man. What's popping? What's going on? You back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man marqnash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Make some noise for yourself wherever you at on this side of the earth. You made it. If you within the sound of my voice, you made it, man. You made it. Somebody didn't make it here today. Shoot, let's talk about it, man. So many things going on right here. Gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it. I would be remiss. The show has built the brand and a name off of not being afraid to tackle the tough topics and the tough issues. I love boxing, love hip hop, but sometimes we have to talk about things other than Omarion eating watermelon. Yeah, we got to talk about some other things. Yep. We're gonna get into it. As you know, you see the thumbnail, you see the title. You've been hearing it throughout the news. These people, yep, let's put their face on the screen, put them on the screen. These people have decided that they know what's best for you. Look, man, this is why I tell people why elections are important. When people always say, I don't want to vote, that ain't vote. What happens when you don't vote? This is what happens. You leave room for whoever is chosen by the other people to fill these seats. And these are lifetime appointments. Lifetime appointments. Oh, man, we're going to talk about it. We definitely going to talk about it. Shout out to my boy Ty. He said, clock in, bro. We know you hate this job. Absolutely. Absolutely. Appreciate you, Ty. Thanks for your time and energy. Thanks for pulling up. Appreciate you. I'm going to put a survey in the chat, too, because I want to know what you guys think of this topic. Shout out to Reggie O. He said, salute to my peoples. Absolutely. Shout out to Rich Ray. Chowder clap back. It's my boy Aeon Jack. Peace to you, my brother, all the way from Thailand. Other side of the globe checking in. I appreciate it. He said, salute to my kin. Absolutely. He said, salute to my brother Nash. Respect. I appreciate that, my guy. He said, the track is fire. Okay, see, that's why I still got to play this long intro. I played the long intro to give me time to share out the show. He said, neighbors, how's everyone doing? Peace to you, my brother. He said, Uncle Ruckles knows best, apparently. All right. All facts. Matter of fact, and while I'm in here, let's go and do this. I'm going to set a survey up, and we'll talk about this topic. I'm going to try to handle this with sensitivity, of course, because I know it can be a very sensitive, touchy topic, right? It can be a touchy topic, and I don't want to offend anyone. My goal here is not to offend anybody. My goal is to say how I feel, listen to how you feel, and we're gonna trade bars. So, but you can't talk to me in the chat unless you're a subscriber. So let's put that subscriber mode only, and I'll ask you guys put a poll in a survey. Do you agree with the Supreme Court? I think that can be simple as that, right? Yeah. So let's do that. Do you agree with the Supreme Court. Now, me, I don't agree. I don't agree. I'm very pro-choice. Yes. So look, yes, I'm pro-life. No, I'm pro-choice. Now, also, I gotta play this this audio from Steve Bannon. When you hear this audio, it's gonna for some of us, I know me being a black man, it's very troubling to hear a white man, respectfully. Shout out to the people in the chat and the people watching the show globally who are part of the Caucasian race. It's not a diss to everybody. I'm not trying to make this a black versus white thing. Nah, I'm not trying to do that. I'm saying it's troubling though to hear a white man say we want to go back to 1930s. Who want to go back to 1930? Let me pull this audio up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call my wife, tell her to send me that clip she got too. Cause my wife played something I thought was interesting. Let me call her real quick. Call my wife real quick. Tell her to send me this clip. She's had this clip that she played me of this. Turn off the Bluetooth. Let me tell my wife to send me this audio. Cause I need this audio.
Hello?
Hey baby, send me that audio of that you was talking, that you played about the lady with the abortion rights.
I sent it to you already.
You sent it on IG?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna play that. But before I do that, shout out to Deshaun Brown. What's up, my G? Seen and unseen. What's up? Ricardo, what's up? Yeah, man, let me play this audio. Let me go to it. Should be in my history, because I just played this while I was setting up the broadcast, and I was like, what are we doing here? And I'm sitting here thinking, when it's troubling. Let me here we go. Now your boy Steve Bannon, he said something about he wants to take us back to 1932. Now the way he says it though, he could mean like that's when FDR came in with the New Deal. But what also happened in 1932 was the Nazi Party took over there. The Nazi Party, people forget about that. That happened in 1932 as well. Let's get into it.
We're going to win 80 to 100 seat pickup.
Hold on, look. He's talking about winning seats in Congress, Lord. I'm going to put his picture on the screen so y'all know what I mean when I say these things. Delete some of these versus pictures. I got so many pictures and overlays still left over from versus. I think we're done with that one, right? I think we all know what happened with that. So here's your boys. Here's your boy. Some of the MAGA goons. Let's hear the audio.
In the House of Representatives, we're going to win 80 to 100 seat pickup in the House of Representatives. We're going to win the Senate. We're going to win school boards. We're going to win. We're going to thread these Soros-backed DAs. We're going to win state legislatures. We're going to win all the secretaries of state that are running. We're going to win the governorships. We're going to win the state legislatures. This is going to be a massive blowout like 1932. You're witnessing right now a political realignment like 1932, and we will govern.
Yo, the man beside him, the dude right here beside him, when he said it, even the homie right here beside him, he looked at him, he was like, 1932? All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the audio. 1932.
For 100 years after you win 100 seats, like 1932. And we will govern for 100 years after you win 100 seats. You saw it last night.
Do you want to govern as a one-party kind of total government? Do you want to destroy the Democratic Party?
I believe that we will destroy the Democratic Party as a national political institution. You'll have the Squad and the Progressive Party, and you'll have the neoliberal neocons that the January 6th committee is. You'll have Liz Cheney on one side and Kinzinger, and you'll have Shifty Schiff and Swalwell on the other. A neoliberal neocon that represents Wall Street. A populist uprising of Hispanics, African Americans, and working class people in this country is before us.
All right, so let's unpack a little bit of that. See what's going on here. That's very tricky. Like I said, he can spin this a couple ways. He can say, "Yo, no, we're not talking about Nazi Germany. We're talking about the FDR and the New Deal movement." I get it, but what you gotta read in between the lines. He wants to govern for. They want to govern for the next 100 years. Why do we want to? I don't think anybody should be in power for 100 years. That's just me personally, marqnash. Y'all smash the like button on the way in the room. Get the lights up. We're gonna open the phone lines up as well. We get the lights up. Shout out to my boy Clips. He said, shout out to Morris Dennis. I see you, boy. Man, they ain't do nothing today. They ain't do nothing too big, but yeah, we definitely went to the dentist today. Definitely went to the dentist and set the wheels in motion. Got some more work we got to get done, but yeah, I'm on my way to having one of them Colgate smile. Tell you, boy, when I finish getting the teeth fixed, y'all ain't gonna stop me from smiling. Every episode, I'm like, what's going on? You back in the lab with your man right there. I'm like, man, I'm having the worst day ever. I'm gonna still be smiling, big as hell. Absolutely. Yeah, but we're gonna close the space back up. But yeah. He said, as far as the decision, I'm unsure. All right, she, we here, seen unseen. Yeah, he laughing at me. Yeah. Let me see what they're saying. So I want to know what you guys think about this decision. What did you guys think about that audio I just played where my man said, yo, we want to govern for the next couple of years? And I agree that I feel like the Democratic Party is already split like that. You have people that are very progressive on one side, and they are called your socialists. Then you have on the other side is you got these guys, in my opinion, this is just me and my words, me marqnash, very corporate like Democrats. They're very corporate. They're and I always feel like this, the Democrats and the Republicans, they're like two sides of the same coin where they are they're corporate. Yeah, they corporate Democrats. They all for the same company. They all, for the most part, they are beholden to their donors. Latavia, what up, sis? How you doing? Yeah, so we're just talking about these abortion rights. Want to know what you guys feel about this. Also, New York and the Supreme Court has expanded the gun rights to people in New York, which is weird to me because look, you already know I'm a gun owner. I'm an avid gun owner. I don't have a problem with it, but I think this law that they rolled back, I think it's been in place for over 100 years. And some will argue, shoot, marqnash, it ain't been helping anyway. Might as well roll it back. I feel like the timing, before we start expanding gun laws, we got to figure out what to do to stop kids from being shot in school. We haven't figured that out yet in America. We have not got a hold of that yet, which is kind of troubling for me. Extremely troubling for me because, as you know, I'm a father and I'm a leader in my damn community. I love the kids in my neighborhood, and and right here around the corner, the kids can't even wear regular backpacks like we grew up on anymore. These kids have to have what you call it, what's it called? Let me grab this one. Yeah, the kids have to have clear backpacks. Yeah, they can't even. Yeah, they have to have clear backpacks nowadays. I never understood that until I saw like, yo, they were stabbing kids up at school. They was jumping this dude, and not only were they jumping him, they just start poking him up to him. Like, damn, in school, 9th, 10th grade, like, no, just beating him up ain't enough no more. No, we're trying to poke him up. We want to take his life. That's crazy. That's crazy. Shout out to Ricardo Johnson. What up? Yeah, so I look, I don't believe we need to. I don't even know where to begin on that part of it, expanding gun rights in New York. What I do know is before we're expanding gun rights, we got to figure out how to stop kids from getting killed in school. I mean, you send your kid off to school and they just might not ever come home. And then you get coward police who will shoot unarmed people all the time. But now you got some drama right here. You got an active shooter, hands in your pockets. What we gonna do? I don't know. Very cowardly acts going on both sides of this thing, man. With the Democrats and the Republicans, truly disappointed. Smash the like button on the way in the room. Smash the like button on the way in the room. Want to know what you guys think as well. Let me go to this audio my wife sent me. Now, this young lady has a theory. about why they overturned the abortion rights, which is crazy. Like when I was setting up the algorithm, when I was setting up the thumbnail for this and setting everything, everywhere I saw the abortion, that YouTube was giving me like a red triangle, like be careful, nigga, be careful. But you can say all kind of crazy stuff up here and see all kind of crazy things up here, but when you want to talk about these type of issues, they give you this little red triangle with an exclamation point, like they warning me or something. Like, I can't talk about this. The news talking about it. Everybody else talking about it. Yeah, it's crazy. All right. Now this lady right here is called Your Rich BFF. Let me see. All right, so let me share my screen, and I want you guys to see this. And we'll come back with some commentary right after this. Shout out to Slide the Deal. What up, though? It's popping, my G. So let me play this. This is this young lady's opinion. Her name is I think her name is Vivian, and it's called Your Rich BFF on Instagram. Check this out. Interesting theory. Let me boom. All right, cool.
For that, legal abortion decreases the percentage of children who grow up in poverty and improves.
Let me do this. Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome to America. Abortion is all about money. Abortion access isn't just about bodily autonomy, but it's also about economic security and opportunity. Legal access to abortion increases women's probability of graduating college by 72%. Delaying motherhood by 1 year due to access to legal abortion increases women's wages by 11%. And on top of that, legal abortion decreases the percentage of children who grow up in poverty and improves future life outcomes, including college attendance rates. Legal abortion helps women and our society overall become more educated, higher earners, and better financial positions. But let me be clear, the same people who stacked the SCOTUS bench do not want this for their communities. They want babies born into poverty. They want single mothers to struggle to support their children. Why? Because it keeps the working class working. The same legislators that are adamantly pro-life also hail from states with the highest poverty rates and the lowest literacy rates. So don't tell me this is about life. This is about keeping people paycheck to paycheck so that they have to work until they die. I'm mad. You should be too. You can fight back by donating and voting. Surprise! Welcome to America.
Wow. According to her, abortion is about stopping these abortion rights, about keeping people living to paycheck to paycheck. What you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that? Also, I got a survey in the chat. Want to know what you guys think about that. So far, I see 31% said yes, I'm pro-life. 69% said no, I'm pro-choice. Hey, look, whatever side on this argument you're on, I'm not gonna. That's not for me to judge and tell you why. I'm here to hear your opinion. We can go back and forth, but I'm not here to change your opinion. I'm here to hear you out. I'm here to listen. How about that? I'm here to listen. And I'll also learn. I'm also curious about why some of you guys feel the way you feel. And ladies, why do some of you feel the way you feel? Joey Chansey said, y'all better start paying your child support. Absolutely. The key thing that I took away from this, and when she said it's about keeping people living paycheck to paycheck, it's about poverty. Mothers who, what's the stat? How she said at the beginning? It was something she said at the beginning. Let me play a little bit of this again.
Abortion is all about money. Abortion access isn't just about bodily autonomy, but it's also about economic security and opportunity. Legal access to abortion increases women's probability of graduating college by 72%.
There you go. Legal access to abortion increases their chance to finish college. You would think we would want that to happen. And, we would want education rates to rise. We would want people to have good jobs and have careers, be entrepreneurs. But it appears, according to this young lady, they don't want that. They want to keep you put down. They want you to live check to check. I know some people who, and the biggest thing to me is it's not just about, like she said, the bodily autonomy of it. It's not just that. It's more to it than that. When you start telling people that even if they're raped, incest, they still don't have access to abortion, I think that's real dangerous, because I feel like some people will still find a way. And they put their self in danger, put their child in danger, and it can get real bad. My boy Clips in the building, he said, what's sad is how much pro-life people he said it's sad is how much pro-life people do all this stuff to protect the sanctity of life, but want back or pass laws that improves the quality of life. Bruh, that's what I've been saying the whole time, Clips. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Saying this the whole time. Let me make sure I got my okay. Yeah, blew my mind. That's exactly what I've been saying, Clips. You can't have it both ways. Can't say you got to be pro-life, but hey, but look, minimum wage. How long has minimum wage been $2.13 for a waitress, yo? Everything else going up. But if you're a waiter or a waitress in America, $2.13, because the lobbyists of the restaurant companies have convinced your government that, man, we'll go broke if we pay them more. We can't pay them no more. But everything on your menu keep going up. The Waffle House, their menu changes, I think it's like every 90 days. It goes up just a little bit, like 5 cents here, 5 cents there. Yeah, they changed the price just a little bit. I've been doing that for years, but on the flip side of the coin, the wages don't go up. Truly disappointing. My boy Slotted Deal in the building. He said, the working class and people working paycheck to paycheck was here before abortion, during abortion, and would be there after abortion. Interesting point. You got a point to that too. But the increase though in the numbers though. Now the person can't finish school. You're taking choices away though. You're taking options away. You are, in my opinion. But you're more than welcome to let me know. We can have a conversation. Clip said, you can't have abortions, nor can you raise your children with any certainty that you can provide for them under the best circumstances. Also, in the best circumstances too, Clips, we have some of the worst healthcare in the world, bro. For what you would call a developed nation, we have some of the worst healthcare in the world, and that's just a fact. You can look that up. It's third world people that we call third world countries that outlive us in America, because when they feel that little pain right there, they can just go on to the doctor, because their taxes go towards more than war, in my opinion. When you look it up, seems like most of our stuff just go towards war. Why do we have lifetime appointments, man? I hate that. He said maintaining a working class system. Right. Also, go back to what Steve Bannon was talking about. Slotted Deal. What you think of that? My man said he wanted to take us. This man, like I said, I found this trouble when I see a guy that looked like this. This man right here. Boop, boop, boop. These two dudes standing here telling me they want to take us back to 1932. Who wants to go? I don't know no black person that say, yeah, man, you know when we was really doing good? Let's go back to 1932. Oh, I can't wait. Nah. Y'all ever heard that joke where black people talk about we don't want to go we don't want to do time machine, we don't want to do time travel. It was like, hey, look, we ain't going back but so far. Yeah, we go back to some 90s. That's best. You know what I'm saying? But we don't want to go all the way back. He said if a woman gets let me read that one. He said if a woman gets raped or molested by family members, she's supposed to give birth to that child. Hell no, absolutely not, Daryl Clark. I couldn't agree more. I think that's crazy. And I think, yeah, it's just so much that you take away when you take away somebody's power of choice and they feel like they don't have certain options. People can get very desperate. But that's my opening statement on this. Had to get that out. I'll drop the link out. Let anybody, if you want to chop it up with me and tell me how you think, how you feel about this, you're more than welcome. I'll put the link out there and we can have a conversation. Joey Chaz, he said, now women going to be extra careful in the bedroom, but are they? What about the dudes, though? It takes two to tango. I mean, I said tango. I mean tango. It takes two. And even still, accidents happen. I don't want to blame or shame anybody who get pregnant and they wasn't able, or let's say something happens and you find out that child it's going to have some kind of conditions. Let's say it's more than that. Let's say you are responsible. You know you want to have this child, but then you find out like, yo, my baby is going to be severely disabled, whether it's mentally or physically. And you just say, hey, man, I want to opt out of this pregnancy and we'll try again. But I'm not able to financially support this child. I'm not able to mentally and emotionally support this child dealing with these type of issues. Some people just can't do it, man. Some people just ain't gonna do it. Like, yo, the kid has cerebral palsy or Down syndrome, or it's gonna have a heart murmur, or think just so many. It's just so many things that can go wrong in the process of from conception to birth. Now I get it. I remember when they had those limits on times when you could have to terminate a pregnancy. I'm all for that, because some people was trying to terminate pregnancy the day before. Like, I mean, 9 months and all of that stuff. Yeah, but I think you take so much. You just taking so much control and so much power over a person's body, their life, their finances, with a strike of a gavel. You can just, yeah, it's so many things, because it's not, like I said, it's not just about being careful in the bedroom. That's easy. That's very surface level, Joey Chaz. Respectfully, it's very surface level of wording that and thinking that, because so much can happen, even if you want to have that child. But what about the woman being molested, incest, rape? It should be more of an option there for them. She making sense to me, Philip H. Look, I had never heard it put this way, but it made a lot of sense to me as well. Yeah. Said, hopefully we can use the overturning of Roe v. Wade to reevaluate the concept of reproductive and parental rights in this country. How, Clips? How? Be more specific. Definitely. I truly think this is groundbreaking legislation, and I can't bring it up enough. This is why voting is important, because who you vote for is going to fill these seats for lifetime appointments. And some of your favorite YouTube daddies out there telling y'all stupid, going out there and vote. You dumb nigga, you out there vote. I knew some dudes that was in the army telling people on YouTube not to vote. My brother, my sister, respectfully, you was in the army. The president is your commander in chief. He can send you overseas. He can start a war, send you, bro. And you telling people not to vote? Can't even have serious conversations with you at certain points, because voting is the reason why your life is the way it is right now. Oh yeah, voting is the reason why things happen around you every day. Clip said, hopefully we can use the overturn of Roe v. Wade. Blah, blah, yeah. Give me more detail on what you mean right here, Clips. Seen and unseen, salute. He said, I believe it's inhumane to make a person birth a child from a situation they never planned what you think gonna happen? You think that child gonna be all loved with the lady that didn't want to have the baby, and you making them have the child? What kind of situation you think that kid's about to grow up in? Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous situation for the child. You want the child to be in a love situation. You want the child to be wanted, right? I would think so. And look, like I said, I ain't trying to push all my. Matter of fact, let me make sure I got this phone line open too. Let me do that. I don't want to necessarily push my opinions and agenda on you. I'm just telling y'all how I feel. It's my channel. So I got to tell you how I feel and how I see the world, of course. But also, like I said, I'm here to listen. I'm here to learn, because everybody has a journey. Everybody has their own story. Everybody has their own process of understanding information. Everybody has their own way of saying, nah, this is whack. I don't agree. I do agree. Everybody has their own experience of either having a miscarriage or having an abortion, or actually some dudes have a story where they wanted to keep the baby, and the lady didn't want to have the baby with him, and she took it on her own. Now I think that's what could be Clips. Y'all bear with me over here. I'm trying to get my notepad together so I can write some notes. Now Clips, I get it, Clips. If you're talking about that, I agree 100%. That is something we got to talk about, as far as parental rights, fathers' rights, because a lot of times fathers don't have rights. A lot of times fathers don't have rights, man. That's why I was telling my homeboy the other day. I was like, man, a lot of times, man, when you look up and they don't took the baby from the lady and gave it to the dude, respectfully, she might not have been, come on. Like, she had to be kind of off a little bit, for real. Or she just didn't, or maybe she just wanted to live her life. Look, I got an uncle. He signed over his parental rights because he just didn't want to pay child support, and he regretted that, according to my Aunt Betty. Shout out to Aunt Betty. Rest in peace, my Uncle Saul. She was like, yo, I think Saul regretted that for the rest of his life because that girl knew that. And he pretty much he died alone. I'm going a little off on the tangent right here, but y'all work with me. So, but he signed over his parental rights because he just didn't want to pay child support. That lady went on to have a whole nother life. Her daughter grew up calling another dude dad, and my uncle died alone with his new wife, and they just never had any kids. And he had some bread. Shout out to Uncle Saul. He did good for himself. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And where does it go? It goes to her family. And she just passed that generational wealth on to her family and her kids. So we're going to get into a lot of that stuff too. And we'll talk about it. Make sure I got the phone lines open if anybody want to call in. And the link is out there if anybody want to chop it up with me. Where we at with it? Let me see. I missed some things right here. Let me go back. Okay, the people are falling into the chat. So let me read some more of these. Shout out to the sisters that just pulled up. I read that one. Okay, let me hear. Okay, I read that one as well. Let me see where we at with it. Oh, Key Boomerang. He said, I would like to know the abortion rate when you start to see the sex of the baby with a echography. There are many abortions because of the sex of the baby. Really? I did not know that. Keyboard. Where did you get that stat from? Where did you get that information? I gotta know that. I never heard of that. Never heard of that. So people out there, Queen P, you ever heard of this? Karma, you ever heard of this? Fellas? I didn't know people were just getting an abortion just because, like, I don't want another son or I don't want another little girl. Yeah, where'd you get that from? Email it to me. I got my email open too, so I can any information you guys want to send me on this topic. I got my email open. Just after you email it, say marqnash, check the email. Because sometimes I can't see the new alert for it. So he said all life matters until white people feel that they don't, to be honest. Fair enough. I could get you on that because because the same people you vote in, the same people who will say you can't have the abortions and things of that nature, will say, yeah, you can kill people. You know what I'm saying? You're right. You can do. We can have war. We can have death. Can have death penalties. They definitely have some states where it's death penalties. So they didn't just ban that in America. Like, nah, we can't do that. Excuse me. Thank you. Joey Chaz in the building. He said the South is still so conservative. They believing in Jesus. Man, we got to do better though. And I don't think necessarily, Joey. I don't think necessarily somebody's religion is necessarily problematic. I think it only becomes problematic when you're trying to push your religious views on other people. That's when it becomes problematic. That's when it becomes like, nah, we can't do that. I'm supposed to be able to do what I want to do, right? My family, my body. We'll talk about it. All right. Seen and Unseen said boxing. So by that logic, is it not immoral for a woman to trap a man with a kid or flame claims of pregnancy? What you mean? Let me see. What did he say to make you say that? He said, I believe it's inhumane for, okay, he said, I believe it's inhumane to make a person birth a child with a situation never planned to be in. And Clips is saying, so shit, so by that logic, is it not immoral? Yeah, immoral and inhumane, I think, can be two different things too. Definitely could be immoral, but can you trap the woman? Can she trap you with a kid if you slept with her raw? I don't know. We'll talk about it. I ain't got all the answers. I'm here to listen a little bit too. Daryl Clark, he said, yeah, Key, I think over in China, some people hate when it's a daughter because the family name won't continue as it would. Man, I don't want to get into China though, Daryl Clark. We talking about here, man. We're talking about right here, bro. I don't want to assume what they're doing in China. Respectfully, though, respect. Brandon Watch, he said, salute to Martin Entire Chat. Salute to you, my brother. He said, that guy, what are you talking about? Hey, shout out to the chat. Karma Serene, Peace Queen. She said, Eclipse, no man can be trapped with the child as long as condoms are for sale. Gotta give her a bill for that. Wrap that thing up, homie. I mean, why? How are you being trapped with the lady if you don't even? Why are you sleeping with somebody if you think they're gonna be quote unquote trapping you? Or you sleeping, busting us, hoping that she gonna, like, if I get her pregnant, fuck it, whatever. If I get her pregnant, I'm gonna tell her to get the baby yanked. Nah, man. Shout out to my guy Brandon Washington. Welcome home, Brandon.
What up, brother?
Hey, man, this your topic right here. I told you I'm a man of my word.
Indeed. Let's really get into this because this is so layered. It's ridiculous, man. If I might have to put my phone on mute because this is a deep subject and I might get a little emotional. But
hey, man. Hey, Brandon, fine, bro. It's all good.
All right. When we talking about this, we really gotta be delicate with this because we're men, and majority men made this decision. Matter of fact, majority white men, which have always made decisions in this country, and that's who we live under. So, what we got to do is talk about this in the broad spectrum, and then we could talk about this, how this affect us as black people. The broad spectrum. What this is what white men do, or the dominant society do when they get in power. When a certain of them think alike, a group of them get together and they decide that this is the way that the majority is going to live their life. So they come up with things and they come up with certain excuses or certain tenements, the way laws should be laid out. And that's what they do. So that's how that affects the dominant society. Now, how that affects us, this law affects us as black people. It doesn't. What we need to recognize is we have to stop being riled up by white people making laws. White people are always going to make laws, and we need to stop taking the tags Democrats and Republicans and acting as though they different. I'm gonna explain how they not different. They say that the majority of Republicans are the reason for Roe versus Wade being overturned, right? Now let's get a real deep dive. Who was it who was the party in power that freed the slaves, Mark?
Republicans.
See, it's a game. This is a game, brother. This is a game, and what it is, it's a big distraction on how they play us. See, what we have to say is, okay, how do we have any stats to show? And I'm not pro or con, I'm just throwing it out here so we can have a conversation. When it comes to voting. Now, when we vote for these presidents, it's not guaranteed that a Supreme Court justice seat is going to come open. Actually, it's rare. Why? Because those are lifetime appointments, and they have to either get removed by misconduct, retire, or they stay to the rest of their life. Now, let's say Clarence Thomas was appointed by George W. Bush, right? It's 2022. He's still a justice, no matter if it was a Democratic or Republican. You can't call that. And if a Democrat is, even when a Supreme Court justice seat came available, they played politics with that when the Democrat was president, and nobody fought back. Remember, Obama, because Salito died, and Obama was supposed to be able to fill that seat. They played politics with him and didn't let him fill the seat until Trump got in.
Yeah, they said it was an election year. They said wouldn't be proper to fill a seat. But then when Trump during the election year seat came open, he filled it up.
See, politics once again. So what we have to do is now I have to talk to
These are weak Democrats too, Brandon. Though, these Democrats, they weak. They're weak. Yep. Corporate Democrats. They paid off. They bought off by the highest donor. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
And this is even deep. This is about controlling the people. Think about when things happen in America. Remember, we talked about those gun laws. When things happen in America, we run to our government to protect us. But our government in return says we'll protect you, but you got to give us some of your liberties. So I'll tell you a trick that Hitler played. Hitler played a trick on the German people. What he did is he created a catastrophe, and he made the German people afraid, and they signed something called, I forget the exact name of the executive order that Hitler did, and it gave all the people, it dissolved all the people's rights and gave all the rights to the government. I'm gonna give y'all an example of something that sounds familiar. In 2001, we had something called September 11th, where planes were ran into the World Trade Center. After that, we were afraid, so we ran to the government and we gave up a lot of our liberties that we had, which turned into the Patriot Act. Well, Edward Snowden showed us that the Patriot Act was nothing more than the government want more control over their citizens, and they spy on every last one of us. So all of this is tied together. We're not looking at this as a group thing. We're looking at this as an individual, and that's why I keep telling everybody this. There's no lone wolf theories. They keep trying to give us lone wolf theories, and there's no such thing. All of this is tied together. Now, so you have the government spying on us, the NSA. You have the Supreme Court, which is more conservative. You have a country that's more conservative. We saw January 6th, conservative, supposedly right-wingers go into the Capitol, right? Looking at all this happening one by one, this is domino effect. But we don't realize we're watching the deterioration of America right now facing. We don't realize it. Food shortages, high gasoline prices. Think about what we're watching in this country. Mass violence. We just came out of pandemic. People walking around being restricted. The government shut down. Look at what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna ramble. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead. Keep rambling. Sense. I'm listening.
See, and the thing we have to recognize is we shouldn't be reactionary. Stop being reactionary. We should be planners, plotters. As Black people, what I think when these things happen, we should be unbothered and unaffected and be like, oh, that's the dominant side making decisions that they always make. And we should be fortified in showing that stuff don't affect us, because we have an agenda. The thing about it is they got us confused and lost and looking at Democrats and Republicans and upset. And think about what we're getting bombarded with every day. We got high gas prices.
They do affect us though, Brandon. All this stuff affects us.
No, I'm saying, but we have to get to the point where it does not affect us outwardly, where they see it, where we rumbling. Think about, you're gonna have Black people on the forefront of Roe versus Wade. And this is another caveat by Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade was a trick. That lady, Roe, the lady who was represented, she was paid by lobbyists. That was not a real case. That was not a real woman. Google and look it up. It came out later. She gave a confessional before she died. All of this stuff is smoke and mirrors. So 50 years ago, we were lied to and confused. Now, it's all a game. So what we have to do, and what I always say, remain vigilant, pay attention to what's in front of us, and make moves according to what you need to do with you and your family. And stay disciplined. Stay paying attention. Whatever your discipline is, stay there. But don't let these people rile you up. Oh, man. Oh, the abortion. Oh, they're going to start using coat hangers. In other civilized society that abortion, let's stop using fear. Let's look at other societies and say, oh, it's outlawed in this society. Does anybody know how they deal with rape and abortion or unwanted pregnancies? How does it happen? We should ask Girl Behind the Mic in Zimbabwe. Do y'all go to the abortion clinic? What is y'all culture? Then we can start becoming sophisticated and not having these knee-jerk reactions because our scope is limited because we've been raised by these people in America that's full of chaos. And America is a country full of chaos. You got corrupt politicians. You have this country's run amok. But the only thing that saves it is its wealth. And you can make things look prestigious when it's money behind it. I can take a bum off in his mouth, dress him up, put him in a Rolls Royce, and put him in a mansion, and nobody would know the difference. But he's still the same person on the inside. It's just the wealth that hides it. Go ahead.
You on mute, Mark. You on mute.
Brandon, click the link again and join back in. Go ahead, right side. What's up, man? What's on your mind?
What's up, marqnash, man? Great conversation, man. I've been kind of listening in. Man, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I agree with kind of what Brandon is saying. You know what I'm saying? I think that from the beginning, you know, the way that the Constitution was kind of written, it left the power to the states. And so regardless of how I feel about abortion and any of that, I think that it comes down to each individual state and how those individuals in that state feel and how they vote and what they want in the state. You feel me? And I think that I'm one of those individuals. I consider myself an independent. I don't rock with either Republicans or Democrats, but I do say I'm not a big fan of big government because when you have big government, a lot of times the government, those individuals, they start to run amok and they start to do things that's what we would consider outside of their power. And so in this situation, even though the Supreme Court supposedly, or not even supposedly, they did overturn Roe v. Wade in this situation, I still think that it comes down to the states because even though the federal government is saying this, if the majority of the state feels this way and is voted this way and it still has to go to a vote for the states, then I think it changes. You know, it just depends on where you stay. And if you don't like the laws and the way that the people that you stand around are voting, then it gives you that opportunity to change locations. I'm not advocating that people have to change locations. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying that if you disagree, it gives you an option to find other like-minded individuals that agree with you and your opinion, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on. And so I don't agree or disagree with what they did. I think that once again, though, it did put the power back in the hands of the states. And so I think that each individual state now, you know, you can kind of rock with what you want to go on. You know what I'm saying? And if you disagree with those individuals, it gives you other options.
Like what, right side? Because
it's not like his option is move out the state. If you
right,
don't like
I move to the state.
You got to pack up your family, leave your job, sell your house, move your kids. What? No.
But that goes for both sides. It goes for both sides.
No, but I'm just telling you. Right. No, it's only one way. It's
only one way. Right.
How is it only one way?
Because if it's states, if you're talking about the states, what if you live in the states that pro-abortion, then you get what you want either way. If you don't want to have abortion, you just don't have it. But if you live in a state that outlaw abortion, then you don't have the choice.
It's one way. Thank you, man. That was a perfect way of putting it.
And once again, if you live in a state with the abortion and you disagree with it,
Don't have
you
it.
know,
You don't have to have it. That's what
And
I'm
you
saying.
don't have to
I'm
move.
not. All I'm saying is it puts the power back into people's hands.
No,
Regardless of how we want to look at it,
no. I'm trying
y'all can go ahead.
because you asked, and Brandon was trying to explain it to you. Say it again, Brandon, but break it down a little slower.
Okay, right side. You were saying it go both ways. It can't go both ways. Let's say you live in a liberal state. Let's say New York. New York will be pro-abortion. They won't outlaw abortion. If the rights go back to the states, then they won't outlaw abortion in New York, and you'll be able to get an abortion. But I live in the state of Texas, which is one way where abortion is outlawed, illegal. So, which means in a pro-abortion state, if you don't want an abortion, you just don't get one because you have the option either or. In a non-abortion state, you don't have the option.
So I think we're arguing two different points. I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, it gives you options regardless. The reason it does is because it puts the and what literally what I'm saying is if you don't like how the people around you are voting and what they're thinking and the input that they're putting in this situation, then although like I said from the beginning, I don't advocate people having to move. I don't advocate for that. All I'm saying is it puts it goes to the state that you live in, and if you're living in a state where they disagree with it, whether they agree with it, whatever, I'm just saying that's how it kind of falls in this situation.
Truly. I still, like I said, but it still comes back to they got to move, right side.
I agree. I agree with that, and I don't advocate for that.
Yeah. We got a sister on the panel. Ask you guys mute your mic if you're not talking, and that'll keep people from having a knee-jerk reaction to cut people off, especially a lady, because this is a very sensitive topic, and I would be remiss if I didn't allow this sister to voice her opinions. Blue, how you doing, my sister?
I'm good. How you doing?
Hey, before you speak, let me say this real quick. Shout out to Blue Essentials. She has some dope candles. I got some right here. I got the Spa Day right here. Shout out to Blue Essentials. You can go to tell me your website, Blue, where they can get some of your nice
blueessentials.net for handcrafted soy candles. I make each of them as a therapeutic source for myself. So every sale that y'all giving towards me is helping me do my own therapy that I worked out with my peoples.
Yeah, so I'm gonna light this Spa Day candle up right
Hey Mark, you have been that's like an old model. Like I've elevated it since.
Okay, well shoot, I like it. It's still. And look, I take care of my stuff, so it lasts a little bit. My wife was like, every time she was like, "You breaking all my stuff? You and the baby? Your stuff lasts for years, though. Your stuff never break." I was like, "Yeah, but she was like, you got them nice candles, and you don't even light them. You always light them." My candles. I'm like, man, I'm making it flat.
I've switched over to all glass based off of the studies. Went to all glass, and kind of cleaned up the look of it or whatever, and variations of sizes because I started getting a lot of complaints about not having big enough candles. So I'm elevated all the way up to like 24 ounces. And custom.
And put your link in the private chat, or you can put it in the main chat as well.
It's on my tab for my thing. Okay, it's just blueessentials.net, spelled BLU essentialsregular.net. But I'll put the link. I'll drop it up there. Hold on.
All right, cool. But go ahead. I see your name edit right here. I got it right here. But tell me, Blue, what you think about this topic, sister?
Okay, so that's what I was trying to figure out. So I heard that it was happening, but I was just trying to get all of the actual facts. So what was overturned? And this was the Supreme Court?
Yeah, Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court, giving the states the powers to abortion and things of that nature.
Okay, so at least it's up to the individual state.
Yeah, versus and the red states are you're not going to be able to do that in Texas, probably Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, probably South Carolina, North Carolina, a lot of red states, especially in the Bible Belt.
And by any chance, would you happen to know the makeup of the people who voted? Like,
are
they male to female?
You just got here. Yeah, I got this. I put their faces on the screen. Let's go.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There you go. You see the screen?
2, 4.
It's 9.
It looked like 7 men, but okay. Yeah. 6 men. Oh, so, yeah. No, I think it's fucked up. I think it's messed up because although I understand like a man's point of view and they're saying that they would like to have some type of input in that type of shit, or people who are over really religious and care on that matter, I still would say that men don't understand what females go through, what it does to their body to bring a child to this world, the risk that they take, not just in delivery but throughout the whole pregnancy. I think it's crazy that men could make that decision for women, and it's definitely a setback for sure, because it's just leaving the door open for a lot of other topics. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the basic of the basic. If you're saying if a female doesn't even have the right to choose what they want to do with their body, what are you saying for the rest of all these other hot topics that's going around today? Next thing you know, they're going to be overturning that shit in the military, where they have to, or marriages and stuff like that. It's sad.
Okay. Interesting. Foul player, talk to me. What's your take on this topic?
Yo, thanks for letting me on again, man. Much appreciated. Love your show, even though I don't comment and jump on the panels, but mad love for your show. And I love that you're branching out into other topics too, like this.
We started off this way. This is how we started off, man.
No, I know. I like, as far as like with the show of Rip, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're branching into other directions. My man's doing the verses. My man's doing the Supreme Court decisions another day. You know what I'm saying? Like, but much love to you. I've seen it. I've seen the movement grow pretty early, and I'm glad like you're where you're at now. I think you're at 8K, like AK, almost 8K or 8K last time I checked. But
we almost said 10,000. We almost said 10,000.
We about go, bro. 10 racks, bro.
Who's counting?
My man's made it. But nah, man. But all jokes aside, though, as far as the Supreme Court decision, I'm not really tripping on it, and I think a lot of people that are calling into the show aren't tripping about it either. Even the ones that don't agree with the decision, because a lot of them like aren't up to like what the decision entails, and then they're finding out, oh, it's up to the state. As far as women's ability to get abortions, I think it's still going to be there. Like, if you go to another state that does it, I mean, it sucks that you got to pay 60 balls or some shit, like to go to a different state. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of those states ain't going to be taxing or charging like to get an abortion in those states, if especially if you're fleeing from a state, quote unquote, that doesn't offer abortion. So
I got a question for you on that though.
Yes, ma'am. But if you allow me though, let me just finish my second point.
Ahead. Let me know when you're done.
Thank you, ma'am. But I do get what the sister was saying too, as far as men or women making a decision. I mean, but I don't think that we should be beefing with each other as far as men and women, and like kind of like going through things with a fine comb. Like, so it's basically like if there was another law enacted, and then it's like, oh, and I'm not dissing like you, sister, like as far as using you as a reference, but like I don't like to get into the whole tit for tat as far as with genders go, because at the end of the day, I only want to be with women. I only live with a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want that to be the basis of our relationship where men and women are consented, especially minority men and women, because we beef with each other more than anything. You know what I'm saying? But like that's a secondary. That's a secondary point. But like I'm not like too opposed to it. And personally, and this is coming from somebody who convinced several girls to get abortions, and I thought that shit was cool up until like I got into my 30s, and now I'm a man, and that was corny as fuck. That was mad corny. I'm sorry for using a bad word, but I remember growing up in the 90s. And that being a humongous decision for a young girl, like, oh, I got, and like her feeling like crap for months or years to come afterwards. The thing is that the liberal left, white women particularly, they're pushing the whole like pro-abortion thing, late-term abortion, and it's almost like they just want to add another layer to it. Now a lot of them are talking about doing abortions after a baby's born, and this is not bullshit. I'm not making it up. I'm not being hyperbolic either. And the thing is, too, that a lot of these liberal women that are pushing that stuff, nobody would fuck them anyway. Like, they're not having a problem with getting pregnant by a dildo or some shit. Like, they're like probably not even having sex like that. It's more like pushing us, or like making decisions like for Black women and Latin women. Like, And in New York City, that's all you see. Like there's a abortion clinic in my hood in Sunset Park, abortion clinic in East Village. There's abortion clinics all over the place. And, you know, it's all you see going in there are Black and Spanish women. You know, like Planned Parenthood was started by racists. Margaret Sanger was a big time racist, and she was an outright racist, unapologetic. It was started to go after Black people. You know, and a lot of people say, oh, well, they do a lot of good shit now.
Telling the truth.
Okay,
a lot of people say,
hey. It's too
My bad.
early. No. I got to maintain some control of this panel because it's too early. I don't need everybody cutting everybody off. It's a sensitive topic. Let that man get his bars off. I don't need people to cutting in, say not true, and yada. We got to chat. Use the chat. If you disagree, the mic back to you. Let the man finish his thoughts like everybody else is getting their chance to speak. That's all I ask, because once we start cutting everybody off, it can get real toxic, even if you disagree. But try to speed up, Foul Player, because we got a lot of people on the panel now. Try to expedite your point. Go ahead, Foul Player. L Foul Player, back to you. Going once. L Foul Player going twice. All right, Blue, I believe you was next. Our Foul Player will come back to you. It's a live story.
Okay, well, when he come back, then I'll respond.
Yeah.
He asked me to wait, but I lost count of like 5 instances that I wanted to respond to. But
yeah.
When he come back, I'll
This ain't about you guys going tick for tat because we're gonna disagree.
Nah, it's not a tit for tat, but I just had some points I wanted to make on his initial statement, but then he started going into all these other open-ended questions that I can give a response to.
Yeah, he's all over the place, Mark.
Yeah, it was so many. I got 5 different topics that he spoke on that I actually wrote down a response to based off of what he said. And then he would have still kept
living now, Queen Pete. I'm talking to Blue. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't even hear
he was all over the place. So I was trying to stop it there because like I can't respond to like 11 points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but everything he said, you don't have to respond to though.
Everything he said wasn't worth responding to, but there were a few things that he was mentioning. I could even bring it to you and question the men on the panel.
What's your question?
Please do.
Right side. Now you doing
okay.
right side. I don't need you to do. Hey, look, man, y'all gotta let me host this motherfucker, man. Respect. Y'all gotta let me host this shit, man. Nah, you good. go ahead, Blue. What's your question? Then Queen P. Then my boy Mike.
It was based off of the fact that he said at one point he had said that when he was younger he had convinced other females to get abortions. And then he said, but doing that now that he's older, he felt different. Is that like a general consensus? And if it is, if you feel different in your older age, what makes you think another female wants to be put in that position to be told what to do?
Well, the way I heard from that is I felt like, and I thought he said, I did that when I was younger. Now I'm in my 30s and I regret that.
Right. Okay. So the people who right. And the people who voted against this to overturn this were men, right? Mostly men.
Majority men.
30 men. And were they older men or were they in their 20s?
No, they're all old men.
Okay, so if you feel this way now, like, so that's not the general consensus of the fact, right? Like, because some people feeling like when they get older, they wouldn't have made that decision. If it was put in your shoes, do you want to be told what to do, regardless if you're in your 20s or your 30s or your 40s? Because he said he really didn't see an issue with it. He wasn't going to start no beef on it. But I guess my basis is the fact that men don't want to be told what to do, but yet they feel like it's a reasonable statement for people to make them do, for females to do.
No, right side. I'm hosting it, man. I know. I just said who passing it to. I'm sorry.
That was Brandon, Mark. That wasn't right side.
And Brandon. I'm sorry, Brandon. Right side is going to Queen P next. Then Mike, and then we'll open it back up. I need to let these people been waiting. They haven't got the opening statement off. Fair enough. Blue. Was that a question though, Blue? I'm sorry.
No, it's not really a question. Like I said, it was going to be more relevant to him because he was talking. Y'all was just halfway listening in and out and stuff. It was more based off of what he was actually saying, and then I didn't verbatim him, but it was just a whole bunch of topics. Like I said,
he said a lot, and it's okay. It's a late night show. Some people are gonna be all over the place a little bit as well. Go ahead, Queen P, then we'll go into clips, and then I'll let right side and Brandon react.
I'm
as
not
well.
even sure because some of what I wanted to say also pertained to what Buddy said. Ironically, he ran from the chat and the panel, and he's
No,
not
I kicked
here.
him off the panel because I couldn't hear him and his thing went frozen.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My apologies. But my response, some of my answers are gonna be to his because who are you to decide whether, yeah, who are you to make a decision for somebody else? When it comes to abortion, I'm personally pro-choice. I don't judge others for the decision they feel when it comes to being pro-life or however you feel, to each his own. I'm personally pro-choice. I feel like that should be a person's choice when you know all your options. A lot of times you have people that will say they want a legacy. That's cute and all that, but when it comes to this baby being born, it's a whole different story. You're not involved. Now you have this woman having to take care of this kid alone and trying to figure out how I'm going to make sure that you get fed and I'm taking care of you, but we still have a place to live.
Fair enough. Hey, look, maybe that's his life, and those are things he did in his younger days. I disagree with it. Where I don't know how you make somebody get an abortion. I made a lot of people get abortion, but he said it. He did it. He said he was not proud of it. I wouldn't want to belabor that point anyway.
But did he make them do it, or did he talk about it and they decided that they wanted to do it? Maybe because they were too young to have a kid.
Either or, whatever it is, those babies are lost, and he has conviction now that he's older and realized those wasn't the right way to go. So that's the key thing.
But too many people say that, but it's a whole different ballgame when that baby comes into the world and you're not there to help take care of that kid. It sounds cute when you're like, I want my baby. I want you to keep my baby. I want to have a legacy. Okay, now this baby's here. Where are you? Where are you in the picture? And you have those who will claim that, oh, it's not my kid. Dude, you're the only one she slept with. Who else was she out here getting it in with? It's just you. I'm not saying that there aren't cases where there are women sleeping with other people, but there are also some cases where if she's only sleeping with you and she ain't with somebody else, why are we sitting here doubting? And then even when they get the paternity results, just to confirm that they're the father, they still come with some BS.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Cliff.
How's my audio coming?
We can
hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. You don't have to yell though. You sound like you're actually yelling. You can talk regular.
I'm in this factory. I try not to yell. Real briefly, I think that a lot of people we're being distracted by the shiny object. We're doing the gender arguing with each other, male versus female, when the fact is that one group of America has unilaterally decided how all Americans got to live their life. Okay, and that's the real problem. That's my issue right here. As women, I understand what you're saying. Even the last sister speaking, I get what you're saying about equality and everything. But if we're going to talk equality, let's talk equality like adults. That cuts both ways. You cannot unilaterally decide what this man needs to do or whatever while saying it's wrong for him to do that to a woman. I'll be the first to say it is wrong that men have done this. The patriarchal system of Western society is wrong. But for women to say, okay, now we got the ball now, we're going to be just as petty, if not worse, that is equally wrong. And that continues to convolute the conversation where we won't get nowhere. And meanwhile, the people, like I was saying to you on the phone earlier, the people who are staying on cool, these are these Republicans, these Christians, who they're staying on code and not getting distracted. That's why they overturned this law.
Fair enough. Thank you. Brandon Washington, right side. Y'all want to respond to anything?
Yeah. Basically, I think what Clips was trying to allude to is when it comes to the gender argument and men making decisions, from what I understand, white men have always made decisions about everything that goes on in this society. This is not nothing new. White men were the first gynecologists. Most, I believe that, from what I understand, but I'm not sure if this is a fact. If we probably check the American Medical Association website, from what I understand, but I don't know because I've never been to one. I believe most men are gynecologists. Most men sit on these boards that determine a lot of these things that go on in America. So this is nothing new. Old white men have always made decisions that affected the rest of us, and made decisions that influence us in America. Think about it. How old were the last white male presidents? What were their ages? They were old white men going all the way back. Think about it. So this is not nothing new. Well, I think we become distracted, like Clip said, by talking about a male gender and female when the actual we're talking about the actual court case. This is the actual court case. Basically, what Roe versus Wade was, it basically entailed that you had federal protection by the United States government to get an abortion. That's what it entails. So basically what happened today, the federal government said that it would no longer offer its protection to individuals to get the abortions. That's basically what happened. And it left it up to the individual states. Now we can go into the history of Roe versus Wade. The woman, Jane Roe, she was supposed to be anti-abortion. And she was paid to speak out against abortion, and the case went to the Supreme Court. But in our actuality, she was paid. She was paid by a lobbyist group called Operation Rescue to say that she was against abortion when actually she was not. In our actuality, she didn't give a damn if you had an abortion or not. So this whole case is rooted in deception and falsehood just from the beginning.
Brandon, question for you. But does that matter in retrospect because of the protections that it did provide?
Yes, because everything needs to be revisited because the case was built on a lie. So let's just go back and revisit it. I'm not pro or con either way. Like I said, we just talking about the facts of what we're looking at the case. That's all.
Fair enough. Go ahead, right side. Talk to me.
In this situation, I try my best to be unbiased about it. Once again, regardless of how I'm me personally, I let you know I'm against abortion in my personal opinion. That was an option for my son at one point in time, and I was like, nah, if anything happens, then I'm gonna take care of my son. I would prefer for that not to happen, but it's your choice. At the end of the day, I still look at it. I look at it like I look at any other law that gets put out, and I don't agree with federal regulation in a lot of things. I'm not a big guy. I don't believe in big government because the government they take tax dollars. You know what I'm saying? They don't produce anything. So a lot of what they do from up high and from what I would say a glass ceiling where they're looking down and it's not really affecting them the same way. And one thing that I would bring up in this situation, how I said earlier, I'm happy that it goes back to the states because it goes into the individuals that you live around. Those are the individuals who are really making decisions. And so even when it comes to something that, as far as gun control, right? If you look at the different states, gun control is different in different states, bro. If you live in Texas, you can walk around open carry. If you live in New York, damn it, you get caught with a gun, you gonna do some time. It is what it is, but it goes to the states and the people who's living in those states. And so I believe that local government is the most important part to the democracy we have right now because even if what they're doing in Texas is different from what they're doing in New York, it's the people in those states who are making the decisions versus the federal government saying we're gonna make this decision for the entire country. So overall, all I'm saying is whether I agree or disagree, I think that it gives more power to the people at the state level, you know what I'm saying, versus the federal level.
Fair enough. Blue, go ahead. I got to disagree right side. We got a lot of things that, even with the gun laws, they are federal gun laws, like i.e. you can't be a felon. That's a federal gun law. So some things, even with gun laws, are the whole, it's all 50 states nearby. But go ahead, Blue.
It was more of a question. So you had just said that you had an option to get an abortion. And because you said, like she said, she didn't want it, but you said, no, go ahead and do that because I'll take care of your kid. But what is the female supposed to do when the man says that and then dips while they're pregnant?
Say that question again. What's the question and who was the question to, Blue?
The person who was just speaking, I don't
And
know
what
if
was the question
was
exactly?
Brandon. Was it Brandon or right side? I don't.
That was right side. What was the question again?
I said, you say your baby mama had the option of getting an abortion. You were strongly against it because you was going to take care of your kid. My question to you is, what is that female supposed to do who gets that same promise from a man and then he dips off while she's pregnant? Is she just supposed to trust that he'll be back when she has the baby? Like, what are they supposed to do?
Like I said this earlier, and that's why I don't think it's. And once again, I'm not advocating for people to move, but hey, you find a state that you can do what you feel is necessary in that situation. Although I don't think that's the easiest way for it to happen. If that's what you feel you necessary, then I think you make the necessary arrangements to make your situation as beneficial for yourself as possible. And if you do have an individual who has dipped off, I can't really speak on that. That's not how I roll. You feel me? And I can't really speak on that piece of it. Understand where you're coming from, and I'm not disagreeing, but I am saying that if you do live in Texas, then damn it, you may need to you may need to drive over to Arizona, or I don't know where you got to go. And it may make it a little more difficult, but you got to make the necessary arrangements to be to take care of your situation. In my opinion, that's just my
Everybody
opinion.
can't afford it though. You
Okay,
say
yeah,
that you act like moving is that easy. Some people can't afford that. Hell, some people can't even afford to move to go to another state to have an abortion. So what are you
My
talking
question to
about?
him would even be, okay, if let's just say you had something growing inside of you that you felt was not supposed to be there for whatever reason. You couldn't afford it. It was not natural. You never wanted this. This wasn't a part of your plan or nothing. If something was growing inside of you that you had the ability to remove, but you could not physically because you had to get out of state. So you're saying you would be okay with that?
I'm saying that from the beginning, I know that practicing unsafe sex, I know the consequences of it. And if I'm going to do that, then I got a better responsibility of my choices. That's what I'm saying. You got to be accountable for your decisions, and you got to be accountable for the consequences of your decisions. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so being accountable, what conditions do men go through that they have to be held accountable? I'm sorry to be blunt, but if your penis was bleeding, even though it wasn't killing you, would you still not want it to get taken care of?
Huh? Hold up, slow down. Hold up. Say that again. I'm confused now. You bleed.
He said we got to be able to take accountability. So yeah, it may be illegal in one state, but legal in other states. We have to be willing to travel. My point to him being, if you had something happening to you or growing inside of you that you felt was not natural or needed to be removed, or this wasn't the right time, whatever the case may be, you felt for some reason it had to go. Would you want to be forced to go state lines? Are you okay with somebody telling you you can't get that you can't seek help right away? You have to go 2 states over to do it.
Nobody would want that though, Blue.
But that's basically what he's saying.
At the end of the day, even doctors are getting in trouble for performing abortions. I hope you know that. Like you say, move over state lines. A lot of doctors who do perform them, they don't want to because they get in trouble. It's to the point where some states they get arrested. Their license can be taken away. Can you imagine to work hard to get this degree only for it to be taken away from you because you have somebody who feels like you should be forced to have a kid, and no one ever considers the situation of grape. R word that start it's R word when you cut off grape, right? There's also situations where there's family relations, okay? There's that situation as well. And there's also the situation where there's a medical condition, and yet you're being forced to carry this baby to full term, knowing that this child is not going to even be alive it's not going to be alive more than a month.
But Queen P, here's the thing. Are doctors losing their license and going to jail in states where abortion is legal, or is that in places where it's illegal?
I would say more so illegal, but then again, I would say maybe more so illegal, but you know, they're putting their lives on the line when it's identified that, you know, they did perform one.
Right, because I think that's the one part that has to be explained. If it's illegal there, like, yeah. Megan, I think we got Clips got a question. Clips, the audio is bad. I need you to make sure that audio is brief. Make your statement brief because the audio was kind of bad, my brother.
Go to the next person until I get out this building.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Megazord. Talk to me. What's your take on this topic, my brother?
First off, peace to the panel.
Salute,
Shout
my
to Right Side. Shout to my bro Brandon. Shout to Blue and the Queen P. It's been a minute, Queen P. Good to see you, baby girl.
I know. I was worried about you, but they said you did come on his live, so I was like, all right, he's alive.
Shout out to my brother Clips. I'm pro women's choice. Just because as a man, I can't speak for a woman, nor can I identify with the changes that her body goes through during puberty, during her maturation period up until adulthood. When my fiance was pregnant with my son, she threw it out there, and I told her, I support whatever decision you make, but I'm not behind you getting an abortion. It was pretty much along with what Right Side was saying. I'm gonna be here for mine. I told her I was born to be a father, and that if she did have an abortion, that our friendship was dead, and she need not ever speak to me again. But I still left it in her hands. Of course, she chose to have my son, and we still together. But like the sister Blue Essentials was saying, that isn't everybody's reality. And I'm not qualified to speak toward and for women. I'm just not. But I do know the importance of responsibility, and I also know the importance of measuring and understanding who you with and who you do what and who you partake in what, certain acts with too. So, but needless to say, I think it's unfair, but it is what it is.
Fair enough. And I think a lot of things that people keep missing, I think, I don't know if it was Queen P or Blue that brought it up. People forget abortion isn't always about somebody just being irresponsible with their vagina or being irresponsible with their penis, or I don't want to have a baby with you because I don't think you're going to be a good mama, or I don't want to have a baby with you because I think you are going to be a bad dad. That's not what terminating a pregnancy is all about. I think that's a very surface level of thinking. When, like, I think one of the sisters said, "Hey, man, you're gonna go through all this, have this baby, and the baby is still gonna not survive." Everything we know about modern medicine saying this baby ain't gonna make it, or the baby is gonna suffer. And we live in a country where when you leave out that hospital, you leave with a receipt for that baby, man. You gotta swipe the credit card if you're not fortunate enough to have benefits. I tell the story all the time. My wife and I, we had to put our daughter on a credit card because they said we made too much, and we don't make that much, but they say we made too much to get to basically go have a free baby. Like, we had to find programs to basically reimburse us after we swipe the credit card. So every appointment had to swipe the card. Then we send that off to like a nonprofit organization. They would reimburse us. But come on, man, these things people don't talk about that. And then those babies can often be born into suffrage, a lot of suffering. Go ahead, Clips. You outside now? You trying to get your bars off?
Yeah, I'm outside. Is it a little better now?
Yeah, it's a little better. Go ahead, talk to me.
Just real briefly. Once again, not to get trigger nobody or get no one going, but the thing really has always been about accountability on both parties, the man and the female, and we can't keep doing this. I can't sit as a man and point my fingers at women like, see, it's all your fault. I have not done that. I understand that some women are trying to say that that's what I'm doing, but no, I'm saying accountability. And the good thing, I'm a person who leans towards the positive. The good thing about this being overturned is maybe now, if we could talk like adults and stop the talking points and just stick to the point, we can, as a society, re-examine these things and actually hopefully try to get it right. But I don't think we're ever going to do that as long as people can get past personal projections. I know some great women who had to raise babies by themselves. It was terrible, but they really raised the babies by themselves. Meanwhile, I know women who that was the lick for them. That was the lick. I know women to this day who don't see their kids. They don't do nothing with their kids. They drop their kids off at Big Mama's house and go party until they get pregnant again. I'm not going to fault that woman for her, whatever her mental illness or whatever she's going on, to where She keeps making these decisions. As a man, I would be the first to say it's wrong for me to say that she doesn't deserve a legacy. She doesn't deserve this. And so I will reiterate, as much as we want to talk about equality, we've got to stop trying to impose our views on other people. I'm done.
All right. Well, let me say this. Like I said right before you said that, this isn't always. It's not necessarily about accountability of men and women, or you don't want to have a baby, or you don't. I literally said everything opposite of what you said, and but it's okay. We're gonna have our disagreements, but I don't think it's all about accountability. Like I said, that's a very surface level of thinking about this conversation, very base level. It's other things that go into.
I agree, Mark.
It's so many things that go into terminating a pregnancy that if we stay here too long, it's just gonna be. We'll have a gender war type of conversation where men ain't accountable. Women, look, it ain't about men not accountable. It's not women. No, people in the world just don't be accountable. People in the world are irresponsible. It just happens.
That's not always the case when you talk about the world.
Can I say something? Can I say something more? I want to take it back. I want to take it back to.
Hold on, real quick. Cause Blue was in the private chat. Asked me, can she jump in real quick? And then after that, Brandon, go ahead. See what you have to say.
Yeah, so I just really wanted to touch back on that accountability. I agree. Both parties should take accountability for the child if the child, once the child is born. But what's a fact is, once the mother
is born too, Blue.
I'm sorry.
Even before the child is born.
Right. Even before the child is born. Okay. I'm gonna put my situation in the midst. Right. Me and my child's father split up before my daughter was born. He promised, swore up and down, he would be there. Haven't spoken to him, haven't seen him since she was 4 weeks old, but he dipped for 4 months. The last 4 months of my pregnancy, I couldn't even get an answer, right? Long story short, when I gave birth to my daughter, he was not there. When they was coming in to do the birth certificate, I specifically asked them, if we wait till he shows up, like what will happen? I said, well, who's supposed to take care of this kid? What's the custody? Because we're not together, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure this stuff out. They said whoever is on the birth certificate is solely responsible for that child. You are held financially responsible until you go to the courts and they determine otherwise. So it's accountability, and people should be there from the jump and stuff. But the only person who is financially obligated and can for a certain say that they are willing to take responsibility up until the courts choose otherwise is the mother. The guy is just the added factor. Because you're there is why you signed the birth certificate. But if you're not there before they leave the hospital, that baby is all on that female. So he is taking the risk out the gate.
Okay, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I want to take it back to the what we talking about, the case. I want to give a little history on the case.
Put that in the private chat for me too, bro. That your link, your source link.
Yeah, no problem. I even give it out where everybody can hear it. Basically, the source that I revealed
on the screen, Brandon. It's a method to my madness. That's why I'm asking you to copy and paste.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, bro, so I can't. You know what I mean? I don't work it like that, but I can give it out loud. It's this is based on a documentary that was on FX where she gave a confessional on her deathbed and she talked about it. So that's the source for all those asking. Now back to the original case, Roe versus Wade, without all the other stuff, talking about the original case and why it was litigated. The case was effectively litigated based on race and white women. This is actually in the case. I can give you a quick little rundown. Basically, what happened was these white women who wanted to have abortions. It wasn't about it was about that they didn't want to abstain from sex and that they didn't want to raise children. So what they wanted to do, and that they was poor, which worked perfectly. So what they did was they compiled this case. They had been looking for people. This is nothing. See, what we don't understand about this case, this is not based on emotion. This is based on a system. They were systematically picking people who they thought would fit perfectly with this case, and they put it together. That's how it works. What we doing right now, we're arguing out of emotion and talking about our own personal things, which is fine, but we're not talking about the actual case and how it came together and how it was litigated and why. And it's basically based in white women wanting to do what white women wanting to do, which had nothing to do with black people or nothing like that. And also, not only did the case have nothing to do with black people, this case actually was put together by white women and white men. So when we start having these gender things, we got to recognize that this was put together by white people on both sides. So let us not get confused about gender and those type of things. Let's really understand the specifics of this case, and that's what it's about.
All right. Anybody want to respond to anything of that? And I'm gonna just try to ask everybody. Let's try to speed our responses up because we got 8 people up here. Well, 9, 6, 7, and we got a lot of people in the chat. Let's try to get to our points a little quicker. You know what I'm saying? So everybody get a chance to talk, and we're not waiting so long to respond, and we can pass it around a little quickly. You know, get your bars off, keep it moving. Go ahead. Anybody want to respond?
I mean, is he really asking us a question? He's more like Brandon. If anything, Brandon's more so giving us the backstory, but he's already talked about it before. I feel like you keep repeating the same thing, Brandon. Are you doing that for the new people that come in? Why do you keep repeating the same thing that you talked about twice?
No, I was just trying to give more context to it because I think I kind of glazed over it a little bit. So and then it was I think somebody was asking for the source, and even Mark came back around. So I didn't mean to repeat it twice. I was just trying to give more context. That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead. Open panel. Go ahead. Anybody got anything else to say? Shout out to my guy, Perfect Timing Podcast. What's up, Mr. Potter? Carmen Serene in here. Ricardo Johnson. Shout out to everybody from the lounge. I appreciate your time and energy. Go ahead. Anybody got anything else to want to add on this topic?
I just want to say. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Clips. Go ahead.
Real briefly, I do agree with what you said earlier. It's deeper than accountability, but as long as we don't address the elephant in the room, we will never have the real discussion. We won't get to the legal facts. We won't get to the actual meat and bones of this true debate because we will stay more down into the gender arguing back and forth. That's all. That's why I keep going back to it. We've got to get past this.
So what's the solution to get past it?
I would honestly just say that I don't think it's too much asking accountability from both parties with no asterisks or no funny comments afterwards. Men and women need to both be accountable. Period. Now let's move on and talk about this Roe v. Wade issue.
Anybody want to respond? Was it right?
I think the reason why it could be a bit of a gender thing because it's us as women that are affected by Roe v. Wade. It's not a man that's affected. You're not the one that's having to carry a child that you didn't ask for, you didn't want. Not a lot of times is it a situation where, oh, I was irresponsible, I slept with somebody and I'm pregnant. A lot of times you have people who were molested. You have situations of rape. Y'all get the idea of what that stands for. And we have those things. While to some people it may not be the majority, it's a good chunk of why people go and get an abortion. And I think that that's something that should be considered. So that's why it's a gender thing, because it affects us as women. It doesn't affect a man. He's not the one out here having an abortion. He's not the one out here having to carry a child that he didn't want, or that there are other circumstances surrounding having that baby. There are women dying even giving birth. Okay, does anybody want to talk about that? They're dying on that table to give birth to that child.
Right, and even the long-term factors, everything that happens just after you get the baby here.
Exactly.
You know Men. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say also another thing is that even with this abortion, there are side effects to that too. There are side effects that a woman carries with them, even with postpartum, even with depression, even with other things like that too.
Yeah, they develop infertility, hostile uteruses and stuff like that.
Ladies, real briefly, may I interject? I do empathize and agree with you with one caveat. It does not solely affect women. As somebody who has had different women have abortions, I can talk to you about the years of depression. I can talk to you about the years of hopelessness because I was all for having the baby, but someone made a unilateral decision. It wasn't health based, it was based on her life. And you know what? I had no choice other than to shut up, watch her kill my baby, and just call it a weekend and say, oh, well, because anything else I would have been acquitted. But no one ever talked to the trauma can I finish? No one ever talked to the trauma that did to me, the emotional whatever. And in fact, I just had to deal with that myself. So once again, as much as I want to support and want to continue to support you, empathy is something that we lack as human beings. You said it great, Mark. Accountability with people in society right now is bad. If I can't empathize with you and you can't empathize with me, what are we doing?
Did you say, I'm not sure if I missed it, but did you say you've had pregnancies where you wanted the abortion, or was that the other person?
No, I said I've had anytime a chick has ever said she was pregnant, I was through the moon. I didn't have a father, so it was awesome.
You was with it. Okay, but
I'm always with it. Both my children's mothers, I couldn't stand. I still didn't stand, and we were in the.
Mark, you're muted. You're muted, Mark.
Yeah, his audio is terrible, Blue. But that was the thing. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to say, okay, I get that, but what my question for my response and question half and half is, what about the females who have to endure that? Not just the body changes, but they have to bear the financial responsibility. They get the sleepless nights, they get the ER visits, they get the nightless sleeps, they lose their job because they can't get childcare. All the stuff that can go wrong for a female if the man chooses not to be around, because the female doesn't have the choice to make a baby and not at least even be there for the baby to come out. They're the ones that have to bear that burden. Guys, from the jump, it's a choice. Whether you choose to be a stand-up man or not, you still chose to be around or not be around. What about those females who are forced to go through that by themselves?
Your mic's muted, Clip. Go ahead.
But then, once again, when you talk about financial responsibility, anytime there was an abortion, I had to pay for it. Anytime the child, anything, I'm still going through it right now. I have a daughter I don't even see that I've got to pay for it. And I'm not even complaining. Okay, it's just.
I think you're making, but Clips, take you out the person. See what you're personalizing it. I had to pay for it. That's you.
Right, no, I had to because she just did. She said herself.
Let me finish. But take you personally out of it. Every woman in the world has to carry that baby. No way around it. Everyone. That's not personal to her, not personal to Queen P. Your statement you brought right there, that's personal to you and your situation. Take you out of it if that's possible. And your personal plights and things of that nature. We're talking about basics, men and women. She got to carry that baby for 9-10 months. You ain't even got to be there. She got to go to that baby and have that hospital. You ain't got to be there. All of that, well, I paid for it and I did this, and that's you personally. Take that personal stuff out of it, because we'll never grow at that point, because it's going to be so person internally. But what she's saying, that is across the board. A woman has to carry that baby and have the baby. There's no way around that. But you financially everything. Not everybody in the world had to financially pay for everything. Go ahead, Clips.
Oh no, no one's debating the anatomical facts of pregnancy. And the anatomical fact is the baby gestates within the woman.
No, but my thing, your response is, you're making it personal. I had to pay for all the abortions. That's you, person.
I said that exactly because she said what financial responsibility in the context, like these are just blanket things, when there are several men. There are several men, not just in this society.
What I said was at birth, the sole person who has responsibility of the child until designated otherwise is the woman. Without the father being present, they can't even sign the birth certificate to take on 50-50. It is solely the female's responsibility until it is designated to go in part with others or by the court. So you being present and bearing that financial responsibility, you're doing that by choice. You had a choice. But there are females who experience pregnancy.
She goes to that hospital and had that baby and then throw that baby in the trash can or just leave it there. She going to jail. You ain't going to jail.
Right.
Does that make sense?
You chose to be a part of your kid's life, and men choose to step up, just like men choose to step down. But the female bears all of the burden at birth. That's all I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Pass it around. Megan, go ahead, Clips. Go ahead.
I'm not even disagreeing with you. I am just pointing out that you are grossly downplaying. Really, real briefly, ladies, everyone pause. Every man here who are in the chat or on the panel who has a child, let's talk about what you went through during the pregnancy. Forget the financial and emotional. Don't act like this is a sole thing that you're carrying. No one's downplaying what you're going through. And I'm saying, please don't downplay our experience too. Because remember, as we go through this, as we go through this in society,
I can't hear you.
As we go through this,
okay.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm just saying, if y'all cutting each other off, I can't hear you. That's why I say try to keep your mic muted when you're not talking, so you won't have a knee-jerk reaction. And then I can't hear him anyway if you talk, because he got a bad mic. He at work right now, so let's just try to respect the person's mic space. And again, try to speed up your points. But Clips, bro, I think you're reaching a little bit and you're trying to make it something that it don't.
I'm not. I mean, that's how you feel. What I'm saying is, what I'm hearing, and I'm just like I just saw, I think it was Fred Hawthorne give a comment. I get what you're saying, Blue Essentials, but I'm saying that it sounds like you're downplaying the male experience because we're not physically carrying the baby. We go through a lot, and that what we go through is often downplayed, and often we are often vilified for even expressing the confusion and the frustration of that process, which is a difficult process for all parties involved. So once again, empathy on both sides is what's needed. Not saying I'm going through this and that's 2 points for me, and so I'm up 2 points. It's not a game. We need to be partners, not competitors.
I don't think that's what she's saying, but
what does a man go through?
Clips. Now, granted, we might go through some things, Blue, mostly mentally, financially, but we're not. Look, your shit, I just don't know how simple I can put this. The baby only grows inside of one person, and that's the woman. The woman has to push the baby out. The woman gets the titties and the big old ass. If you got titties in the ass while she pregnant, you was eating too much, nigga. Does that make sense?
Philip even said a comment too about what he's a father too.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I think gotta have a little more sensitivity on this and not just say, well, I'm going through shit too. You know what I'm saying? Well, what about me?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying don't downplay what people are going through and acting like because of what you're going through trumps anyone else's struggle. I will never trump a woman's struggle because of what I'm going through, but I will not let a woman do that to me.
Whatever you're going through, trust me, whatever you're going through, it's not feeding the baby. The baby isn't growing inside of you. That's the biggest thing. You can't die off of pushing that baby out. She can die. Can we agree to that? Everything you're going through, you're not about to die giving birth.
And Clips, she's not saying it directly to you. She's just saying it in general.
I want to get some closure on this. Clips, can we agree to that? You're not going to giving birth.
No one's debating this fact, and so that's why I'm not doing this. No one's debating that fact. I am saying that it's not even me personally to say blanket statements like, well, what, like you said, what does a man go through? Once again, pause. But all men on the channel, men in the chat, please just type. What you went through, real briefly, type what you went through when you had your child.
Show like that, brother, and tell men in the chat what to type. My brother.
I was actually asking out of a serious question because I don't know what a man goes through during the pregnancy.
That's what I'm saying. Like
so
don't.
And that's why I'm saying it's not even argumentative.
That was my question: is what did you go through?
And that's what I'm saying. Instead of saying she's downplaying it, educate her, communicate with her.
I just every time I do, you cut me off and say, "Bro, you can't do that." Every time I start saying about what men go through emotionally, mentally, you start saying, "Bro, you can't do that." She carries the baby. I'm saying no one's downplaying that. No one's downplaying that.
But my question
Blue,
to
now
you,
you cut me off too.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
reply to him because Clips. I said that it responds to the energy, the tone at your delivery, and the words you're saying, Lloyd. You're saying she's downplaying it. Like, you gotta talk to her and communicate with her and tell her, like, well, this is what I went through. Tell your story, like you told your story off the other stuff. But even still, but my point is, no matter what your story, your journey is, it's not gonna lead to you gonna die from pushing the baby. That's the biggest thing. That is, your body ain't gonna change how her body is changing. Like, these things are facts that we shouldn't even have to spend this much time going back and forth on. But I respect your thoughts and your opinion. I'm gonna let you finish saying what you got to say, and I'm gonna let Blue. Oh, I think Blue was trying to respond. Go ahead, Blue.
No,
Go ahead, Blue.
It was just a serious question. Like, what is it that men go through? Because I'm down for being empathetic towards men in the situation, but you can't say it's like an equal empathy. I could be empathetic to what you're going through, but I still believe it doesn't compare. But I'm interested in knowing, what exactly do men go through during a pregnancy?
Let me speak, Clips. Let me get this, bro. I trust me. Let me get it. I know exactly where you're coming from. As someone who waited my options and knew my value and knew my worth, I didn't just put no baby in anybody. I was 30 years old when I had my child. So the woman who I invested that in, shit, she checked out every box for me. So what I went through watching her was, every time she called me on edge and saying the baby ain't kicking, I left wherever the fuck I was at to go run to her side. Because if that baby ain't kicking, then I'm me and my future, I'm dead already before my child even get here. So I'm dropping everything, because my priority isn't me anymore. It's my child. So when every moment of uncomfortability she has and she calls me, I'm dropping everything and I'm going, because not only am I fully physically invested, I'm emotionally and spiritually invested, because I didn't fuck around. I waited and you can ask my brother Brandon, I bided my time. And I made a wise decision of who I was going to put my seed in. So for me, emotionally, spiritually, and mentally, everything was tied up in the birth of my child. So when I delivered, because I caught my baby, I delivered my baby. I had the blood and shit all over my hand. I pulled my son out my woman's womb. When he wasn't breathing, we was about to cry in there then until they pumped the shit out of his chest. Then he started crying. So what Clips is saying is that when you invest fully everything into it, I'm as invested as the woman, except for I don't feel it physically. But I felt it spiritually and I felt it emotionally, because I was 100% fully invested. Mark,
Yes,
you know exactly what I'm talking about. No, Mark, no.
Person. I'm talking gender specific.
Man, I can't talk about the trillions of niggas because I don't know the trillions of niggas.
But how about this, Megazar? I can. Here we go. Men, you can't die pushing the baby out. Women can.
Hey man, look, I'm gonna tell you like this. My woman didn't die, my mama didn't die, my granny didn't die. I can't speak towards women who die pushing babies out, bro. That's not my experience.
No.
And that's hypothetical. I'm saying that's hypothetical for me to even speak in that realm, bro. Because it didn't happen.
So you're missing the point, my brother. What we're trying to say is this. We know for a fact that the
no, I was answering a specific question. What do men feel?
And
I was answering a specific question.
What can I answer the question?
That would be what Megazar felt. Not
yeah, we don't.
That's what I thought. That's what they asked.
Mark, that was what I asked. What did men go through?
Maybe I misunderstood the question. I thought you meant
men don't go through nothing. We don't go through nothing. We don't go through nothing comparable to what y'all go through.
That's
and
the only part where I'm getting.
And this shouldn't even be a conversation that we having because it's stupid and it's silly. So can we? I mean, at the end of the day, women carry most of the burden. We not tied into your pregnancy like that. I don't even know why people. But everybody experience is different. But for the majority of men, ain't nobody tied into your pregnancy like that. Y'all bear the brunt of it, and y'all go through the most changes throughout it. So that's not even a subject that we should even be arguing. I mean, I mean, so no point or nothing can argue that, and that's that. So that's how I feel about that.
Well, Brandon, just because you don't care for it, obviously somebody does to bring up that point in the first place. So just because you don't care for something doesn't mean that Blue didn't ask that question for a reason. So we're not gonna dismiss
No,
Blue
I'm
and what
saying
she
that
did.
Blue. I'm saying that the point that we're arguing that Blue is correct. Like men can't go through nothing comparable to a woman in pregnancy. There's nothing we can
From a
pretend. And
physical, I
That
said
was
I preface
literally
my comments by saying physically there's no way I could go through what she goes through. I preface my comments with saying that, but I said spiritually and emotionally and mentally, I'm right there aligned.
okay,
no,
and that
you
was,
not.
that was my
No, you not.
that was my point in Eclipse statement is you may go through things, but at the end of the day, when you write it all down, it doesn't compare. So we could be empathetic, but that does not mean we are equals in a pregnancy.
That's a fact. That's a fact, sis. That's a fact.
Yeah, in the physical, okay, in the physical realm, yeah, of
Okay,
course.
because all of the stuff that you're feeling, your worriness, the anxiety, and all of that, at the end of the day, that's just all like that's in your head. That's how you feel. That is not a physical yeah, you may not know anybody that has died from giving birth, but that is one of the first 5 forms any female, when they go into that delivery room, sign off knowing that they're aware of, that they can die.
There was
And
a
if-
YouTuber who died.
Niggas
There
can
was
get
a
shot
YouTuber
by
who died giving birth.
niggas can get
actually.
shot by the police walking down the street. Like, we talking about this? Like,
Okay, but nobody has sat here and overturned the right of guns and everything else. What was overturned was the right to get an abortion. And what I'm saying is that the things that females go through, although yes, you could be empathetic to the man during the pregnancy, or I take that back. The man who is pregnant, who is present during the pregnancy, it does not compare to what a female has to go through, what happens to their body, the risk that they're taking. They sign forms acknowledging that they know that they could die at any point on giving birth. Not just you, but this being, your other half, the 50%.
okay, so when sex is being had, if that's not in your head, I could die if I get pregnant.
Let her finish a little part. Like I said,
When you in that drive-by, do you get a disclaimer? When you in a drive-by, do you get a disclaimer first?
When you're in a certain neighborhood, yeah, when shit like that go on in the neighborhood, yeah.
They have you sign a paper saying as soon as you come out your front porch, you know at any point in time you can be killed. It's not the same. So we can't relate drive-bys and shootings and stuff like that to what a right to somebody choose what to do with their own body.
Okay.
Be empathetic, but it's not equal. That's it. That's how I feel.
Go ahead, Megazord. Do your response.
All I'm saying is at the end of the day, is that I was asked to give a perspective how men. Well, we know that it really don't care how a man feel in anything when it regards to a woman. So that is what it is. But I'm saying, quit bringing up you could die, man. You could die. You could die any operation. Like, how many of y'all know people who died? Let's tally up the people who know people that was close to them. I don't know nobody that died giving birth, and I got a big ass family. So if that's gonna be one of the actual speaking points, then why is women getting pregnant in the first place? If you could die on giving birth,
so we just get pregnant by ourselves.
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that at all. But you still deflecting what I said. Why is that a big point? Women can die. Well, why you getting pregnant? Why you let niggas?
Don't you want a legacy though, Megazord?
I'm just saying,
want a legacy though? Don't y'all want a legacy that y'all talk about so much?
Look, y'all conflating the point. What I'm saying is this: if
you're
you're gonna bring that, what I'm doing is I'm bringing.
Let him finish.
What I'm bringing to the fact is that speaking point is mute. Don't talk about that. Because did you die on the table? No, you didn't die on the table. You here speaking with us. Patricia, if you had children, you didn't die on the table. I know my sister Karma, she didn't die on the table.
There's a young lady named Nicole Theo Rain.
Y'all gotta let that man finish. Like I said, I can't hear him.
Man, all I'm saying is this.
Y'all can reply, but it's a lot of
who here in this thread has had people who die on the operating table. If can't nobody say me, quit talking about that shit.
But look,
that's all I'm saying.
Look, I'm one right now. Very early on. So that we can end that right there. I know somebody very early on. Sister in my church, very early on, lost her life. Had twins, lost her life.
On the table? On the operating table? Because y'all saying she could not
Having
push the baby
having
out.
a baby, bro. Having babies. She died. Babies live, she's dead. Simple as that. Go ahead, Blue.
I don't want to keep belaboring the point. So once again, no one is saying and no one is trying to compare or challenge the physical, the anatomical facts of pregnancy. Okay? And so if we're going to have this conversation, let's have this conversation without trying to hang. If you're going to listen to me and you're hanging there, all you're doing is hanging off of some word to try to shoot back at me, then let's not even do this. Because I keep hearing people try to throw back phrases and words where you're taking someone completely out of context. And it's almost like you're looking for a word to fish. You're fishing for a word or a phrase that you can try to throw back at. When all I have heard from Megazard, Brandon, and myself is that it should not be a unilateral thing about what a woman wants when two parties are involved. If two parties are involved, there needs to be equality. Half the reason why the Roe v. Wade and the previous abortion laws were so controversial, other than religious rhetoric and beliefs, was because it was, once again, taking away the right of many people. I know many men who sat around who felt helpless and weak because they had no say-so.
Fair enough. Pastor Mike, go ahead. Anybody want to respond to that?
Oh, I was going to respond to Megazard because somebody even wrote in the chat themselves that they had a loved one who almost died. And that loved one, that was Philip. And he was talking about his loved one who had to be given blood. And then there's a YouTuber named Nicole Theo Rain who died giving birth. So it does happen. There are plenty of women who unfortunately died giving birth.
Yeah.
Okay, rest in peace to those sisters who did. I just said, in all of my family's experience, which is a lot of us, that never happened. I'm
and
just
that's
saying,
awesome.
I'm not. I mean, I guess it's a blessing the way y'all making it sound.
Because
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's 100% a blessing.
It is.
It is, and I feel like you're making your statements. Your statements are based off of your family lineage and what your people experience and stuff, but it's not an overall generalized picture. Like I said, single mothers exist.
Oh,
Kids
of course.
so,
I have
you know
plenty of them
so
in my family.
I feel like we're having two separate conversations because you keep talking about you and the type of man that you are. There are men like that, but there are men that are on the other side of the spectrum that disappear, that tell the woman to keep the baby and disappear and then leave them with everything to fend for themselves.
And with all due respect, I don't know how to speak from a perspective of that type of nigga.
Right. That's
like,
why I said we were arguing two separate. We were having two separate arguments. You were speaking personally, and I was speaking in general for both, like on a different spectrum from what I think it's the same thing for the clips too.
Like I said from the get-go, I said I believe.
Clips. You can't keep coming off mute with that noise banging in the background.
No, I'm just saying, like y'all two chose to stay around.
Might mute it because
I didn't choose it. I was born to do what I did. Like I was.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? So I say from the beginning that, you know what I'm saying, as a man, I don't act as if I understand a woman's body because I'm a man. I don't have that anatomy. So I leave the woman's anatomy in the woman's hand. That's why I say I'm pro-choice for the women. That was my first the first thing I ever said from the outset was because I believe it's fruitless to go back and forth with a woman on actually giving birth. Like that's something that all a man can do is support in that particular sense. All I can do is support. Ain't nothing else I can do.
Okay.
And cheer you on and get in your corner. That's really all I can do while you in the process of giving birth.
Fair is checkmate. Exactly. That's it. That's all you can do. Clips, what's your question?
My question is for Blue Central. Like what you're saying about the deadbeat fathers and everything, and I agree with you. So I just want to get your opinion. My question is, so what is your opinion on these mothers who, because they get mad at whoever they had a father with or whatever, I don't need you, I don't need a man, push him out, and then run around complaining about I have to do it by myself? That was not the man being a deadbeat.
Yeah, that's so beyond the pale of what this conversation is about. But Blue, go ahead. You want to answer that? Sure.
Aside from the fact that if they choose that they don't want you around, that's their choice. Then if you really want to go around, I believe in the court system. If you really want to be around that bag, go file the papers. Like I said, the burden falls on the female until the father chooses to sign the papers. Or if that's just the facts. That's it. That's all I gotta say. If in that case y'all have a dispute, take it to the proper people who have to handle that.
Good point. I couldn't agree more, because it is a whole process for it, and it's a process. It's a process. I remember I had a buddy who was going through something very similar, and the lady was trying to take the baby and move back to different states. To a different state, and the court said, no, you can't just take this baby from Atlanta and just move back to California. It was a process. He was able to stop that, and she was going to be charged with kidnapping if she did, and she had to go through the process, and now she can't just leave and just take his baby and go to California like that. It was a whole process. So it is some things you can do, if that's what you want to do, but it is what it is. Brandon said there was no court system involved when you had sex. but nah, man. But now, hey, look, it wasn't no baby there neither. It's 3 people now. So yeah, it's a process, man. If you need to, because sometimes people just ain't gonna do right. Yeah, and I ain't just talking about men ain't gonna do right or women ain't gonna do right. People, just people. Like I said, I don't want this to end. Like everybody going, I don't want everybody to be going tick for tack. Well, you said this, I said this, and men should do this, women should do that. No, people as a whole, we all need to do better with our communication. We all need to do better as far as accountability. We all need to do better as far as responsibility, choosing the right person. Like, just stop having just free. I said free sex. Yes, sex should be free, but I mean having sex freely and unprotected, without any consequences, because everything in life has a consequence, even me doing this show tonight. So but Karma brought up something interesting. I think Cliff, you trying to respond? You got something? Go ahead.
No, real briefly. Hey, I believe in the court system. I agree with you, Blue Essential. I tell most people that if you're not married and got an understanding, you need to be filing them custody papers while she's still pregnant, just to avoid all the BS. Now, don't wait till you're the baby's 6 months old or whatever like that, and all of a sudden she gets a wild hair up her ass, or you get on some bullshit, and now you got to go through it. You might as well just do it now. But my question for you, Blue, was what is your opinion? I heard what you said about these deadbeat fathers, and you heard me. Whether you heard me truly or not, I've been agreeing with you. All I kept saying is, what is your opinion? Where's that energy for these women who unilaterally make themselves single mothers because they are emotionally immature? All right, the man was good to you for at least 5 minutes. That's why you got a baby. So if you, as an adult, if you can't deal with him, let me finish. Can I finish?
Okay,
if you can't deal with him,
many points for me to respond to.
Let me. Yeah, never mind.
Hey, what she's trying to say is, Clips, the question is, you're making the question a little too long and convoluted. She's trying to answer it before she forget, but you saying she didn't answer it well enough the first time? Can you simplify the question? Because
just break it up in parts, like each question, because
it's not parts, it's a simple thing. I agree with you that they're deadbeat fathers. We'll do this. So what about these piece of shit mothers? Where's your energy? Okay. Are you going to cry and say she's a poor single mother? Or you just can't finish? Can I finish? Please.
I got it. I'm losing you after one question. Let her answer one at a time. Because I literally heard 2 or 3 questions.
I never finished my question.
My brother, you had more than one question. You said, where's the energy?
No, I said one thing.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to respond to. Where's the energy for the deadbeat mothers?
Let me say this. The first question was, where's the energy for those mothers? That was a question.
Let me respond to that.
Answer one at a time, sister.
Okay. The response to those deadbeat mothers, like I said, at that point in time, there's a difference in opinion. You can go to the courts to fight for your right one way or the other. If it matters to you, fight for it.
All right. That was what her question was about. So she didn't. You did say, "Where's your energy for the deadbeat mothers?" Right, or to make themselves single mothers.
Well, because I
No,
also believe.
no,
I
y'all
also
dancing around it. I'm clear. Continue. Move on.
I'm sorry.
He
I
said,
also
"Where's
believe
the
that.
energy for the single mother?" You literally said that, and then yeah, that was one question.
Oh, no, Mark. I said, where's the energy? I said, where is the energy? And how are you going to not hold that person accountable when you know what? You made this decision, but now you are not even mature enough to see it through. And you are putting, once again, you are putting the onus on the man and putting the trauma on the child because you are too emotionally immature to see through your decision.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. And my response to that would be just the same advice that I would say towards a man. I say the court system works in favor of men towards women. If that child, if that pregnancy has to go through, that man also has the rights to go through to get the responsibility that he's willing to take on. You can hold a woman accountable just like you can hold a man accountable. The courts really don't care that just because you're the mother, that gives you all rights. You still got to prove. So I'm saying the same resources available to women, they are available to men.
Sounds good. I'm not even going to argue with you as somebody who knows personally, as somebody who has a baby mother who is probably about to get thrown in jail for being a piece of shit mom and keep violating court orders as far as custody. And you know what? Like the judge even said, I need to throw her in jail right now, but I'm going to keep giving her more chances because I don't want to do that to her mother. And Mr. Lewis, I know that's wrong.
Well, that is somebody holding her accountable to her actions, whether she ultimately loses the child or not. She was still being held accountable by her actions from the court I'm sorry.
Go ahead and finish, because he keep unmuting while you're talking.
No, I mean, I agree with you, but I also feel like that proves my point. The court system is working for you, for a man. You just like, okay, I'm trying to keep it like out of personal topics, but you're talking about in instances where you feel like you want something and she ain't stepping to the plate. I can say the same. I can make the same argument.
Can I say something, Mark?
Please.
Yeah. As far as the court system, what's sad is that's the first resource for us is to run to the court system, the very court system that we complain about that just overturned a law that you didn't like, that doesn't support you. It's why is it these white men are making these decisions? Why? But it's okay for them to make a decision about your child and your relationship and a man's relationship with a child. That's what I don't understand. That's what bothers me. That's why I say that we shouldn't even involve ourselves in this. Why come we can't? I'll give you an example. When I got divorced, there was a representative from the state of Texas there. Me nor my ex-wife, we didn't know who this man was. This man said he was representing the interests of our child. I don't understand how somebody who we don't know, neither one of us, is representing the interests of our child better than us and we're not aware of. So what happened was this man proceeded to put me on child support against her very wishes. We had to go down together as a unified front to say, we don't need you. We have our own agreement. We didn't run to the man, to the white man who makes all the decisions, who we get mad that we empower. See, that's why they can make decisions over y'all body, because y'all let them make decisions over y'all children in the relationships. So that's the point. So it can't be, oh, we want it this way, but not this way. It's all or nothing in this society. So what we need to understand is we need to get them out of our business, like I said at first, and we need to make our own relationships. If you can lay down and let that man stick himself in between your legs and you can stick yourself in between her legs, then goddamn it, y'all should be able to be amicable for a goddamn other human being that didn't ask to be here.
That's cute, Brandon, but that's not realistic for all men. But that's cute. I mean, in an ideal world, that's amazing. That'd be great. But is that many of the men? No, and that doesn't always happen. Exactly what Blue said.
Yeah, that don't always happen though. I'm not gonna say 9 times out of 10 or nothing like that, but a lot of times the female steps up and says, okay, we could do this in agreement with the man, and then the man decide he want to do something else.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. In the ideal world, that don't like, but also because I got interested. And I want to say, I believe in 2019, 754 women died from giving birth. And what they said, it was like per 100,000 births, 23.8 women died. But I looked in that same year, so we talking about drive-bys, 39,707 niggas died from gun violence. Like I said, it's no comparison. So that shouldn't even be brought up in this discussion. And it can't be flipped, because the facts make it seem like if per 100,000, 24 happened, it happened, but the fraction is so small in comparison to the 39,000 niggas that got gunned down, comparison to the 700. So it ain't no comparison. So that's why I'm saying that shouldn't even be a speaking issue. Yeah, we know that anytime anybody lie down on the operation table, that it can happen. So I'm saying in regards to this particular, we shouldn't bring that up. We shouldn't bring that up. That shouldn't even be a talking point.
All right, go ahead. I think Clips was trying to jump in. Go ahead, Clips.
Nah, I'm cool.
All right.
I grab it. Back to I think my point was missed. So let me reiterate my point. I was not talking about, I use myself an example because of the relationships that we have with each other. And we're not talking about in an ideal world. We're talking about male-female relationships and how we relate to each other as people. The first thing that comes out of our mouth is when we have a disagreement, is either call the police or go to the court system. Why do I have to go to the court system to fight for a right that's inherently mine? We shouldn't have to do that. And that's the point that I'm making. We always running to the white man. Run to the white man. But then when the white man say, oh, y'all can't have abortions, then you get upset. That's the point that I'm making. You can't have it both ways. So which is it?
Brandon, we live in a system where you looking at it as you running to the white man. Brandon, you pay taxes. This your country. You voted legislate. You voted for these people to get in office. You want things to be done a certain way. It's not just how we talk about holding each other accountable. You want to hold your court accountable, your DA. You want to hold the judges and the people that you put in power accountable to do the right thing. You want what consider the alternative, Brandon? What, take it to the streets?
No, the alternative, what I gave you the example of in my life. That was the alternative. I gave an example. That's all it was. It wasn't ideal.
Yeah, maybe I missed it. Say what was this?
Okay. I was in divorce court. Me and getting a divorce. And the state of Texas had a representative there from the attorney general saying that he was representing the interests of my son.
Right.
I asked my ex-wife, do you know him? She said, I don't know him. I said, I don't know him either. I said, why are you here? Once again, he said that he's representing the interests of the child and he's put me on child support, which my ex-wife said, we don't want this. We have our own agreement.
Okay, right. So they put you on child support anyway, right? And you had to pay her.
And no. Let me finish. That's not what happened. What happened was because we were in agreement and we had our own relationship and we had our own thing put together. She went down and told them, I would not accept this because we have our own agreement. That's the alternative.
No,
work on your relationship. I'm not calling it ideal.
Totally different, Brandon.
So are you saying that y'all basically had mediation then? Is it mediation basically?
No, we didn't have mediation. We amongst ourselves took care of it.
Exactly.
Me and her.
That's which is a rarity. But my whole point is,
it's not rare.
Yes. People pay child support, go to jail all the time for child support. My whole point to you is, just because you and I can't work things out, that's my whole point, Brandon. When you and I can't work things out no more, it ain't I'm running to the white man. No, I'm holding motherfuckers accountable to do the right thing, because consider the alternative. What, we gonna take it to the streets? No.
I just told you what the alternative was.
No, that alternative is y'all working it out, Brandon.
That's the alternative.
No. No, what's the alternative to y'all not working it out?
Okay, so you go get the white man to work it. Okay, wait. So
the white man, it's me getting elected
to the court. Let me answer the question, Mark.
I heard you, and now I get the reply because it should be a little shorter than that because you said that's the alternative. No, what's the alternative to you guys not working it out other than violence, the child being neglected? It ain't running to the white man. You are a tax-paying citizen.
Okay, so what are they gonna do different than what y'all gonna do?
Huh?
What? So when you go to the court system for them to work it out for you, what are they doing that y'all can't do? Why are y'all acting civilized in front of them? What's the difference?
Let me tell you what's the difference. They can take the money out your check, and if you don't pay it, they'll lock your ass up. They're gonna take care of the child, and you're gonna be in the rears. You ever heard of rears in child support? Shit like that. Yes, man. They're gonna hold you accountable in a way I can't hold you accountable. You get what I'm saying?
So what you basically saying is that because y'all two were not mature enough to work something out.
So Brandon, not everybody has that experience like you.
You're loaded.
I'm asking a question. I'm just trying to learn, bro. That's all.
It ain't even about maturity.
Because I can tell you the flip side. I have a 21, the daughter be 21 on the 28th of next month, and I paid child support for her, and it wasn't amicable, but it was still maturity.
But
now,
brother,
I'm explaining how.
Everybody ain't gonna work things out, Brandon. When they
I didn't work things out with her. I didn't work things out with my.
In general, take you out of it. In the world that we live in,
Mark, I got both sides of the story to tell.
The world that we live in, when a man and a woman have a child together and they can't come together and get it, we shouldn't just say, "Oh, you're running to the white man." Nah, man, what's the other alternative? Get her uncle to be 12. She can't rob your house, steal your PlayStation.
Mark, listen to me, bro. Listen,
hold you accountable.
Listen, because my daughter's mother went to the court system, it helped destroy our relationship because me fighting for my daughter, I had to call the constable. I had to do certain things, which was traumatic for her. I had to go through certain things. I had to knock on her door, take my daughter, go to her school, do certain things like that just to have a relationship. That's the alternative. So I've been through both. So which was traumatic for my daughter, which something she shouldn't have had to go through because we didn't need the court system. We should have been mature, grown people and handled it amicably. So what it did, it traumatized my daughter. The court system did, and the process that I had to go through because we weren't mature.
Yeah, I get it.
That's a byproduct.
I get it, but I'm gonna let you know, Brandon. Some people got to get that court involved, or it's like you say, the white man got to get them involved because people aren't gonna do the right thing. People aren't gonna pay what they're supposed to pay. They're just not gonna do the right thing. But Deuce say he want to add something to the panel. Deuce, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Happy Friday or Saturday morning to wherever you at. Man, this gender war shit gotta stop, man, for real. Like, man, and we all can talk to each other and everything else. But I think we're missing a point here. There's no law anywhere saying that you can't have an abortion. That's not what this is about. So the real story is the time you should be able to have the abortion. You can't wait till you're 9 months pregnant and then want to have an abortion. You know what I mean? So I think that's where the argument should be at. When is the perfect time, or when should you have an abortion before it's too late or anything like that? There's no law anywhere saying that you can't have an abortion. It's time limits on everything. So
abortion
I think that was
illegal in Texas.
Bro, it's not illegal. It's not outright illegal. It's not outright illegal in Texas.
If that's the case, then why are people traveling to other states to have one? It is illegal. It is very
No, it's not illegal.
illegal.
It's time limit. It's time limit. It's time
That's
frame.
not all states. Now I can.
Okay.
You're right about that.
Hold on,
Like,
listen,
for
I just
example,
Googled it.
Georgia has a
How
heartbeat
about
bill.
this? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Go for it,
I
Mike.
literally just Googled it. Are abortions illegal in Texas? Abortion in Texas is illegal as of September the 1st, 2021. Abortion is illegal in Texas once a fetal heartbeat can be detected. So that's the first ultrasound. So when you know you're pregnant, when you get that fetal heartbeat, you can't go get the baby. You can't get the baby. So yes.
Now,
So it's
I
not
know in
illegal.
Georgia, it is
Yes,
illegal.
yes,
in
bro. I
Texas.
literally, because you can't abort a baby until you know you
It's
got a baby.
illegal.
Listen, you can't abort the baby until you know you got a baby. Abortion is illegal. It's in bold letters, my brother. It ain't no wordplay, no tricky. If you go to the doctor, you got an ultrasound. Oh, I'm pregnant. I want to get abortion. It's illegal. It's simple, bro. It's right
And
here.
it's in other states where it's illegal as
Quick
well.
Google.
I mean,
Very
even
quick
in
Google.
Georgia, they have the heartbeat bill where
My
it's
sister,
like
you got to litigate this. It's a quick Google search.
Go for it.
Quick Google search. Plain and simple. Is abortion illegal in Texas? Brandon, Washington, you are correct. They are illegal in Texas.
I don't comprehend it that way.
Fair enough. Well, I'm telling you what the law says and what it says right here.
That's not the way I'm interpreting it.
Okay. I'm telling you, it's called the Heartbeat Act. How can you get an abortion until you know you're pregnant, my brother? And if so, what point? Nobody in that state gonna do it. They're gonna lose their license. It's just simple, man. It's a quick Google. That's your interpretation. But I'm telling you, it's very simple. Very simple. If you have a heartbeat, that means that baby can't be aborted. And you can't.
Don't even matter, Mark. There's no doctors are it's illegal to perform an abortion in the state of Texas by any legal doctor. Period.
Yeah, like we don't even have to litigate this too long. These are quick Google searches where you can find these answers. Let's move forward. Anybody got anything else they want to add to this? But I want to agree with one that I thought was very true. The gender war it has to stop, especially between brothers and sisters, because this is not getting
especially between black men and women.
Yeah, I literally just said that. Literally. Yeah, we have to stop that because it doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't get us closer to finding solutions about what we all can do to move together as a unit. It comes down to, well, women ain't accountable. And then the women say, well, y'all dudes ain't accountable. Y'all having babies, the black men destroyed the black family. Like, I saw something in the chat. Somebody said tonight, yeah, you guys don't, something about we always leaving the home. Some of us are taken out the home. Some of us are pushed out the home. But I agree with somebody on the panel. I think it was Blue early. She was like, we'll fight for rights. It's a system for that. If you fight for your baby. But Brandon would call that getting the white man. See, and there's so many dynamics into this conversation, so many ways it can go left, and it's bringing us further apart than bringing us closer together. Go ahead, Clips.
Thank you. I just real briefly wanted to say I'm so proud of you, and I commend you and your one baby mother for being mature adults, Brandon Washington. And in that one instance, you are an example for all of us in the worst case scenario of making the best decision in the worst case scenario. As far as everything else, I agree with you. The gender war has got to stop. I know I said it. I've been saying it every time we bring up this discussion. And, I don't know why I get looked at like it's whatever, but I really do think that we're not going to do right as a species until we get over this. You brought up another great point, Mark. How many men left the home and how many got pushed out the home? And as for Blue Essential's point about you got to fight for it, as somebody who fought for it, I've been villainized, and you can see in the chat, I get talked about and talked to like a dog when all I'm saying is I fight for my children. I fight for my children's safety. And now I'm a piece of shit who don't like women because I don't let this woman dictate what's going on with my children. They both can't be the same. You can't tell men to fight for their rights, but then a man hates women when he fights for his children. You gotta pick one.
But who said you hate women? I don't think Blue ever said that to you or anybody.
Read the chat every now and then.
Okay, but that's in the chat. That's not on here. That's not us. And if those people feel like you hate women, then they have their opinion for why they feel that way.
And you don't have to even address that.
I'm not even. First of all, I didn't accuse nobody on the panel, and I said, as you see, I get accused of whatever on the chat. There was no need, Queen P, no offense. There was no need for you to come back with that. I didn't accuse you. No, I didn't accuse nobody on this panel.
But even if it was in the chat, though, these people don't know you. You niggas don't know what you do for your family. Fuck that shit. Excuse my French, but I'm in France. So what? Man, people got opinions about me all the time. That shit don't mean nothing to me, dog.
Yeah,
in the microcosm of the world of everything that makes me and who I am, it means nothing. Because all y'all know is what I tell you and what I choose to tell you. And even then, I can tell you the fuck I want to tell you and do something else today. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, and to answer your question, I do read the chat. I've been actually
Yeah, you ain't even
responding
got to reply
in
to
the
that. That's being
chat.
petty. Y'all ain't even got to do that. See that little stuff right there that brings us apart. Like you don't even have to say well to check. It's almost like you got to correct them or check them. Like I know you read the chat. You know you read the chat. We ain't even got to reply to that. Like you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I think sometimes too in this space, nobody want to feel like somebody getting off on them. Like, oh, you trying to give me some free smoke, or you challenging me, or checking me, or I got to check this dude, or this dude feel like he got to reply to this girl. Like the dude Lenard Thomas, the last time we had a relationship talk, was being very catty. He was it was nitpicking. He was trying to be agitating, and I caught it very early. And just it's no room to grow when we operate in those kind of dynamics. Go ahead, Megazar. I'm sorry.
I just, to me, this gender war shit is overblown because I really only see it online anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm too big. I'm really too busy building and trying to bring it to fruition what me and my queen trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I know it's there, and you know, different people have their perceptions, but I don't give a shit about another person's perception, especially when I'm living in my reality. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Your perception is cool, and it's probably why you're in the position you in. But my reality is definitely why I'm in the position I'm in, and my reality is definitely why I'm respected amongst black women who know me. You know, so this gender war shit, I only see it online. And if niggas wanna buy into it, cool, be it. But not only is it non-productive, we ain't gonna get anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think we do need to cut it out. But if we being real, man, that shit only be existing in these social media platforms. Like, I don't really see it. I don't really see the gender war as being wreaking havoc on the black community like they say it is on social media. Now, don't get me wrong. We have our problems as a people, and especially with the male-female dynamic, but really so does everybody. So does every race. This Roe versus Wade shit is a spin-off of white people problems within male and female. You know what I'm saying? So if we really keeping it a buck, I think if we just honestly stick to what we know, man. Like, some of us don't know shit, let me say that, but we need to. What I know was I grew up, I was fostered in a black household with black mama, black father, my mama, my daddy. And I was taught, mind you, that isn't everybody else's upbringing. But I knew in order for me to foster what I wanted, I was going to have to bring forth somebody who saw what I saw growing up, a mother and a father. Because if they saw that coming up, they would know that it's going to take teamwork. It's going to take partnership. It's going to take us practicing patience with one another. It's going to take us time to actually grow into what we really want to be. You know what I'm saying? You start small and you grow large. A baby don't come out running. A baby crawl first, then he walks, then he runs. So that's the nature of anything that we'll ever have. You got to go through stages.
Fair enough. Go ahead, pass it around.
I couldn't agree more. It's all about stages. It's about levels. It's about understanding understanding where you're at and where your partner's at. And I love what Brandon said earlier about with his situation. He said we weren't mature enough. He didn't put the onus on just his baby mother. He said we weren't mature enough. And then we had to get it together, and we had to figure out what's best for our child and get the state out of our business. I feel that if we as a people approached it more like that, we would be better off. No one unilaterally makes a baby. So no one should unilaterally have to raise a baby or be stuck making a decision for taking care of a baby. No one.
Brings me to this story Queen P sent me in the chat. Queen P set this story up about this lady. And I'm going to get into this Roe lady line too. But set the story up. Louisiana woman.
So this is a recent incident that happened, and I was talking to Karma about it, where there was a woman who was raped when she was 16 by a man that was 30. His name was John Barnes, and she ended up having that baby. And now she had to give custody of her child to him and also pay him child support.
Now, what is going on in her life where she? Because this seems like it's a. How does this even happen, Queen P?
I don't
they
even know.
Was she a bad mama? Did he go to
No,
prison?
he didn't go to prison. Mm-mm.
Okay, why did he go to prison for the rape?
I don't even know. I just found out about
These
it from
important
someone
things.
else.
Yeah, these important things.
I was kind of shocked my damn self when I read it.
Okay, here we go. She was she said she first reported we heard about a story that Barnes raped her after offering to take her home following a night out with friends in 2005. She was under she was under the legal consent age, which is 17. She told the station, blah blah blah. She let her family and friends believe her boyfriend had him pregnant. Okay, so she lied. These are key things right here, Queen P. Because what was the first lie and what was the other lie? See, these right here, these stories right here, I can't give it too much credence because when she got raped, there's so much going on here.
But she did report it to police and they dropped the ball. Granted, she told her family that if you continue further.
Hold on, listen, Queen. She reported the rape 10 years later.
Okay.
Did you see that part?
But she only reported it because of the trauma counselor who told her that she was still within her right to pursue charges against him.
Okay. That trauma counselor ain't no police officer or a lawyer though.
No, but they're a counselor and they help with people who are dealing with trauma.
Absolutely.
And if she has a right to still file, like there's a time limit when it comes to reporting a rape.
But you know how hard it is to prove something that happened last week, let alone 10 years ago. The physical evidence is gone.
That is true, but that doesn't mean you can't try. Yeah, it may be hard, but that doesn't stop you from trying.
I ain't saying nothing wrong with that. But she said law enforcement has not acted on her complaint since. On Thursday, the sheriff said a statement of blah, 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 and this complaint never made it. He said that complaint never made it to the proper channels within the police department assigned for investigation. Therefore, our department absolutely dropped the ball, and we simply must own our mistake. On the police sheriff said has reviewed, now, which is weird to me. How it didn't make it to the proper channels? Damn. So they definitely dropped the ball right there. And I get it. I know some people don't always report those situations as soon as they happen, but even with your family and your friends, you know, you just go on with this lie that I got impregnated by my boyfriend. I'm trying to figure out too how they take her baby and give the baby to the rapist, and now she got to pay him child support. I'm trying to get to that. Says she did not follow up on the matter until April of this year. Now, what year is this? What year is this article? 2022. So she didn't follow up from 2015 to 2022. She said, I was calling and leaving messages, wasn't getting any responses. Did she go down there? Did she got it recorded? Did she hire an attorney?
Well, you know, with COVID, a lot of people can't go to the police station. You can only call.
Queen P.
Go ahead.
From 2015, it won't COVID now.
No, I know that. I'm saying now, not
2017, 2018.
You're absolutely right.
So you see what I'm saying? I don't even know why that was. Well, you know, in COVID, you can go. Queen Bee,
I just brought that up for now, but you're right. Now I know it's a different
happened
story.
in 2005. You don't take action until 2015, and you don't follow up till 2022. And the police station's been open. They ain't shut down the police stations. They didn't shut down the hospitals neither, where you can't go. You get surgeries, hospitals, the police station.
There's more, Mark. If you scroll down, there's more to the article.
I need more to this. He has denied those allegations. In awarding temporary custody to Barnes, who has handled this case, said in a court document Wednesday that she failed to show in court that her daughter had suffered physical and sexual abuse by the father. And she alleged that the lady has been, and she had consistently consented to share custody since the case. Hold up. She never alleged any sexual abuse involving the father and the minor child. So is that what she's trying to allege now, that the father is sexually abusing the child? Let me see.
I think with her, she was expressing concern, especially since he raped her when she was a minor herself.
Okay.
But I would say just continue to read it in case
No,
I'm
she
wrong.
said, here we go. It's right here. Physically, mentally, and sexually abusive towards the child. But she has not provided any documents. So did she not go get the daughter checked out at the hospital too? In awarding the temporary custody, Barnes and the judge said, hey, this lady hasn't shown any proof. She failed to show in court that her daughter had suffered physical or sexual abuse from the father. Consistently, she in that case consented to share custody, and that she consistently consented to share custody on the case since onset of the case. So she consented to it before. The judge said she never alleged any sexual abuse for the martyr until Barnes complained in court about his daughter's alleged cell phone use last year. So now she's saying that. This is what the judge is saying. The judge said there's evidence supporting the need for immediate protection of the child because the mother has failed to comply with the court order to allow Barnes to review the daughter's cell phone contents. It's a court order. I don't even know why she doesn't want to. So now they're taking the baby from her. This is the wild story. She seemed like she's an entitled white lady. I'm sorry. Seemed like she's just doing what she want to do. They said they found sufficient evidence to show the minor would suffer certain harm unless the court issued a temporary custody order. Wow. Wow. Those are strong allegations to say, hey, this guy is sexually abusing my daughter. You got to have that should be easy to prove or disprove with a court case, right? I mean, you're going to the doctor. The doctor gonna be able to tell you that, right? Can we agree to that, Queen P?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said that should be something easy to prove or disprove, because that's your daughter taking your daughter to the doctor. The doctor be able to tell you if the child's been had some trauma down there. You know
that is true. Yeah, throw a rape kit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you can't just say those kind of things, and then like now your baby is taken because you wouldn't even let him review the cell phone records, which is like, I don't know why that's a big deal. Why he can't look at the daughter's cell phone records? Do you know why that would be an issue?
I don't.
Well,
I don't see anything in detail talking about why the issue is with the phone. They just talk more about the circumstances that happened and how they initially both had like joint custody, and then the whole situation going on and concerns that the mother has with the child being with the father.
Now, what I don't understand is this. If we can agree, and this is what I see what a lawyer saying, if we can agree he was 30 and she was 16 when that child was conceived, that's statutory rape. Very at the least, right here, like her lawyer is saying. They're ignoring the fundamental fact that would lead anybody to conclude rather quickly this was at least, in the very least, statutory rape. And I agree with that. That should affect any conclusions in the custody matter, right? Because that's the predicate. That happened first. So I agree with her attorney 1,000,000% on that. It should be a determining factor to the guide of custody. Yes, man, because you shouldn't have had no baby with this girl anyway. Yeah. So this right here is the most important thing. If we can prove she was 16, he was 30, everything after that, it just always gets worse. And did he have contact with her during those 10 years up until when she finally reported? Was he in the child's life right away?
She said initially she was unaware of her rights and believed she had to go along with the custody case, which progressively got worse.
But at what point of the custody case? Because you didn't report it to 10 years late. Why? Because at what point did you tell your parents and your friends, okay, it wasn't John's baby, it's this 30-year-old dude? But go ahead, Michaels. I think you're trying to say something.
I was finna say the nature and the manner of this case, Mark, never heard of it.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying this is an obscure case to say the least. For one, the fact that it's statutory rape, like that's a fact that she was below the consenting age when he statutory raped her. That should have been grounds for what? But then again, here we go when we was talking about how women should say something, then she lied and said it was a boyfriend. Like, it's just so much. I could just tell as it kept going and going, this was some privileged Caucasians, especially the dude. The dude gotta be, or like, cause his shit is ironclad. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he getting child support. Like, yeah, this is
They
it.
took the baby. They took the baby from her and gave it to the dude temporarily because she failed to follow the court order, which says, "Hey, let him see the child's cell phone records." She said, "No." Okay, well, you're not going to listen to what the court said. They're going to let you know who's in charge, man. But Brandon, that's what happened when you let them folks in your business.
Yep. Hey, it just so and
Also,
I want to say this.
If she was a real victim, I believe her on that. I definitely believe her. If she's 30, he's 16, bro, she's a victim. I just hate what happens after that. The constant lie.
Yeah.
Because why do you have to lie to your parents if that guy took something?
It could be due to shame. She was raped. That's not something easy that you would go tell your family that they were raped. So it could have been shame for her. I don't know per
Don't
se
lie on
because
your
that doesn't
boyfriend and say
mention
he
it.
got you pregnant though. Why make him? Why do that to the boyfriend? And
I mean, if eventually she had to tell them. I mean, there's plenty of young ladies that say that, and it's more than what it is.
But now you're lying on somebody else though, Queen P.
That is true.
It's one thing to get raped, but once you're pregnant, don't lie on me and say I did that to you. Don't lie and say I had sex with you and got you pregnant.
I mean, the truth eventually comes out. I mean, yes, they may lie in the beginning, and yes, I get your point that it's not right, but eventually the truth comes out anyway.
I mean, yeah, like what's making me seem like
I just gotta wait till you tell me, okay, it ain't really your baby, Mark. Like, no, that's not.
Nah, that's fucked up. Hell no.
I ain't say that now. I wasn't saying that.
It was just kind of real dismissive though. It was like, well, eventually the truth will come out. But she lying on me and saying I'm her baby daddy.
True.
That's wrong.
No, but you know what it is? The thing is, it sounds more so like she cheated on my guy. And it was statutory rape. It don't sound like it was the physical rape where he abused and blah, blah, blah. It was statutory rape. She cheated on my guy and lied and said it was his baby. And that's why she kept shit on the rap.
No, Megazord. No. Statutory. You cannot give consent. You cannot give consent. I don't give a damn what you think, how sexual the child is acting. That's still a child who is just not mentally able to give consent to have sex.
Which is statutory rape.
So you cannot cheat. So she cannot cheat on nothing with nobody. She cannot give consent. Period.
No, she can't legally. She couldn't do it legally. But it's the reason why she didn't turn this nigga in and lied and said that it was a dude. Lied and said it was her boyfriend's baby to the family. Believe that. The context clues is all right here.
All right. Yeah, it's just so much to the story, man. But and it's just like, man, I wish the sister did nothing but I wish the white lady nothing but the best. I just don't understand, like, and I'll probably never understand because I'm a man. I get it, but as a father of a little girl, I want my daughter to be able to tell me the truth, and know that, hey, don't keep putting the lies on top of more lies, and damn sure don't bring somebody else into your mess. And if it won't no mess, and something bad happen, still don't bring somebody else into your trauma, because you're gonna cause trauma to somebody else. You know, yeah, it's just because obviously her and the dude had to be having sex, the boyfriend, for her to even say it's your baby. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? She's already having sex.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Unless she's gonna say it was immaculate conception. No, She was already having sex to be able to say it's that guy's baby. Brandon, set up this this Wade, this Roe versus Wade she lied clip. KP put it in the private chat for me.
Basically, it's her just giving a confession. Basically, her giving a confessional about the group that she was paid to lobby for, because she was never against abortion. She was just paid to act like she was, and the case went to the Supreme Court and she won. But here it is.
Okay.
This is the actual defendant that was called Jane Roe, but that's not her real name.
Did they use you as a trophy?
Of course. I was the big fish.
Ah! I'm sorry. She's the big fish? Hold up. I thought Errol Spence was the big fish. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Brandon Washington, that's where he got that from? Big fish. Okay. Yo, blew my mind. Okay. She's the big fish.
Did they use you as a trophy?
Of course. I was the big fish. I was the big fish.
Do you think they would say that you used them?
Well, I think it was a mutual thing. You know, I took their money and they put me out in front of the cameras and told me what to say. And that's what I'd say. Wow. I took their money and they put me out in front of the cameras and told me what to say. That's what I'd say.
But that is usually how it goes. I don't know about the money, but yeah, that's usually how lobbying works. Right.
We've gathered here today to pay homage to the children that are being aborted in this abortuary. We're doing this because abortion is wrong. And I, as the former Jane Roe of Roe versus Wade, do regret signing the affidavit for the pro-abortion camps. That was probably about it.
It was all an act.
Yeah. I did it well, too. I am a good actress. Of course, I'm not acting now. I did it well, too.
So Brandon, here's my thing, though. Yes, she might have been the Jane Roe, right? And she didn't feel that way. She got paid to say that. That doesn't mean other people and everything that happened from that is wrong. She's an older lady dying and she changed her opinion and she's coming out. Does that make sense? Like, it's almost like somebody saying, hey, look, I know I said slavery was wrong back in the day.
Yeah,
but really,
the United States court system would have known she was a paid advocate for a lobbyist group. They would have never
Brandon, I get that. I'm saying in general, it's almost like somebody who says slavery was wrong and we should not have slavery, right? Years later, we find out they say, well, actually, I really think we should have kept slaves. That don't mean they was right. No, it was wrong. Yeah, you got to pay. You was a paid lobbyist and you got things for your state as a senator to vote with the union and let's end slavery and all of this stuff. But years later, you like, man, I really still don't fuck with y'all niggas. Don't mean everything should be taken away and they was wrong.
I agree, but we talking about a court case. So if we talking about a court case, let's revisit the court case. So the court case was basically built on false pretenses. She said she signed the affidavit saying something that she did not believe, which she was paid, which means she was influenced by money.
I get your point, but it changed the laws for everything and everybody who's not influenced by money.
But she signed. What I'm saying, Mark, is she signed a legal affidavit, basically saying that she's not influenced or paid, and she was.
I heard you.
So that case should have been tried under other pretenses, maybe not with her in it, and maybe not with people influencing with outside money. That's all.
I can agree with you on that. There you go. Go for it. Anybody want to respond to the Miss? She's basically
Surprise! Welcome to America.
Oh, my bad. Poor timing. That's a different tab I had open, but she's basically come out and said I lied. Anything? Anybody? Nobody. Okay. Yeah, well, that's it then. New York gun laws. Brandon, you want to speak on that?
Oh, indeed. I definitely knew that this was coming. Remember, we talked about it when the Buffalo. I said, how ironic that the Supreme Court is getting ready to, and I said it, overturn the gun laws in New York, and they have a damn shooting in Buffalo. How ironic. Now, when you talk about government, once again, we always run to government to protect us because we cannot figure this out amongst ourselves when we are the people. Think about it. The government regulates when something happens. The government, we always looking for this knee-jerk reaction. Oh, it was a gun shooting. Do something. Do something. Do something, government. What we should be doing is sitting amongst ourselves and having ongoing panels really talking about this stuff and coming up with strategic ways and then presenting that to the lawmakers instead of letting them doing this knee-jerk. Every time something happens, they try to pass this mass sweeping legislation, or it either goes the other way. So what we need to do, once again, is keep these people out of our business and present it to them. That's how law works.
Megas, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with Brandon. I knew it was a matter of time. New York finna be on some real Gotham City time now. You know what I'm saying? But I knew it was a matter of time.
Why is that?
If I'm not mistaken, this is in the tri-state, in the New York tri-state area, is this the third mass shooting? I know Sandy Hook, the joint that happened before the Nets game, right, in Brooklyn. But I think he shot like two or three people.
Hey, because they expanded gun rights. They didn't take them away.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They finna be on some real Gotham time now. You know what I'm saying? I knew it was eventually just bound to happen. Like I said, this is the third mass shooting. If I'm not mistaken, it could be more. But notable, I know Sandy Hook, the one that happened like shortly before the Brooklyn Nets playoff game in Buffalo. I just knew it was a matter of time. And then I'm gonna be honest with you. How else can one guard himself against what seems to be a militia targeting specific people in certain things? Like how's the police have proven themselves unable to protect us against them. So I think if
the answer is not to arm up. The answer is not to arm everybody in the United States of America. All United States citizens be armed to the teeth. I give you an example, which I always go back to.
I don't believe that's the answer. I didn't say that was the answer, but I'm saying, what were they going to do? They're going to put the onus. They're going to put the onus on you because, like you said, everybody's looking towards them.
No, what they do is they take the guns. They pass sweeping gun legislation. You can only have a shotgun in your house, only for protection, and also they unarm the police officers and they train only specialized groups to be called in to handle specialized situations. It's like this. When you see the beat cop on the street or you see the regular police, they don't have guns. They don't have artillery equipment, bulletproof vests, those type of things. But when they run into a situation, it's like in Britain. When they run into a situation, they call in SWAT, which is specialized to handle those situations. That's how you do shit that's civilized. So all of that.
I agree. I agree 100% with you. I'm just talking about the way America does it. I wasn't talking about I agree with what they doing, but I seen that was the next step. Because like you said, everybody's looking toward the government to pass this sweeping legislation, and they pretty much put it, all right, well, nigga, you got it on you now.
But that's not the next step. That's not the next step, though.
No,
the
what
next
I'm saying
step
is no, you misunderstand what I'm saying, Brandon. I'm saying they view it as the next step, not that it's the real next logical step. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is the way that the lawmakers see it is they putting the onus back in our hands. Hey, well, nigga, protect yourself. We can't be everywhere at one time. I'm saying that's how they're viewing it, not the true logical step that needs to be taken. I agree with you.
Yeah, so basically, what the Supreme Court basically did was basically tell New York that y'all strict gun laws as far as not being able to walk around the streets with them and having to provide an exact reason why you need one in your home. That's basically no longer. Now New York probably is gonna go to the type of laws, consider handgun laws that probably California has, or maybe the Texas used to have, where you would have, and I think that Georgia still has, where you would have to go get LTC training, that type of thing. So that's what I think the next thing for New York is, and we'll just see how this works out.
Georgia signed something not too long ago, basically saying you don't need to have a carry permit no more. You just, I don't know how that's working because I always had my concealed carry, but it was like, nah, you don't even need a concealed carry license no more or something. Shit, I haven't did a lot of research on it, but I don't even know how that's gonna work.
That's what's going on in Texas. It's called constitutional carry. How it works is, I believe you have to be 21, no felonies, nothing. You could just go in, buy a gun, walk around with it, long as it's in a holster, drive around with it, long as it's not visible in sight. And that's pretty much
you gotta conceal it. You need to conceal it so it's not intimidating to people.
Yeah, you gotta keep it. You gotta keep it in a holster. Like, let's say I want to open carry, it gotta be in a holster. Like if it's in my car and the police walk up to my car, as long as I got like a blanket over, they ask me if I got a gun. Yes. You know what I mean? It could be locked, loaded, everything. Everything. You could be locked and loaded. So,
but they are still doing a background check, right? They're doing that.
Yeah. You got to do a background check. You go into you, but you can just buy it. It ain't nothing.
You just go into the store and buy. You don't have to go to the magistrate to do the background check.
No, man. You just go to the store. They do. You can go to the pawn shop and buy a gun. They do the background check right there.
What about the finger? No. But what about the fingerprinting that they use?
You don't do that. No, they don't do that. You don't do that no more.
Nope, not no more.
No more FBI checks. Huh?
None of that. Not to have your. See, you used to have to do that to have your gun in public. In Texas, you always could have a gun in your house. You could own a gun. You just couldn't walk around with it openly in public. And you can have it in your car. But you used to have to have, I think, the clip separated and that type of thing. But now you don't have to have none of that.
You think it's going to lead to more people getting shot by police?
I mean, yeah. That's what happened here.
Yeah.
both of y'all brothers like, yeah.
Because they shoot people in traffic here. I mean, you know what I mean? Like road raging, bro. They busting, they shooting.
Hey man, it's the wild, wild west, man. Hey, I'm just telling you, when it come to your state, believe it's the wild, wild west, baby. Wild, wild west.
Talk to me, foul player. What's up, bro?
Yo, chilling, man. My bad. I got kicked off earlier.
It's cool, man. Shit, man. You ain't got to apologize to me. What's on your mind, man?
I think I'm here. Hold on, my bad, bro. Let me shut off the YouTube window because I can hear you now. As far as with the 2A, man, I have opinions on that as well. I didn't get to make my point earlier when because my phone died and my charger wasn't working. But to the shorty that was on the panel earlier with us, like, I know she wanted to ask me something, and my apologies to her that I couldn't let it off. But if I could make a point about if I could finish my point about the Roe versus Wade, and I want to give my point about the Second Amendment as well, if you don't mind, Mark.
Go for it.
The floor is mine. As far as my opinion with the point that I want to finish off the Roe versus Wade thing, was the fact that it's a like the liberal left is pushing that hard body. Like I was saying before, that the women that you see pushing that and protesting that, they look like they don't get laid. Them bitches don't get pregnant, but they're more pushing when they supposedly get into these fits and cry about the access of abortion or the availability of abortion. They don't have that with themselves in mind. Like they don't go out there and screw unprotected. Like they do that with us in mind. Not to say that we or like Black and Spanish people. Not to say that we screw unprotected all the time. But like I mean, it like without any question. Like Margaret Sanger started Planned Parenthood with Black people in mind in a negative connotation. Like and I mean, a lot of people will say, "Oh, they've accomplished a lot of good since then." I mean, I can't really see it. Like I think you know, it at the end of the day, it really isn't a man's decision. I get that argument that it's not a man's decision, but you know, I think we're being pushed away from coupling up. Everybody's just out fucking, like, you know, and it's hurting us the most. I mean, like, you know, as far as our relationships, like our ability to maintain relationships with our women, you know, in our community, as far as so-called minorities. But as far as the 2A thing, though, I think that there should be very little to limited restrictions as far as the availability of guns, even for a lot of convicts, like even people that did time. Like I don't think if you bubbled a bundle one time in your life and you did 6 months, that you shouldn't be able to get a gun in perpetuity. That's stupid. I mean, and a lot. Another thing too, which frustrates me a lot, is when so-called minorities cap for not having guns. Like, you know, at the end of the day, if you think that the white cats are like vicious and like are out to get you all the time, or if you think that cops are gonna buck at you all the time, that's more the reason to have guns. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be a victim. Like if you think that you can't get a fair shake, like in the judicial system after the fact, after God forbid you get shot by a cop or some shit like that, I'd rather you know, if you're shooting at me, I want that ability to shoot back immediately. You know, I can't get justice elsewhere, and that's not like talking tough. I think that I think more people should have guns, frankly. And I'm from New York City, even though this doesn't affect solely New York City. But to get a gun legal in New York, you know, before it was like a G pack, you know, to get a permit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then, you know, you're talking about another 700 for a gun. Like, that's a lot of bread to be putting down. Like, I mean, like, you know, but the strenuous process of getting a gun, like applying for a gun, and these dudes shooting you down like on a permit, like that sucks. So I'm glad like they kind of pumped the brakes on this 2A thing. I do find it a little suspicious that they did this Roe versus Wade thing right back to back with the 2A thing. I don't know like what's the deal with that. But honestly, both these decisions, I wasn't like celebrating like the whole Roe versus Wade thing, but I think that we should pump the brakes with women thinking that, you know, that everybody could just fuck everybody and like, you know, we'll just get it taken care of, you know, come Monday. That's not a way to live either. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's thank you for letting me finish my point too, marqnash, and big ups to the show. 10K, bro. I messed up earlier like by saying 8K. We don't do 8Ks around here. My man got the 10 stack. Much love, and that's a 10 stack from the commitment you put to the show, because you're here every night, bro. Like, you don't be doing no 30-minute jams. Like you like, and you do a variety of topics. I'm extremely proud of you, bro. Like that, you're dominating late night, and it's showing in the subs as well. So thank you, marqnash, for letting me hop on, like pause, or let me come through, and much success to the show too, man. Thank you very much.
My man said, thanks for letting me hop on.
Nah, I fixed that. I cleaned that up though, bro.
No, you good. Anybody want to reply to what he said? If so, your mic is muted. Megazar and Brandon. Well, I replied to.
They don't want none of me, bro.
So they don't want none of that smoke. All right. Well, I appreciate your time and energy, man.
Nah, he didn't say shit I disagree with. Like, it ain't that I don't want, I match intellectual wits with anybody. But you really didn't say nothing I disagree with, to be honest.
Thank you, sir. Nah, and honestly too, like minorities gotta have these kind of conversations. As far as Armin, we can't be in the receiving end of these things. Like any acquisition of power, we should be first in line trying to bag it. We shouldn't be first in line trying to ask for it. If getting a gun, I got my Strat in Jersey. It was 30 beans, and it took like a month, but to get a decent ratchet, you're talking like $600. Like when I was running around the streets, I was paying a G-Pack for some bullshit guns. Like, if you're shorty, you could
be the High Point Luger.
Nah, some rusty Taurus, like when Taurus was a really bad company. Yeah. But if your shorty got the ability to if you can't get it because you got a F on your record, you should get your shorty to do it. You should get your kids if they're 18, like, to get them too. We should be able to roam anywhere, whether it's the deep south. Like I was having a debate with somebody. Pardon me?
Can you do that legally?
As far as what?
A felon, you can't even have them around you. How does that work?
I don't know whether you could have them around you or not.
I can get my wife and kids to have the gun, and I don't think I can be around that. I don't know how that works.
I'm not sure. I never heard nothing like that. But
when he got out of prison, his brother got out of prison. He couldn't stay at his mama's house because his brother was already there, and they told him he can't associate with no felons. And I was like, damn, that's your brother. He was like, man, I can't. Both of us can't be on parole in the same house. They told me I couldn't stay there. I had to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same thing.
Know they do that.
Like, no, but I do know. I know a ton of people that that have been on the P, whether parole or probation. But if I know, like, my one man's like his baby moms that he lived with still, she got the permit in her name, like, and that's fine. And it's not like my man's is letting it off, man. Like, if you have a ratchet, it's the stupidest thing to be showing it in pictures or on Instagram. Even the cool ones, like where they show, like, brothers like with their family or Latin cats with their family showing their stuff. That's cool, but and that's fantastic that it's like a family thing. Yeah, but like I think it's better that we keep it on the hush. Everybody should be strapped. Like everybody shouldn't be pulling out for no shit either, man. Like I think it has to be getting jumped or better. Like just because somebody slaps you and you a bitch and you don't want to hit back, you shouldn't be put. That's not a bullet situation. That's a look in the mirror situation and take your ass home.
But you already know, bro. Most people haven't even really been in scraps like that to even know how to measure danger. You know what I'm saying? Like we grew up in a time where we was in so much shit, we knew how to measure the danger. Even when niggas was trying to jump us, like we knew how to measure the threat and do what we had to do to escape that. I would say today, most of these people getting guns, they rarely even been in conflict to know how to measure it. And that's why, and that's why, for me, for someone who been in so much shit, you can read the tea leaves, you can see shit unfolding before it even unfolds. When you just give a geek off the street a motherfucking strap, you give him the burner. You know what I'm saying? Any sign of discomfort, he's pulling the toolie, bro. I've seen. I live in Texas. I
understand. I do understand that. Like as far as them being fidgety, but I think that's more of a reason for us to have them. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that nobody's ever presented like a good argument, like for us to be like, all right, chill, like let's put the guns down. I agree with putting the guns down in beef. Yeah, like we shouldn't be going to the straps early birdie like that. Yeah, but as far as us having them in the cribs, like, yo, if somebody comes up in my cribs, I'm not gonna.
Oh hell yeah, that's not even up for debate.
Yeah,
now you invade, you coming to the crib where the wife and the son is. Yeah, we licking shots for the hood, like the locks, nigga, like Jada.
No, and megas are as far and one thing too, like as far as the open carry thing, like where it's not just limited to the house is that like these young kids, bro, like they're pretty tough, man. Like they'll hit you in your face while you're down. Like, you know, people wouldn't do that shit back then. These dudes will stomp you out like in your grill, like stomp your actual face out. You know, these teenagers and young cats nowadays, these dudes in their 20s. So I mean, like, you know, I don't want to be in the receiving end of some ass whooping that'll leave me in the hospital, like from some young fucking herb sucker punching me or some shit. Like, nah, I can't be all that either. You know, like, and right now, I mean, like, I don't know about y'all hoods, but like New York City is like one of the worst. Like, I lived through New York Cities in the 80s, and the 80s were tough. New York City right now is way worse than in the 80s, bar none. Like a lot more dudes that are 730, crazy cats running around, and these disrespectful ass little kids that be running around. And I mean, like, at times
all
you do
these
need that
little
whistle.
dudes, all these little dudes is ill. Like Dallas, we just seen our highest crime rate. I mean, our highest murder rate since like 1997. We saw it in 2019, and you know what I'm saying? Like predominantly in the area that I moved back to, was the highest murder rate. So, you know, what protected me is now that I'm older, I'm literally out the way. If I don't have a performance or a show, man, I'm not in the mix with these fools, bro, because first and foremost, culturally, we don't identify with one another. And it's crazy because it's all hip hop, but even within hip hop, you got subcultures. I don't identify with them. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is you never hear anything in they raps about I whooped the nigga, I put the hands on him. It's always how I shot him.
Never that.
I'm gonna get the beam.
Never that.
I'm gonna put the beam on him. I'm gonna blah about the whole, you know what I'm saying? So go ahead, Clips.
Nah.
Let you get your bars off. Right.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Mark?
I can see you. It looked like you're on break right now. I was letting you get them bars off. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm on a little break real quick. Great points from both speakers. And it all ties into the hypocrisy of Western society. You can't have an abortion, but you sure enough can have your guns and you can go and shoot a nigga real quick. You know what I'm saying? You can shoot somebody, and it's terrible times. Like, I know me and you have talked about it off camera. My governor just signed the law that just went into official effect about a week or two ago, where, it's going to be the Wild West up here. Anybody can carry a gun. Anybody can do anything. They're modifying all the stand your ground laws, to where basically all you got to do is just goad somebody into yelling and being demonstrative. And as long as you have witnesses saying this person yelled at him, yelled at you, and was started, said was being demonstrative, you can shoot him. You can legally kill this person in the state of Ohio as of right now. So I've been dealing with a lot of my young boys, telling them to stop arguing with people and don't be all that, because we've already had it. The law just got signed, and we've already had so many shootings where, it was like somebody got in a traffic argument or something like that, and as soon as somebody started yelling, you pull your gun and you shoot him. It's real chippy. It's a scary time.
Yeah. Something else I talked about earlier. I don't know if you guys spoke about it. Steve Bannon did an interview, and he was talking about the political plan to take us back.
Surprise! Welcome to
1932. Did y'all hear this audio from earlier? If not,
I didn't hear it.
I'll play it one more time so you guys can understand what I'm talking about here.
Pick up in the House of Representatives. We're going to win the Senate. We're going to win school boards. We're going to thread these source-backed DAs. We're going to win state legislatures. We're going to win all the secretaries of state that are running. We're going to win the governorships. We're going to win the state legislatures. This is going to be a massive blowout like 1932. You're witnessing right now a political realignment like 1932. And we will govern for 100 years after we win 100 seats. You saw it last night.
Do you want to govern as a one-party kind of total government? Do you want to destroy the Democratic Party?
I believe that we will destroy the Democratic Party as a national political institution. You'll have the Squad and the Progressive Party, and you'll have the neoliberal neocons that the January 6th committee is. You'll have Liz Cheney on one side and Kinzinger, and you'll have Shifty Schiff and Swallow on the other. A neoliberal neocon that represents Wall Street. A populist uprising of Hispanics, African Americans, and working class people in this country is before us.
Try to throw the black people in there at the end, but let's be clear, black folks, we don't want to go back to 1932, right?
Well, I think he may have meant, I don't know what I don't want to interpret his words outright, but I think what he may have meant was regarding the election of 1932, because the Republic.
What one? Because they had one in Germany as well, and a lot of the Nazi things. I think they won 37% of the party. The next year, they made Hitler the chancellor.
Yeah, good, great history. Great history.
Well, no, I thought
that boy good.
No, I thought it had to do with. I'm sorry.
It sounds good. See, that's the blanket you can hide it under. But let's be clear: who wants to go back to 1932? Socially, economically, financially, with race relations. This is Bannon. We know who he is.
Once I heard neoconservatism, I already knew everything I had to hear. Because if you know anything about the neoconservatives, they the one who presented President Bill Clinton with the idea to reshape the Middle East, and he turned it down. But Bush was the one who accepted it, and that's why you get all of this Saudi war with Saddam Hussein. Then eventually it spread to Mubarak in Egypt. Then eventually they assassinate Gaddafi. The neoconservatives were behind all of that. So once I heard that name, I already knew that shit. Not only is it a war against Islam, it's a war against indigenous people. Once I heard him say neoconservatism, I already knew everything I had. It's a crock of bullshit.
Well, no, I just wanted to go to the 1932 part because I think marqnash, if you might, that he was referring to what I think he was referring to was the election of 1932, because the Democrats whooped the shit out of the Republicans on the back of the the Depression, and FDR ran against Herbert Hoover in 1932, and he won in a landslide. I think that's what he may have meant, because he was talking about like the country switching in mass, like into Republicans or conservatives, whatever.
Go ahead, Clips. You muted.
First off, that nigga was talking faster than a snake oil salesman, and that nigga fit in like 30 goddamn things in 25 seconds. So that's how I already knew it was a crock of shit what he was presenting anyway. Then he said the working class of then he started to name I'm doing it in air quotations, the minorities of this country. Like you said, he tried to put us in on the back end of what the fuck he was talking about. Yeah, man. I mean, at this stage of my life, can't no white man bring me a plan that I'm finna buy into. I'm just keeping it a buck. Like, especially that nigga. Looking how he look, he can't bring me a damn thing. Not with that slacks and that bullshit shirt he had on. Like, nah, I ain't going for it. I'm good, partner. I'm good. Your presentation, the presentation of what you're talking about match your actual physical presentation and what you got on with clothes. Now I'm good, bro. Sloppy and all over the place. I'm tight. I'm good.
Yeah, and the reason why I won't give him the benefit of the doubt like you, Foul player, is because I know what he represents. I know what Bannon and Breitbart represents with the Proud Boys. I saw them out there with the tiki torches doing Nazi salutes, talking about the Jews will not replace us. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, but I don't recall like Bannon being at the forefront of that. Like, I don't fuck with Bannon like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, the Proud Boys, the Proud Boys fuck with him. Breitbart, all of that shit, they with all of that. They was
surprise. Welcome to America.
They was pushing all that kind of propaganda.
No, and somebody in the comments said as
you
far
ain't gotta
as
address
like,
the comments. I want.
Oh no, I'm not. My bad. Like I'll address my bad, bro. Like,
no, yeah, address that part real quick.
Yeah, I will.
You know what this guy's. You seen that? You saw the Proud Boys. You know they fuck with the Proud Boys.
Nah, the Proud Boys a piece of shit. And like some of them are some of the Proud Boys are terrorists. But I think a lot of times like they try to throw a lot of dudes into the same pool. Like I even though I don't agree with Bannon, and I think like I honestly like didn't siphon through him like that hard body, but I don't think that he's like associated with the Proud Boys like that, or like with I don't know what his association with Breitbart like officially is either. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
I think he ended up getting fired with some other things that went on.
Yeah, and and another thing too, like as far as like the like I know
But-
neocon. I don't know.
You know they are all the party of Trump, right? You do know that, right? He's a Trump guy, right?
Who Bannon? No, that I know. But I'm gonna.
The Cowboys are the Trump guys too, right?
That I also know too. But your boy's a Trump guy too, though.
Who?
Me. As
have at it. But I'm telling you, when you talking about 1932, this is what happened also in 1932. The German parliamentary elections happened in 1932, where the Nazis won 37% of them damn votes. This was more votes than any other party received in November 1932. The Nazi share of the vote fell to 33%. However, this was still more votes than any other party. The Nazi party electoral success, it made it difficult to govern Germany without them. Hitler and the Nazis refused to work with any other political parties. We see that shit happening now. Germany President Paul von Hindenburg gave in and appointed Hitler as Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933. That's what happened too.
No, he could have been referring to that. I'm not sure. He could have been referring to the German thing, like that. You could be right, or like your assumption.
But even still, this is not good though, right?
No, I mean like in 1932 wasn't a good year either. I mean like in general, like and if he's referring to the German thing, even worse. I just wasn't sure.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Anybody got anything else they want to add to this?
I got a quick point. When you try to convolute what's going on with 1932, and thank you, Mark, for bringing up a historical point that I didn't have. What really happened in that year in Europe as well as in America, and what we're seeing once again is that push by that small group of extreme terrorist Christians within the Republican Party hijack the political conversation, and they hide behind a human shield of just decent Americans who don't understand the nuances. No offense to you, Bob Bland, but this conversation was a perfect example. You didn't understand the nuances. Right? I don't want to fault you for supporting Trump, but do you understand the agenda of the people that you're supporting?
I'm sorry. It was a little. I heard a little background noise, but I heard the major.
Do you understand the agenda of the people you're supporting?
Who, me?
Yeah. That was a question for you.
No, I do. I think I know what Trump's agenda is, and I know what Trump's agenda is purported to be. Like I know I'm not gonna get no quarter saying that I like fucks with Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless I break it down, you know what I'm saying? Like, or break it down in a long conversation. Like, but I do think a lot of what's shown, like as far as in the media, like where it's constant, like negative regarding Trump. I think it's a little bit overblown, and but I think that's another conversation, for the future.
What's overblown?
I'm sorry.
What's overblown? You open
like door. As far as the media coverage, like when Trump says certain shit, like they like you'll never in the since Trump been in the political sphere, like as far as like being covered on TV and whatnot, like I've never seen like anything positive reporting regarding Trump. Even on Fox, a lot of times I don't see shit that they say positive regarding Trump. Like they'll say,
I think everybody gave him credit for sending out them damn checks and putting together a package, because Biden wasn't about to give us no damn money. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't part of it before he left. He wasn't talking about it, but Trump was like, "Yo, I told him I ain't signing that. It's not enough money." And so I think a lot of people gave him credit for that, for their Trump bucks, I guess we would call them at the time. Remember those? I think you got credit for that.
I say it more in the sense that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, there were tons of dudes talking political shit online, and like what's happened like in the last like year and change, like none of these cats like are making political shit no more. Why not? I mean, like I think conservative belongs to Spanish and Black people. Your grandma and my grandma were the illest conservatives on the planet when they were alive. Like they were the ones up in the church, and they were the ones that were adamantly opposed to like their daughters talking about sleeping around or going out clubbing and shit like that, or abortions. Like, you know,
But that
like
get
we
but what is that doing though for us though?
no, because like when you like
fundamental change far as healthcare, it's not giving us fundamental change far as the political sphere, like the term limits, unfair prosecution under the color of law. That's not getting us anywhere just because my grandmom was a good person and went to church.
No, I don't think like our grandmothers were doing it to get brownie points like off of white cats. I think our grandmothers and our grandparents were inundated to be conservative. They would that's naturally they were conservative. You know what I'm saying? Like
Conservative though, my brother. That's what I'm saying. I think these labels right here, I think often is the problem. Like when we call somebody a conservative or liberal. Like at the end of the day, we're all people. We bleed the same. What are we doing for as fundamental change for our country? Like what are we doing fundamental change for as healthcare? Fundamental change for as protection under the law? Like
the reason I brought it up is because like if I were to say like like, you know, they were mentioning the term neocon, and it was like a turnoff. I don't know what neocon exactly means, like, but I do get like what people's representation is when they do say it, like neocon. They probably think like a Nazi or some shit. Like but I'm saying that naturally, like our people were naturally conservative. Like our people were probably the last ones to be accepting of the alphabet community. Like our people like were didn't take were the last to join that whole abortion train, like as far as like saying, oh, we could fuck whatever we want and like just get abortions. Like shorties when I was in high school were still like, you know, like feeling guilty when they would get like an abortion. Like, you know, I remember that a couple years ago. Like we were like the last ones to jump onto that train. That was liberal white women that were like tooting the horn on that. You know, I just think that these things aren't like naturally a part of like how we are, but like now we're at the forefront of being on the opposite end. Like, you know, now we're like the capping for like liberal causes. Like I hate liberals. You know, liberals are like what fucked up New York. Like I grew up in, I mean, I went, every judge I seen in New York City was liberal. You think them dudes R&R because because I'm Puerto Rican? Hells no. And you would see them in court licking off licking off cases left and right. 5 years, 5 years, 5 years. You know, and that was all Black and Spanish people. And now these same people are telling us like, you know, oh well, like, you know, we care for Black people in 2020 all of a sudden. Like, nah, I don't rock with that. But like, you know, if it's a question of picking like, you know, people that hate me, I'm not gonna say that. Like, but if it's a question of just me being, if it's a question of my family being a liberal family or a conservative family, it's liberal all the way. You know, I believe in women should be with men. You know, and I believe in the family.
But those are your personal beliefs. That has,
absolutely.
It shouldn't affect how you vote. Or can this person eat at your restaurant?
No, I've never that. Like, come on. Oh, you mean other people or me?
No, I'm saying, but that's part of it though. When you say those kind of conservative views, those conservative type views go into writing laws that say, hey, this can't happen. Because if you really want to be conservative all the way, it was conservative people that said they want to conserve their way of life. They didn't want my people to sit at that restaurant. Do you get what I'm saying there?
I do. I get what you're saying. In that respect,
my kids can't go to school with your kids. I can't eat at your restaurant. I can go win a trophy and get a gold medal for your country in the Olympics, but still I can't sit at the diner. I can come perform at your place, but I gotta pee in the cup outside.
Right. But I don't know but was that brought to you by conservatism? You know what I'm saying? Especially
that was the way of the life. That was the way of the land.
No, but
that's how they got down. What you mean?
That's what I mean. Like, as far as like, was that brought to you by conservatism back then? You know, in the 30s.
I'm not old enough, but I'm not old enough to experience.
Or
it.
even now.
Those are those viewpoints versus more of people who are, I guess you would call liberals. If you want to go back to the conception of how we even got here. Because sometimes, like I said, I just think we get caught up. Just to land my plane, my brother. I think we get caught up into certain labels, and you will hear somebody think, okay, somebody say, "Hey man, should gay people get married?" I don't give a fuck what they do.
Me neither.
Shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's
but
more women for me.
But some people say, well, you're liberal then. You get what I'm saying?
I don't feel that.
They call that being a liberal, because I say, hey man, yeah, I don't want to be the only one suffering out here. Let them get married too. Let them go through heartbreak and divorce and have their shit taken. You know what I'm saying?
And
it's a joke. It's a joke, y'all.
Well, let me be clear though too. Like I'm not capping off on every Republican cause either. Fuck the Republicans. I probably hate Republicans more than I do Democrats. I don't vote either. That's another thing. But at all.
Why you up here talking to me about politics and you don't even?
No, vote? I love politics though, Mark. I've been interested in politics since I was a kid.
Politics and you don't participate in the process.
Well, I could be a critic without participating though. You know, I think that the political system is screwed. I think elections are fake. I think the two choices you're given are usually crappy. Pardon?
It sounds like everything you're saying is null and void because you don't even exercise your right to participate in the process.
No, but you know, I don't look at it as a defeatist principle. I think one day it could change.
That's definitely defeated.
No,
you just said it's all fake.
No, I think currently it does sound defeated, but I got to, I school my son as to what's right or what he should be looking for in the world, and maybe that process will change in the future for his kids to enjoy.
Go ahead, Clips.
Just in general, this is no personal attack, but you gotta have skin in the game.
Yeah, you gotta.
You gotta have just anybody. All right, I'm just gonna stop. I'm on typing.
No, just say it again. It was just real loud right then.
Okay. What I meant is that you gotta have skin in the game politically. That is one of the reasons why we are in the situation that we're in. A lot of people, like I said, you've got people who have conservative views like you, but you're not exercising your vote. So therefore, your conservative movement has been hijacked by the extremes and the malicious. And you have basically made yourself ineffective politically. So your views and opinions are now relegated to just that. And that's one more sane, rational voice on the Republican side that you have robbed us of. To where now that consensus between liberals and conservatives is harder to reach to, but somebody like you who can see the middle ground, you're not even participating.
And I'll add this one caveat to it before you reply, L5 player. The biggest thing is this. You said you think elections are fake, correct?
I think they're messed up. Like, you get two bad choices. A lot of times, like, if they want to quell your voice, they could do it very easily.
They have independents, and they have like senators that are independents, but here, my biggest question to you is, you don't want to participate in the process as far as voting. Why not try to run for office and try to be the change you want to see? Like, whether it's like being an alderman, like city council member.
Yeah, I actually was gonna run for city council.
I was gonna go to the NBA too.
As you can see, the picture of my sign in the background, Sunset Park is my hood.
I don't even know what that is. What you got? What you say?
Sunset Park, that's my hood. Like, I was actually gonna run for city council for.
Over there, show us what is that? What is that?
The Sunset Park.
Okay, and what's all these little things going on?
Nah, that's just art. But this is the main one. The main joint is right here, Sunset Park. This is all like my homage to New York. But Sunset Park is my neighborhood.
Some jail barrels over there. Hold on, you got some people in jail over there?
Like over here?
Some people in black and white jail.
Oh nah, these are painted records from an artist called Unique Product from the UK.
Okay. And you said that's your New York corner in the house, all right? But look,
no, this one too. I got two corners.
Okay, this is the New York corner. But when you say that to me though, like, showing me that picture of Sunset Park, showing me how much you love Sunset Park doesn't show me you about to run for city council.
No, I wanted to run for city council. The guy who is holding the city council chair in my that's another long ass story. But these, like, the Democratic Party in New York, are some grimy ass dudes. And I'll give you an example.
No, be independent. Run independent.
it's really tough though in New York to take a seat unless. And I was actually going to run on a Democratic seat.
But listen though, sometimes it's not about you winning that first time. It's about you standing on that damn stage and you telling people what they need to hear. You have the platform because you are the opposition. You the ops. How about that? Now you have you giving people a choice. Now he telling y'all this, but this is all he's been doing. He's telling you guys this, but this is what you're experiencing in your day-to-day life. You go up there, you speak your talking points, you challenge them to a debate. Y'all go back and forth. Let the people decide. Whether you win, you win. You lose, but you did your job. You exercise that part of you that's burning inside and say, man, I don't want to vote because I think this shit fake. Put yourself out there.
Yeah, even before Mark, and it's like a personal
start a
story.
YouTube channel and spew your points that way.
Yeah, I don't want to bore you as far as my personal story, but like on a personal level, even before I considered running for city council, like I was always involved in community work, and it's a big headache. It's an ulcer, like and I had a FAMS, and a lot of times you get a lot of drawback. Like if you say anything that sounds even quasi conservative, like or if you're not down. Like back then, I used to have a big time problem with the agenda, and I'm not gonna hide from it. I very vocal about that. I don't agree with that very much. And that would get me a lot of rancor, like from the people that I wanted to, like from the people that mattered, like the people that were or the constituents, if you will, or the people that lived in my neighborhood. They loved it, but the people that the movers and shakers, the Jewish money, if you will, 16 Court Street. Those people that will put a battery in your political campaign, they loathe me, And
because of what again? Because of what exactly?
Because of some of my views. I mean, like if I don't agree with something, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like
listen,
and
that's called but you're not alone. It's not about you winning or losing. It's not about you getting drained because you don't think other people get attacked for their political views.
Yeah,
the president down to the alderman, the city councilman, the judge, the DA, cases she take, cases she don't take. You shouldn't be concerned with that. Your concern
it's really tough though, Mark.
Your message out there. It ain't like us. It's tough.
Really tough. No, and I'm glad I didn't do it too, Mark, because at the end of the day, like I mean, and a lot of people told me, a lot of people who like I take their advice to heart, told me that's a viper's nest. Like when the city council, when I was gonna run, had the most Black and Latinos in the city council, and they elected a white lesbian woman to run them. The city councilmen themselves, and councilwomen.
Was she the most qualified, or is it just?
No, she's terrible. White? She's a piece of shit bitch.
But why was she chosen? Because she's white and she's lesbian, in your opinion?
Because honestly, sometimes our people don't. And I'll tell you the short answer. Our people don't know how to act around white people sometimes. Like we get to trying to include these dudes.
You talking about Puerto Ricans?
Minorities in general. Like when I say our people, like I grew up only with Black and Spanish cats in my hood. Like everybody from my
building. You're not Black, so you can't speak for all Black.
My granddad was Black though. My granddad in Mania Siena.
You can't speak for
but my
experience, right?
My brothers, like I can like.
So you are speaking for Black people. It sounds
absolutely
like.
in my heart. I am.
You want to make I tried to give you an exit out the door. It's like I'm gonna walk.
I'm with it, bro. Like and I get this, and I get flack all the time, like expressing these points, like whether on YouTube, and I would like to go in even more. And a lot of times, like a lot of people
now. Let's do it.
No, but look, peep game though, Mark. A lot of times, like people like even in these comments, like I'm not like trying to relish on it, but like people like a lot of these Latin cats think they could sneak into the white experience. Hell no. I never got down with any of this stuff. Like I knew of the conscious community when there was, before it even got to DVD. You know what I'm saying? Like with these cats that are
I get you. Move forward though. I want you. Yeah, I give you your credit. Go for it. Let's hear it. I want to hear more of the talking points.
I think I lost my own train of thought. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you was telling me about our people, and I was like, well, you talking about Puerto Rico?
Oh yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah.
You start giving. It was almost like you start giving me your resume, and I was like, but you're not Black. And you was like, well, my grandfather was. I was like,
understood.
Can you speak for the African American experience? You was like, and I was like, well, fuck it. You want to speak for the Black folks? And you was talking about why they hired a white woman. white lesbian.
And yeah, that's what I was gonna get. My point as to how we don't know how to act around white people. Like a lot of times, like and I've seen it firsthand, being part of the community discussions with issues that like have only to do with people that are from Sunset Park, which are, I mean, Sunset Park is mostly Hispanic, but there's a lot of black people in Sunset too. And the conversation will be one way until like some fucking yuppie, like community speaker, like from God knows where, shows up. Yo, all of a sudden, like we'll start fighting against each other, like oh we got, like, and people will outright be like, yo, like we don't trust these cats, like, and like people will start fighting over that, like shit like that. Like, I mean, like from my personal experience, like when it comes to things that have to do with our long-term interest, like, I mean, and if it's a thing, and if it's a case where like cats say, we only want to look out for black interests and Spanish people can't speak on it, fantastic. Like I'm with it. Like, that's great. But my personal experience when those conversations include like liberal white people, especially in New York City, those conversations, those causes go to shit. And that's, I use that example in the sense that the city councilmen, they get elected by the people, but then amongst themselves, those city council members elect the person that's gonna run, like that's their head rep. And when they had the chance to do it, mind you, it was the historic most Spanish and most black people in the city council. They elected a lesbian white woman. And I mean, there's something you can look up.
Are you fluent? You speak Spanish? You bilingual?
I do speak Spanish, yes.
Fluent?
Pretty good, yeah. I'm all right.
Yeah. Can hold a whole conversation, right? Or no? Yes.
I can hold it down.
Did you grow up like in the house? Who taught you Spanish? Your mom, your dad? Who taught you?
In church and and my mom's and my pops, yeah.
So who took you to church? And I guess I should say,
my mom's.
Oh, good. Shout out to your mom. She's still with us. She's still with us.
She is. Thankfully, I don't mess with. I'm opposed to the church too.
He said, just to let you know, I'm opposed to church.
Like, if I didn't know if you would
do what I want to do out here. Let me ask you something, my brother. You can see it. You can imagine how that can be triggering in some people, though, when you say, like, because you started off saying you first identified as a Puerto Rican, and then now in this instance you're saying, well, my grandfather was black, and I can speak for the black folks too. You say,
I'm not putting myself as the head spokesman. Like, I mean, like, if people want to take it with a grain of salt or with a degree of suspicion, go for it. I think we should be more suspicious, and I think we should be like, win these things. And I think you should look for people that come from the outside that want to speak on your behalf and want to lead you into a dark direction. I mean, any point that I'm trying to make, I could break down in a longer sense. Mind, like, if like given the opportunity, but it's not like because I'm like, I don't know how to explain that. Like, it's. I'm not, but I definitely ain't trying to assume the role of speaking for black people. I'm speaking from the dude from the hood. I'm from 45th Street, 6th Ave. I got my 6th, I'm going to the hood tomorrow, like for my man's daughter's sweet 16. A lot of these dudes that sometimes. Pardon me?
You definitely left the hood though, huh? You said I'm going to the hood. You ain't saying I'm walking outside to the hood.
Nah, I stay away from the hood. I wouldn't be going tomorrow if it wasn't for my man's daughter's sweet 16. I don't fuck with the hood like that no more. I get love in the hood. Like, it's not like it, but I don't need to be there. I don't even get haircuts no more because I don't want to be in the hood like that.
You say you don't get hair?
No, haircuts. I don't
get haircuts no more.
Nah, I'm good, bro.
Because you can't
it's a waste of money. No, I could go to the hood whenever I want. I'm going to tomorrow. I'll be at 4509 6th Ave in my block. But I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who's from the hood, who went into the system as a youngster. When you go into the system as a young, I mean, and in New York, it's a little bit different. I mean, like as far as like the relationship between like New York, like between Hispanic cats and black cats in New York, like we consider each other A-likes. Like I don't fuck with like Mexican dudes like that. We started getting them in New York more like in the 90s, but it's not like Puerto Rican dudes rock with like Mexican cats just because they speak Spanish. Not one iota. Like everybody who I fucked with is fucking either black or Spanish, and mostly black. The gang I was down with that I had a high position within my gang is straight up black gang. It has a black name, you know, or African name at that, you know. So it's not like I'm speaking from some position of some dude that fucking was watching my hood through the window and shit, like while I was going to Catholic school or some shit.
Fair enough. Let me do a couple of these super chats and I'll go to Reg. Shout out to More Rev. He said Bannon looked like the $2 man. More Rev gave another one. He said I'm getting Law and Order SVU vibes from this guy. D Bevel the champ dropped one off. He says, what up, Mark? Salute to the panel. What up, L File player? And I think that's all of them. Let me do one good $2 drop for all of those $2 super chats.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
Reggie O, the Killer Show, all the way from Vegas by way
Big of Reggie, what up?
Talk to me, Reg. What's on your mind?
Oh man, just listening in to this crazy shit y'all talking about politically and about black folks and Latino folks, minority folks not behaving right around white folks. So when the white folks become the catalyst on how people have to behave and function and act and their behavior and shit. I think you look at the behavior of white folks. Has that ever been drawn into question?
No, I don't say it like we're unruly. I think that like I was saying it more to the point that like before like they come into the building, the conversation's like mad constructive. Like
he said we bitch up, I guess.
Absolutely, the 100%. Not that we bitch up, we try to appease.
He said absolutely.
He said the black and the Latino people voted a lesbian white woman to be in charge. Is what he was saying. But go ahead.
Nah, and I think that's conservative talking points. But with conservatives fooling people into thinking in that mindset, you got a lot of conservatives or homosexuals that goddamn self. I don't think people select on
big time
what they sexual preference is based on how they vote politically. That's purified American ignorance. Think conservatism has taken a step and moving itself closer to pre-Civil War era, and other people are too fucking foolish to see the bullshit.
No,
and
Reggie, hold on, but real quick, I just want to clear something up. I didn't have opposition to the alphabet community because some conservative talking point. Like naturally in the hood, like when we would see somebody from the alphabet community, particularly men, like I mean, like you know, we were pretty ruthless, like as far as like insults and whatnot. Like that's just how.
That's when you were a kid, though. When you're a kid, you do childish things. But
I kind of did it as an adult.
But as an adult, that shit don't affect me. I keep moving. That ain't my business.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, it's not that I would outright like bother dudes, but it's like if you pulled up and like there was some really flamingo-y cat with you, like you know, I'm not gonna not notice. That's what I'm saying. You know
Noticing is one thing. Being bothered, being affected by want to change things to stop them, like I said, politically from being able to eat at certain restaurants. I'm not going to serve you at this restaurant.
Oh,
right?
no.
Like the gay couple, like they can't, I'm not going to make their cake over here. Like, nah.
It's not that. It's not that kind of party, Mark, like as far as with me. You know,
no, but you brought it up. You said you're against that early. That was one of the first things you said.
Well, like and when I say against, it's more in the sense of like, you know, this month, heavy duty, bro. Every commercial has some shit with that, bro. And especially and they put brothers in the commercials too. Like nobody.
I think you're missing the point. What the commercial? You saying you being against it? It's almost like you just don't want to see it or something. What do you mean?
I mean, it is a little much. I'm not gonna front. Like I mean, like this month. I mean, like you know, if you peep all these commercials that like you'll see like. Dudes coupled up and they show brothers, bro. Like all these dudes, like keep game though. No. Like and this is real shit. Peep game. Like like look at every AIDS medicine commercial, bro. It's straight up brothers, bro. That's not offensive.
That's like not true. And that's not true.
You'll notice it after I say this. Everybody who's in your comments and everybody's on this panel,
every single AIDS commercial is a black man.
They'll watch what I'm not. I made a video about that too.
No Latinos, no white people.
They show Latin cats too. But they'll show minimal. They'll show minimal white cats. Like they'll put the black dudes front and center. I'm Alphonse and I have AIDS.
Only 30 seconds, my brother.
Huh?
The commercial is only 30 seconds.
But I'm vigilant, bro. Like that shit to me. Like I'm
Hispanics. They show white people in those commercials.
They do minimally though. They don't put them front and center. Like, and the thing is too,
in
like
the background or like, what do you mean?
You know, AIDS don't stop with commercials and shit.
But it's to me, like
people. Like, come on, man. You go sideways with that.
Nah, but look, what the thing is
with those commercial ads is about motherfuckers getting tested for that shit.
No,
like I don't like seeing that gay shit my goddamn self, but I don't look to dig for ignorant shit. When I see gay bullshit on TV, I turn away from that shit.
It's hard,
never to turn back from it. A lot of people buy into old rednecky ass politics. I ain't gonna even call it conservatism and all that shit. I think redneckisms have become too profound within American society when people want to talk politics, and especially a bunch of dumbass Negroes, Latinos, and every other inner city person has broadened into the bullshit Jedi politic talks of old backwood rednecks.
No, well, you know why I mentioned the commercials too is because somebody had to direct that commercial, produce that commercial, finance that commercial, and that person, whoever it is, wasn't black. Like, I guarantee you. So he took that choice and said, I'm gonna choose Alphonse like to be the forefront of this AIDS commercial. That's offensive. That's deeply offensive to me. But
listen, man, them AIDS commercials ain't to say go fuck somebody and get AIDS. Them commercials about going to get tested and preventing this shit. Like, I mean, you picking dumb shit to fucking argue about, dude.
It's important to me. Like, I mean, like, because honestly,
it's important, and I don't even watch people in the community go get tested. It's simple as fucking that.
No, they're not commercials for testing. I think like
so what is commercials to go fuck each other in the ass?
No, for medications, Reggie. Like, it's like AIDS medicine.
Is it commercials to go fuck somebody in their ass?
Nah, I mean, that's being hyperbolic though. I mean, like,
no, it ain't being hyperbolic. It's about you buying into silly ass ignorance that you watch on conspiracy sites. Make sense of shit that you watch before you turn into some dumb shit.
But
that's the problem in this country. People love to spin bullshit when it ain't the messaging you see behind something. It's an AIDS commercial. What you watching this shit for?
I mean, like, I don't even have
watching it to see what the character looks like. What are you watching gay commercials for, bro?
They come on. You think I have a choice as to what commercials come on to like what I'm watching?
Of course you do. Turn the shit.
Yeah, but I mean, I gotta go to the remote and watch 10 seconds of it before a lot of times I can react. And a lot of times I'm just too lazy to react. Or I'm like trying to peep. All right, like, what are they trying to do today?
React. Now I think you enjoying that shit.
Yeah, for sure. I'm enjoying watching Alphonse, the dude with braids, who happens to be in choir and fucking does all this community shit, like being.
Oh man, you know the nigga name, man. Come on.
Guys, I made a video about it, Reggie. I'm telling you. Like, I've been peeping that stuff, bro. Like, you know, and it's not like I'm saying anything out my ass. I mean, like, dudes had an issue with all these celebrities wearing dresses and shit like that. It's in that same vein. And like, these dudes ain't celebrities. And I'm pretty sure the dudes that they put in those commercials ain't gay or have AIDS. But they made a choice to fucking who they wanted in front and center in that commercial. And you may not have peeped it the way I've peeped it yet. Now that I've mentioned it, maybe you will peep it. Maybe you won't. Maybe
you just said. Hey, let me ask you this real quick.
I'm not taking away from the seriousness of the conversation.
Real quick. Is his name really Alphonse, or did you just give him that name?
No, his name is Alphonse. Look, I put a video on my channel.
Listen, I'm gonna ask you direct. Hold up, I'm gonna keep it quick. It's a Hispanic guy in that commercial too, right?
There might be. I don't know.
No, you already told me it was.
No, there's several though. There's several, Mark.
Did
it's
you
not
do a
just
video
one.
About the Hispanic one or the white guy?
I mean, I did mention the Hispanic guy in the video that I did. Yeah,
what about
it was in the same commercial.
Do you know if it was a black person who did the casting or not?
That I'm not sure. But look, Mark,
let me finish. Because it's a lot of things to go into making a commercial. Did you think about how it would look on the flip side of it when black people try out for roles to get a job in acting, which is hard to do, and they don't get the job? Do you think about, they paid Alphonse to do that, right? Do you think everybody who eats or holding a beer in a commercial drinks that beer? Like, well, yeah. I bet he don't even have AIDS anyway.
Holding a beer and
you don't have to have AIDS to do
holding a beer and saying you have AIDS, some shit that don't go away.
He ain't saying, hey, my name is Alphonse and I have AIDS, is he?
I think he did.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you the commercial. I can send you the commercial.
Or didn't he say it?
I don't remember verbatim, Mark. But I think he did though. I think he
Because
did.
even then, at the bottom, sometimes you'll see this person's a paid sponsor or actor.
Yo,
Like,
but
everybody
we don't even read most times though. Like not everybody
Who don't
reads that
read-
little
who's
stuff.
we?
Most people.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Like to read the disclaimer, like.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, bro, you don't have to drive a Kia to be in a Kia commercial.
Yeah, but I'm still seeing it though. Like I can't and my kids are still seeing it.
So everything you see on TV, you think is real?
It may not be real, but like, what about my kids that mine's still formulating? My little nephew that lives with me. He's
That's your
12 years
job
old.
as a parent. That's your job to parent them and let them know what's going on.
I could only say so much.
What about
and,
the news showing kids getting shot every day? You got to talk. The news shows kids getting school shooting. You have to talk to your kids about that as well, right?
Of course I do.
You see people with obesity. You have to talk to your kids about that. Like, it's a lot of things you got to talk to your kids about. Not doing drugs, not smoking, being a good person. This is just something else you got to put on your list. What do you mean?
Well, I think that I do. I cover all those things as well. But when you see things on TV that are on HD, and then you have your fat Puerto Rican dad trying to explain these points to you for a couple hours a day, when I get a chance to, then he's parked in front of the TV for 9 hours, like with a bunch of shit in HD. I mean, it's hard to compete.
Yeah, they got TVs for that too. When it's in HD, you can control those channels, what your kids can and can't see. Go ahead, Megazar.
I just wanted to say shout out to my bro Reggie, man. Appreciate you putting that clip on me on your Instagram, bro, and on YouTube.
Yes,
and I
sir.
got much love for you, big bro.
Yes, sir.
I feel what these foul players saying. It's like nothing that I'm visually looking for, but you know what I'm saying? That's the norm of society today. You know what I'm saying? All you can do is educate your children about the natural way. And honestly, that's really all you can do. This shit is here to stay, bro.
Yeah, it's hard. Sometimes
but check it out. But like now they starting to say that trans women have to be able to participate in these events with other little. Now it's trickling down to the little girls. Now these little boys that identify as little girls, they starting competition and competing with these little girls. See, now it's finna start being a problem to people, but it should have been a problem from the get-go. Now when these little girls start getting their ass dusted in track, because they're really running against a little boy, because they running against Zaya Wade, and he dusting the shit out their ass in the track meet, you know what I'm saying? Are we gonna start breaking down the specifics of genes and DNA then, or are we just gonna keep rolling with it? Because it's here now. And because you were an advocate on this foot, you got to be an advocate on this foot also. So don't worry about it. It's here to stay for the good and the bad. Because like I said, there's more of these little boys identifying as little girls, and they're actually starting to compete in events with little girls, but they genetically and DNA little boys, and they blowing them out the water. And now parents want to raise, hey, well, no. You had a chance to speak against that, but you didn't. But now that it's unfavorable in this particular situation, you want to speak about it. No. They don't fly. They don't fly because niggas is for letting niggas think they whatever the hell they want to think now. Okay, cool. But when the shoe doesn't particularly fit in a certain instance, we don't need to hear shit else about it because that's what we doing now. I just saw an article somewhere that pretty much was saying that they have to start letting young boys who identify not with their cis, whatever that shit be mean. I don't keep up with that shit. Cis man, he don't identify as a cis male. He identifies as a woman, as a girl. So he has to participate in sports against little girls, and they fucking Usain Bolt in their ass in track. And pretty much like Mike and them on the goddamn basketball court. So it's like now, but it's a problem now. Nah, it shouldn't be a problem now because it wasn't a problem from the get-go. But see, this is the type of thing that happens. Just
but
like
maybe, I think a lot of people weren't privy to that happening in mass like that, as far as men, people who were born men competing as women. You know what I'm saying? And now people are starting to peep game, and they're getting pissed. And like, even if they whether they get pissed about that, like, you know, that to me, there's no time too late to get pissed about stuff like that. I mean, it's not the biggest issue, but I mean, like, that's some bullshit. That's like telling me to go against my own logic. And no, I don't care if you come to me in a dress. I'm never gonna refer to you as ma'am. Like, you know, I refer to my grandma as ma'am. I refer to my mom's as ma'am, and you don't get that distinction just because you rock a dress. I'm sorry. Like, one thing, like with quote unquote or so-called minorities, is that we're people that deal in logic a lot. And I mean, like, society today is telling you to look past like whatever logic you were given by God, and dealing like insanity. And I'm just not with it, man. A lot of times I get flack, but I'll stand on my points. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I want to bring my content in the future, like, to more political stuff, like to stand on my points a little bit more in depth, you know. But we're in the midst of some bullshit, and I think taking a backseat, like when it comes to so-called minorities, like, you know, it's not the best move. And like, you know, we're always getting rolled up in these things, and sometimes we're the last to realize it.
I think when you keep labeling yourself as a minority, you're gonna always stay as a secondary class.
Oh, I said so-called minority.
I'm black. I'm not
So-called.
no minority. Don't.
I
group
said
myself
so-called
in that
minority,
shit.
bro.
I ain't no so-called minority. I'm just black.
Hey, he let you talk. El
I'm sorry.
He didn't cut you off at all. His mic is muted. When he's not talking, I'm gonna ask you to respect him.
My apologies, Reggie.
You don't have to apologize.
Yeah. I think a lot of people buy into the sectors of society which are always meant to kind of put you in the secondary space, lower tier class, a class which thinks weak upon itself. I mean, you feel very comfortable with the minority talk. Like, I just don't understand people who speak in them terms. Either you Latino, you Puerto Rican, you speak for your people. But then also people make great points when they talk about any time we're doing something, they want to group people in a class, and that becomes a thing. Everybody else a minority. Whites can highlight the fact that they're whites. No. And even the thing that goes in with whites is that they group themselves. Everybody white ain't from fucking America. The whites try to melt themselves into a pot. No, you German, you're Polish, you're blase blah, just to attract numbers. But no, not grouping myself as no minority class. I'm black. My plights and wants and needs maybe different than the other racial groups, but just don't understand people buy into whatever labeling that white people put upon you when it comes to grouping you as something lesser than. And that's all calling yourself a minority means. You're a lesser.
But Reggie, black isn't a country. You put them in, you're German, you're Polish, you're black. Black isn't a country. Like,
word up. You're a native
when
of
you
the
hear me
Americas.
say black, you know, I mean, as American.
I just want to do it for the record. I had to quote that, say that for the record.
And I'm clear for the record. I mean, when I say black, you know that I'm an American.
Word up. Nah, and Reggie, I don't like that's why I say so-called minorities or quote unquote minorities. I don't like go around
so-called, quote unquote. You still call yourself a minority?
No. I'm saying amongst us, like to paint that picture. That's why I'm referring to that point. Like
I understand when you say so-called minority. I understand when you say so-called because most of them Elijah Marvel says so-called Negro a lot. Not that we're so-called that. So I understand exactly what he's saying. It doesn't mean that that's his official identification for who he is, but that's pretty much who the status quo identified us as.
I'm a Moor, and I see you more real rap. I'm a Moor. I'm a native of the Americas. Word up.
Go ahead, Megazar. He cut you off just to address the chat. Go ahead.
I was really
word up.
I ain't gonna lie, I've been laughing. I really been laughing hard as shit the last 30 minutes, bro. The last 30 minutes been funny as shit. we kind of needed that to kind of take the edge off of the seriousness of earlier on.
Oh, what was going down earlier, man? I was in a whack ass movie, so I missed most of it.
We was talking about the Ray versus Wade versus whatever that shit's called.
Yeah.
Talking about that and the origins of it, and whenever we get to speaking that, it becomes a man woman. It's always a women man thing, even if you clearly on the side of women being pro-choice. It's still gonna always come down to a back and forth thing. But it really is what it is at this point. I'm rubbing my head. I'm rubbing my forehead like Mark on that one. It is what it is on that point.
All over the place, Reg. It ended up becoming like women aren't accountable and men aren't accountable. And will y'all be leaving the home, and then will y'all be pushing men out the home and getting the white folks in our business, and it's just.
Oh Lord. So Roe v. versus Wade became a black thing.
No, it became men versus women. Yeah, it did become a black thing at once too.
Oh, there was on. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it.
If you're lucky. You know what
you gonna take it down?
I be snatching these shits down. See, this one might get taken down. They had already when I was putting the tags in the video, they kept giving me like this red triangle with an exclamation point because of the word abortion. Anything that had abortion in it. I'm like, I've seen shit all over the news with the word abortion in it. You know what I'm saying? All over YouTube with the word abortion in it. So I just changed the title to Roe v. Wade and see what they'll say about that. But yeah, you know how they do. You know how they do to the smaller channels to try to bully us. But
right.
This is their platform. I gotta conform to their guidelines. You know what I'm saying? So, but I changed it from abortion to Roe v. Wade. We'll see how that works. Yeah, but that's it, man. We was talking about the gun laws in New York as well, being expanded, and we was talking about. But what's your take on the Roe v. Wade situation, and what's your take on everything else we was talking about with Steve Bannon? I thought it was a little hidden line in there when he was talking about. He said because the way he was describing the 1932 elections, I didn't assume he was talking about FDR, and we're gonna do. Because that's not even who they are as a party, like they and who he doesn't represent that. He would call that socialism. That's what they call it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it represents what. But I do know he came from that Breitbart era with those dudes, and the old Proud Boys fuck with him.
Yeah, he part of that kind of neo nationalist bullshit. Really white hatred type bullshit, take back our country type ill crap. Propaganda spinning dude. He's a hoe. Yeah, but the Roe v. versus Wade thing, I thought the Supreme Court was wrong, but this is a democracy. They're in position. They made the changes, but now you also have to be where you have to be political. This is what it is. Like, to me, it ain't about where a lot of dumb Negroes and stupid ass whites get caught up in. You're liberal, you're conservative, and all that stuff. No, you vote for what's your interest. Now, if you got politicians and you're pro-choice, then maybe you need to find people who suit with what benefits you. Find ones who can overturn it. Just because Texas is pro-life now, people who are seriously and emotionally affected by this can start voting in candidates who are for a woman's right to choose, and get rid of people, flip the state, change things in the state, change the mindsets. It's all about changing mindsets. You get too many of these Breitbart minded ass people and the Donald Trump like mindsets that have infiltrated through politics and the rhetoric and narrative. You can flip them up out of the system, get rid of them, but it takes for people to vote. This is a democracy, so conservatism has won the courts. Trump has put a lot of these guys into office, so it's you're gonna have to deal with that for a long time. So, but you get states like California and Washington and all that other stuff where women, if they're having issues in their states, can sneak across state lines and go get an abortion. But then you have these other clown ass politicians in these states probably trying to track down what these women are doing over there and target them. So I mean, it's just a political game you got to play. But people gonna always figure out a way to continue on with it. It ain't the end of life, but it ain't the end of that choice. A woman will have a right to choose, but in those states where they're affected at it, they're gonna have to rally up, and could be a bad thing for pro-life talking motherfuckers. It could be something bad that affects them politically.
Right.
Huh?
It might backfire. It might lose the election.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, people like, nah. We don't want y'all to do that. You know what I'm saying? And I know already in Georgia, people were saying this is good for Stacey Abrams. You know what I'm saying? More than something that will hurt her for people who's trying to vote for her. Let me play this clip right here, Reg. I want your take on this because I think you missed this as well. I think Megazar, you missed this as well too. Let me start.
Overall, become more educated, higher earners in better financial positions.
Okay. I got to do it again. All right, let me share my screen. All right, here we go. Actually, let me do it this way. Make it a reaction video so I'll be on screen with it so they don't try to give me a hard time. Here we go. All right, let's reset it. Let's do it.
Welcome to America. Abortion is all about money. Abortion access isn't just about bodily autonomy, but it's also about economic security and opportunity. Legal access to abortion increases women's probability of graduating college by 72%. Delaying motherhood by 1 year due to access to legal abortion increases women's wages by 11%. And on top of that, legal abortion decreases the percentage of children who grow up in poverty and improves future life outcomes, including college attendance rates. Legal abortion helps women and our society overall become more educated, higher earners in better financial positions. But let me be clear, the same people who stack the SCOTUS bench do not want this for their communities. They want babies born into poverty. They want single mothers to struggle to support their children. Why? Because it keeps the working class working. The same legislators that are adamantly pro-life also hail from states with the highest poverty rates and the lowest literacy rates. So don't tell me this is about life. This is about keeping people paycheck to paycheck so that they have to work until they die. I'm mad. You should be too. You can fight back by donating and voting. Surprise!
Wow. Those states that she's talking about, she's not lying. When it talks about the literacy rate, the poverty rate, the earning rate, those states that are really, I'm in one of them. Alabama's next door. Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, West Virginia, all of these places, man. North Carolina, South Carolina, people are poor. Literacy rates are low. Talk to me, Reg. What you think of what she said and her breakdown?
Yeah, I'm trying to listen to it again. I'm gonna exit out because my volume in my phone ain't turning up. I'm gonna exit out. Can you put the link back in the chat?
Sure. All right. Megazar, Foul Play. What did y'all think of that?
I will have to hear it again and
I'll play it again. Let's play it again.
No, what I'm saying is like to truly dissect it and conduct my own research behind it. Could it play a factor? I think it could. I'm not going to dismiss her just because I don't have the information readily available to me right in front of me.
Surprise! Welcome.
My bad.
So I'm
surprise!
Welcome to America.
Yeah, her name. You can find it. She's Your Rich BFF. She's on Instagram. Got a little over 500,000 followers. She's that's her name is Your Rich BFF. She's a Wall Street trader now helping you get rich. She has 1.4 million subscribers on TikTok. She's out here doing her thing. Very popular.
Yeah, well, like I said, I will have to conduct independent research to see. Not like I said, not saying that she's lying, but I would just have to conduct it for myself to really give a opinion on it.
Okay, fair enough. But I'll say this: I don't know the exact number of those stats that she's talking about, the 77% and the 11% of the wages. What I will say though, she is right about the literacy rate in the states that are really pushing for this. And I give her credit on that, and it does make sense. You need to keep the working class working. I get it. That's why look, we know that's not a lie, because it's a reason why they keep. I said this early in my opening, where they keep the wages. It's like, when we gonna raise minimum wage again? Like, because everything else going up in the world. Look, waitresses are still getting paid $2.13. That's the minimum wage for a waitress. That's crazy. They say we can't pay them more. If we pay them more, we'll go broke. They shut down the whole restaurant industry. Real rap, what's up, my G?
Yo, peace, bro.
Good audio tonight too. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, man. I'm back at the crib. I disagree with what old girl was trying to sell, like by far. It was basically like commerce over life. That's basically what she was selling.
Okay.
So, like, the percentages for me don't matter. All the other stuff don't matter. No, that's it. It's really a decision, you know what I'm saying, between adults. But she was definitely selling the commerce over life, and I was like, nah, I can't rock with
I
that.
didn't hear the commerce over life.
I mean, that's what she was saying though. Like, you'll make more money if you.
Hello?
If you like, she was saying you'll get more money if you commit this. You know what I'm saying?
No. She said legal access to abortion causes people to be able to finish school. Delaying childbirth by at least 1 year gives you a chance to make 11. But she's not comparing that.
But this is the thing though.
I don't
like. Even if like
and kill babies, you make more money. I don't think she's saying that.
I mean, but that's what. Like, that's pretty much like the result. Like, this is the thing though. Like, it doesn't matter, if women are having more abortions or if the minimum wage is raised. If people don't save money, it doesn't make a difference. And the average household in America doesn't save. That's the main problem.
All right, fair enough. Go ahead, Clips.
I was just going to say that she does have some valid points. There is a business to this political turmoil, and I think people do need to look at it. You may not like it, real rap, but there is a commerce over life argument that fuels these debates.
Go ahead, real rap. Talking to you.
I see that last part one more time. Oh, my bad. I was reading something.
Yeah, man, I could tell. He said it is. He said basically it is some people who do choose commerce over life type thing. But,
Agreed.
But in this situation, I think she's trying to say, no, they want you guys to be in poverty. Like, they don't care look, I don't care if you can't afford this baby or not. You gotta have the baby.
All right. Well, look, that's what I was reading. So
it's gonna be poor.
All right. So,
I think that's what she's saying.
So that's what I was reading. So look, this is the thing. Like, and this is the thing that dude was saying earlier about like fucking whatever. Like, you can still get your shit off, you know what I'm saying? But that's where it comes to adults being responsible. Nah, like, I don't want to raise a baby in poverty either, That's why I'm making smart decisions, with my penis, so that I don't have to like deal with those issues like later on. That's the whole thing with adults. So, if you're gonna have sex, protect yourself. That's the whole thing. But I agree. I'm not trying to have babies in poverty either. That's why I make better decisions.
Go ahead, Reg.
Yeah, I was listening to her now. I get where she's going, but I think some of her points sounded extreme as hell. It was almost saying like not having a kid puts you in a greater financial position, and That's how she almost came off, but I know that ain't what she meant. But I agree with her points that most of the people who push these pro-life decisions politically do come from states where they're failing their constituents and shit. They have very low literacy rates, very poor access to state resources, programmings, to where those people are almost always forced to work. These are still in some of the same states where they're at will workers, meaning power is given to corporations that let their asses go for any old reasons. There's not a lot of rights to workers, and they function almost in the modern sense of slave states, and many of them are slave states that push this type of bullshit that's going on. I just don't rock with a lot of backwoods Southern politics, especially when it ain't black folks within it, which has to change for the South, even for the West, for the nation, period. But especially in the South, where a lot of the politics is extreme out there, I think black folks have to take a strong hold on the politics out there, because the people out there writing a lot of that bullshit are the wrong people, and are the people who've been consistent with fucking up this nation as it is. But I, like with me, I just don't rock with none of these conservative-minded types like that. These type of old age limp nut motherfuckers who can't get a bitch to begin with. They ain't got to worry about pregnancy. A lot of them, you look at them, you can tell they ain't never poked the damn female in their goddamn lives, and I think they become. No, I'm just talking bullshit, but I'm serious about a lot of them not being able to poke abroad, and are the ones making decisions on what women should do. And I think people are going to make mistakes, man. That's always the nature of young people. One thing is a very hard thing. Unlike a lot of these politicians who are making these decisions on abortion, a lot of them may never had fucking never even smelled the scent of a woman's pussy, let alone to tell a person not to have sex and shit. That's one thing that's hard to control with young people. They're gonna make these mistakes when it comes to fucking, and you shouldn't just force someone to come in here to raise a child, and then these children grow into adulthood, coming in situations where an ill-prepared parent can provide for them, and then these kids turn to robbing and shit, and then now they're viewed as monsters and predatory. Their behavior is monstrous as well. But those are the type of conditions that come along with that. And these politicians who don't give a damn about it, because on the other side of also what they support is a criminal justice system. It falls right in line with their plans and shit. That's my thoughts.
All right, foul player, talk to me. Y'all, I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Dang. I didn't even, like... No, but I like as far as like I missed the point that I was
talking about
say,
the video I played for the young lady.
Oh, the shorty, my bad, bro. Yeah. Nah, well, when they mention anything to do with like finances or like with the money making ability, like I mean, like even if there are stats on that or like data kept on that stuff, at the end of the day, I mean, like, you know, I look at those things as if they're trying to eliminate little L5 players, the little Reggies out there, or little marqnashes. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I look at it. You know, like, they may veil it under something else, but I don't think they're looking out for our best interest ultimately. I think if they could really be candid, they would say, I want to see less of y'all around. Like, period. That's if they were being really candid, but it's very hard to get candidness from these hyper liberal type people. Like, everything is emotional talking points or swinging the pendulum in a whole nother direction that you're not even like, where it becomes an argument off the rip. Like, anytime, like the fact that these people are so gung-ho about abortion, which again, abortion clinics, many of them in the hood. There's one in my hood on 43rd and 3rd Avenue in Sunset Park. You know, I just find it very suspicious, like when these people are so gung-ho about abortion, when I mean, the one in my hood, I mean, I only see people that look like me and look like y'all going into it. Like, I mean, that's it.
Well, I do want to give you that point. That is a great point that a lot of people overlook. Is the fact that abortions were designed and were encouraged because they disproportionately do affect poor white and communities of color. And also, the current culture, read the Supreme Court ruling of abortion, has further fueled the discord between men and women. And remember, what the devil does is the devil tries to divide and sow seeds of discord. And so, once again, I can't stress enough that we actually, as a society, need to look at this as an opportunity, for all of us to reevaluate this landscape of how we deal with each other. All right, we have a group of human beings who engage in sexual acts that human beings have engaged in since the beginning of time, but now they want more rights, they want more exposure, they want to even be viewed as a separate gender themselves. Maybe we as a society need to start revisiting and reevaluating some of the norms and mores that we codified for so long. And I don't think we'll get it overnight. I think it'll be something that 2 to 4 generations from now they'll finally get a handle on. But the conversation needs to start now. I do believe that.
Well, this nigga Clips is at a goddamn nuclear plant in the Ukraine right now and all that goddamn.
He said Ukraine.
Is at a nuclear plant in the Ukraine. Nah, I believe I agree 100% with you though, Clips. Real talk, bro. Say what's up to the Klitschko's for me though while you there.
Yeah, I agree, man. I'm in some rough territory. I'm getting shot at. It's rough. Okay, they're tearing me apart. I only got like maybe a quarter of my ass cheek left. They're tearing my ass up. But it's the truth. It's the truth. It ain't my opinion. This isn't my rhetoric. This isn't my projecting. We as a species need to get this shit together. Because look at where we're at. We are arguing over how and whether or not we should be reproducing. That's scary.
Nah, and as far as like with the abortion issue, I know it's to me it is a big deal. Like I mean politically, because I know a lot of the rancor that it stirs up. But ultimately, shorties, I mean, like yo, like you control any fucking dick that goes inside you. Like I mean, if you don't have that dude jimmied up, that's on you. Like, cause I haven't like nutted raw doggy since I was like 16, and I was broke 16. Like fucking and they weren't giving out condoms when I was young, but going to raw, especially with somebody you ain't trying to build with, I mean that's a terrible look. I mean, like I'm not, and again, like mistakes happen, like especially in the heat of passion, but it's if ultimately like the effect of you getting nutted in and getting pregnant like makes you go from Texas to say Louisiana, like because like Texas is making it hard for you to get an abortion. I mean, that trip is probably going to cost you $70. Like, you know, I mean, it sucks. And I know maybe people that don't have the means, it sucks even worse. But fucking letting some cornball nut in you like raw doggy is a lot worse than taking that trip. I mean, it is what it is.
Wait, what you mean it is what it is?
In the sense that I can't get too passionate about like the contention of like you know they can't get an abortion, like I can't get an abortion in my state because outlawed. Like it's not an impossibility for somebody to go to a different state, but that ultimately like this whole like you know you're in that quagmire because you let some herb nut in you. Like I mean like what's that, you know, like I can't get like too bent out of shape either way. I mean, personally, I'm not like for like I think like now that I'm older, and this is coming from somebody who could beg girls to get abortions more than once, like when I was a youngster. But this is coming from somebody who told girls to get an abortion, and I think it's 100% wrong in my later years. I feel terrible that I made shorties do that. And I've been, it's not like I'm a pretty reasonable guy when it comes to women. Like, I don't fucking like even though I wasn't like into having relationships, but I wasn't diss shorties or like trash them like after I if I ever did get to smash. But I've been with shorties in the aftermath of an abortion, and it's terrible. Like, they're depressed. They fucking it's a big event. Like, I think like making it like willy-nilly, like, oh well, we should like make abortions like way more like accessible or like way more like commonplace. I think that's a dark hole to go into, especially for us.
Let me add something to it.
And I'll go ahead.
But I just want to. I'll keep it brief too. I think like you let a herb nut in you, but you don't understand. It's bigger than just those surface level things where, okay, you let a herb nut in you. Look at this thing on the screen. These states are like, they don't even have exceptions for rape or incest or the health of the mother. Like, she may die doing this, and it's like, nah, I don't want it. I can't do it. Nope. She was raped. Nope. Incest. That's not letting a herb nut in you. That's a father or an uncle or somebody. You get what I'm saying? My brother, let me finish. I was quiet. I'll let you speak. When you say things like you just let a herb nut in you, it's very dismissive. What if the child is going to be suffering his whole life or her whole life? Very dismissive where you just let a herb nut in you. Well, so you got to drive to another state. I think it's very base level, surface level of thinking sometimes. But go ahead, Reg. That was my reply.
Yeah, that's just like recently, and I can't think of what state it was where the woman was raped by a guy and impregnated, and now this dude he has rights to the child that was brought here through a rape, in which I don't know if she was able to have an abortion or whatnot and had to bring the child into this damn world. But it shouldn't be a politician, like, as much as you want to say a woman shouldn't do that, she should choose more carefully and not mess with a herb and this and that. Well, I don't think the politicians are the ones doing the procedures. I think doctors should have more of a say so in that kind of field of conducting the damn procedures, more so than the politicians. And then what's the mindset that goes into them telling the women not to do that? I think I think politicians that support being pro-life, I have no issues with people being pro-life, but also don't be pro-rejecting motherfuckers because they can't provide for something. Don't be so pro pull yourself up by the bootstrap kind of bullshit. Don't be so pro to rob and steal from the nation, and that's what you get from a lot of these people. They don't believe in providing shit. They don't believe in trying to get people ahead, and that becomes the issue inside this country.
You know what, Reggie? That was a great point right there. And I will say this to everybody out there. I do understand, and like listening to what Reggie said, I can understand how some of my accountability talk can seem kind of condescending, because I'm one of the main people who don't like a lot of that pull yourself up out of bootstrap rhetoric. Because like Reggie was alluding to, not all people are in a position to do that, or not all people can just fix their life with one or two steps. Don't just change this and change that and everything will be done. But I will say, when I'm talking about accountability, is what we're alluding to, trying to find a solution where, okay, I did not make the best decision, but I'm trying to be responsible in how I go about it. And I think that these conversations, and we've got to have that mechanism for men and women. Go ahead, Mark.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's just so bad, Clips. Like, I just need you to be a little bit briefer with it, because it's hard to hear it. It's a lot of dang. Some of the stuff I heard you, but you got to pass it around. Go ahead, foul player, or you want to react to that? Because I think I was talking about it earlier.
Nah, it's as far as I'm sorry.
I said Clips, but I get you though. You made a good point, and I get it.
Yeah, like and you know, I don't want to present myself as like saying that like fucking being brutal and shit. Like, oh, you know, it is like fucking But at the end of the day, ultimately, like, I mean, there's like, it's like a state like that might have a bunch of like Christians and whatnot. If they choose to like that, you can't get it there. I mean, like, you know, to drive to like even the farthest state, 8 hours tops. I mean, you know, to drive like, you know, if you're in the bottom of Texas and you got to drive to like whatever is next to the top of Texas, I mean, what, 8 hours? You know what I'm saying? Like, or to a state that might hook you up with an abortion. Like, I mean, but ultimately, like, I do in cases of like incest or rape, if that did happen to you or you got raped, and I mean, by all means, if you want to get that out of you, I mean, like, I mean, it sucks, but I can't like really contend that point. But that doesn't happen like these dudes like make it out to be. Like they always mention that same talking point. Like, what about in cases of incest? Like, yo, but
don't do
like,
that on one
no,
side.
all right, okay.
Don't do that on one. If you're gonna look, quit while you wait. If you're gonna say that, you can quit that. But let's not do that saying rapes don't happen, incest don't happen. Even if it happened 1% of the time in America, that's 3 million people, bro. If it was 1%, that's 3 million people. How about that? Can we agree to that?
No, it's terrible when if one rape happens, but like I'm saying, like in instances in which somebody rapes a lady, and she has to decide whether to abort a baby due to rape. How many times have you ran into that scenario? I've heard of it only once, and that was like when I was a little kid. But it's not like something that's like, oh well, like, you know, well, we gotta curtail all this by bringing up the most extreme cases. I mean, the most extreme cases, if you get pregnant through incest or rape, that's terrible. I mean, I feel for you, and I think that you should have a outlet. And I think you should have an outlet to like do what you will, you know, as much as I don't agree with it. But those are the extreme cases. The common cases are fucking somebody nutting in you, like raw doggy.
No, even then, and that's all the cases. It's somebody nutting in you, bro. That's how baby get here.
Yeah, come on. What are we doing here, man? There was only one Jesus.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. That's how we all got here. Shout out SLG. He said, interesting abortion by race stats. Googled black woman 38%, white women 33%, Hispanic 21%, and then it goes to other races. This surprised me because we represent 13% of the population. Okay. Shout out to SLG. Let me give him the drop. But this is what I want to say, foul player. Like
a 10, a fucking 10.
The point we were saying, people shouldn't have to travel to another state, bro. That's all I'm saying. They should have to travel 8 and 9 hours away to get help. That costs money, that costs time and resources. It's not as easy as it sounds legit. Just drive 8 hours. How you gonna get there?
Oh, Mark.
How you gonna get there and how you gonna get back?
I'm sorry, Mark.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to like cut you off at the end of the point, but like when I first called initially, like when it got cut off, I wanted to make a point before then, and I just remembered it now. But the point that I wanted to make is that these same people that are telling you like, oh well, like the it's this big travesty to have like a female's limits like to abortion and whatnot, are the same people that a couple months ago were telling you that if you didn't get a certain thing within you, then fuck it, you shouldn't work. And like, you know,
Who is that?
I don't want to mention it because I don't want to kibosh the channel. Like, or
no,
like,
just say it.
Who's they, or what am I referring to?
I'm just being open and red.
Mandates. I'll put it like that.
Okay.
You know, so like these same people were telling you, like, you know, if you don't want to get that thing, then fuck it, you should be out of society. You shouldn't work. Like, and now these same people are saying
against all that that C-19 stuff they was trying to rule.
Pardon me?
The C-19 stuff you talking about? Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
The Supreme Court ruled against that shit. There was like a lot of shit they was doing was unconstitutional.
But ultimately, a lot of people were ended up getting it against their like, and I know people like here that I fuck with on YouTube that had to get it against their own, you know, wishes. But and that's a travesty in itself too. But these same people that were pushing that, well, like, you know, if you don't get your shit, like, you know, like, which was the liberal left, more than anybody, are also now telling you like, oh, my choice.
You putting everybody in one basket, bro.
I mean, like
those are Fox News talking points you just did right there, bro.
Pardon me?
Those are like Fox News talking points that you're doing right now.
And let me say this, because I mean, this is how ignorant the country has spun people's mindset and thinking, to where, oh, the people want to get abortion are liberal. There's people of both political ideologies who go get abortions. Don't act like old lily pad little Republican granddaughter ain't out here getting screwed, humping around, and sneaking off to abortion clinics. This is a thing that affect women on both sides. You're gonna get old lily pad women who want to be pro what is that shit? What they call themselves? Pro-life type motherfuckers who ain't sneaking around, getting bent over in the bathroom, getting nutted in, and sneaking off, having to run and get abortions. These broads who be married, getting pregnant, stepping out, doing infidelity type shit, needing to sneak off and get abortion. This shit gonna bite a lot of people in the ass. This ain't no political thing. People in America don't live by political mindsets. Only the delusional, ain't got no purpose in life type people think in that fashion. This shit affects people on both sides of a political standing. I don't think people are parties. I'm not a party. I'm a motherfucker who have certain things I support, and I think America is such a failed nation that people are fucking chosen sides in politics. Your job as a fucking politician is to lead a country, to be a fucking leader, not a fucking gang member. And America is turned to fucking blood and crip nation with these cornball ass politicians. Motherfucking got corny motherfuckers acting like they riders in this country.
Can I respond to that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pardon self, bro. Like, but no, I was saying it more in the sense of like liberal policymakers, like the ones that I live amongst when I lived in New York, like the ones that gave me a hard time, or that give people, like, you know, in New York, in Brooklyn, East New York, one of the illest hoods in New York, they arrested a bunch of black dudes for trying to get Burger King. This was on the news and everything. They were overnight in the 75th precinct in jail because they went there in protest and showed up to a Burger King to get food during a time in which New York was saying, if you ain't have a card for the for the thing, you couldn't eat there. Or like, and a lot of jobs were busting chops then too, and that a lot, like, I mean, at least the people that I fucks with, like a lot of the people that I fucks with that had apprehensions of getting that thing within them were largely quote unquote so-called minorities, like, and I'm talking about the people that I deal with, and I was very apprehensive of getting that, like, or anything to do with putting that within you. But online, or a lot of the people that were going nuts about pushing mandates hardcore, from what I seen, were liberal women, liberal white women.
Okay, well, sir, how about this? It wasn't liberal white women that was in office telling people it's a hoax. That wasn't liberal white women, right? That wasn't we can agree to that, right?
Well, he does act like a bitch.
Yo, your president was saying it was a hoax. It was a fake. It was fake. We all know the shit is not fake now, right? We at least can agree to that, right, foul player?
Yeah.
No? Yes? No?
Again, I don't want to get the channel kibosh.
You an open, direct question.
It was overblown. I'll put it like that.
No? It was
overblown. Overblown.
Yes or no? Is it not a hoax?
No, it wasn't a hoax, but it was overblown.
It can't be overblown if everything shut down. The whole economy got fucked up globally.
I don't think we should have shut down.
Okay, well, you don't think it should have shut down. So that means you can't say it was blown out of proportion when you can't travel here. You can't go there. Everybody shut down globally.
But hell, China still shut down. So
when they say it was blown out of proportion, that ain't even a question I asked you. Was it a hoax?
No, but no, it wasn't a hoax. It wasn't.
Sir, see, you see, this is why we have these problems right here.
But it was overblown.
I didn't even want to ask you that. It ain't no such thing as overblown once we say it's not a hoax, because that's false information to say it's a hoax, which means fake. That means you can't say it was overblown, but say it was fake. No, something happened globally, bro.
I
And you
agree.
said, well, I don't think. And you was like, I don't think we should shut down. Who you mean, America or the rest of the world? Because you don't know what was going on there. Because you can't say both. You don't live there, and all you know is what the news tell you and what you see. And even that's bad.
I don't watch the news.
Huh?
Man, you do watch the news because you speak a lot of talking points that come right off.
I read, my brother.
Yeah, you regurgitated a lot of Fox News.
I read Wall Street Journal, Epoch Times. I read every day.
Sir,
you lying. You're lying, L. You can stop the lies.
You talk to me behind the scenes, bro. Like, do I sound?
That don't mean I know your ass.
Do I sound like somebody like as far? I mean,
bro,
I
talked to you one time, and that don't mean I fucking know you.
And it was about some corny. It was about some drama too.
Listen, you spew a lot of shit that comes up off of news networks. Like I say, I listen to conservative fucking radio shows because I want to know what the fuck kind of talking points that are going out. So when I hear people spewing certain shit, exactly where they're getting it from. You spewing a lot of regurgitated, recycled bullshit that ain't no original shit. It ain't coming out no paper. It's coming right up off of the news spin cycles. And you regurgitate. You want to talk about the
I read Epoch Times.
Let me finish this. You talking about the overblown with the pandemic. Well, China's still suffering with that shit. That's a reason behind all this inflation shit we're dealing with. It ain't no pandemic. It wasn't none of that stupid shit. You had a stupid ass crybaby of a president who treated the shit like it was a hoax, and now you have everything set in this country backwards as a result, as a lasting result of that. And the fact that China still can't get the shit under control within their own nation, who America has so relied upon when it comes to goods being sold inside of this fucking country. And that's why everything is fucked up. That pandemic is still something affecting America. You're still having to where certain states and venues are starting to come back with making people wear masks inside of certain events. People are getting sick. Shit ain't fake. Viruses aren't fake.
I'm not. But I think it's more in the sense of like, I think the bigger deal was the fact that they mandated stuff like to put within you, and you can't work unless you do that. That's foul. Like whether
for everybody, man.
They do that all the time.
That ain't for everybody, everything, and we can move forward off of this. We got to move forward because we totally off topic. We totally off topic. I think once you told me, okay, it wasn't a hoax, we can move forward after that. Anything after that is hyperbole. It's just you just adding more stuff to it. It was blown out of proportion here or in America. I think everybody. I don't think we should have shut down here or the whole world. But you don't watch the news, like you said, so you're not even informed or misinformed for that matter, because you don't know the fuck going on. Like you said, right? You don't know what's going on over there. You would have to read their papers to know what's going on in Italy and other parts. And I know you're not subscribed to Italy newspapers, bro. Come on, man. Stop that, bro.
None of us are, man. Like
I never said I was. But you saying you seem like you know what's going on over there, but you don't watch the news and you're not reading the paper. Are you talking to people over there? Nah, man, you watching the news, bro.
But Mark, you're kind of avoiding like the contention that I made originally, in the sense that like I understand that Trump may have labeled it, whatever he labeled it, hoax or like maybe
whatever. It's open direct. It's
all right. But like,
see, that's why I can't handle that. That's that's irresponsible what you're doing right there.
Let me tell you,
and you're not arguing in good faith, sir. You're not arguing.
May I finish my point? Like,
I gotta check the bullshit when I see it. You like whatever he might have called it. You know what he called it.
All right. So in the most extreme case, the fact that he called it a hoax, like
most extreme. That's open direct. That's what he did.
All right. But I think
even that, you see how hard this is just to even say what he called it. When you know,
but like, what you want me to do though? Like, I mean, like, what, like, as far like,
this is insane.
Like, I mean, but what you want me to do?
Asking you to do? Why are we even like, well, whatever he might have called it, he called it a hoax. Well, okay, in the most extreme case, he might have called it a hoax. Hoax. What are we doing here? You're not even starting off in good faith.
But he could have said that it was the illest host, or he could have said that it was nothing. The bigger thing is that the mandates came into play. That's the point that I wanted to make originally. You could call men women now. Like, I don't like. I mean, like, it sucked. I don't agree with it.
You jumping around everywhere. You jumping.
But that's just
the president of the United States of America calling a pandemic a hoax versus me deciding to acknowledge Caitlyn Jenner as a man or a woman. It's not the same thing.
It equates to a talking point, though, Mark. Mark, at the end of the day,
you talk about the fucking bro. You talk about the fucking
to
president of the free world, man. Compared to me calling Caitlyn Jenner a man or a woman. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, that chalks up to a talking point. But the mandates are not a talking point. That's something that if you didn't want in you had to get in you to work. That sucks. That's a terrible.
Not everywhere, man. Not everywhere.
A lot of people that did everything.
Hey, stop play. You have to go to school, right?
I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm good on this one. I'm good on this. All right, go ahead. What's up, Lady Sharon?
What up, Mark? And I know in chat. This guy's tripping. He's tripping. Yeah, you're not making any sense. Like, you're saying that you don't vote, but yet you voted for Trump, but yet you go by all his policies. But the policy that when he stated that the coronavirus was a hoax, you're saying that it was more liberals that was causing more of the mass hysteria. Your president, who you like, is a conservative, who you root for. He said it was a hoax. So how comes when it's your president saying that, you're trying to dumb it down, and blame all the other shit that you don't agree with on liberals? No, you can't play. It's either one or the other.
I didn't say a lot, and Lady Chan, I'm a big fan of your channel too. But I didn't say a lot of what you're saying that I said though. I don't agree with everything Trump does. I only like Trump because he'll say like what first thing that comes to his mind. Like
that's not good in a president.
Yes, yeah.
I don't want my president. I don't want the boss of my company. I don't want anybody who's in charge of me to not have governance over their tongue.
What about my man who's in there now, bro? Come on.
Go ahead.
Man, Biden is not saying dumb shit like no Donald Trump. And that just shows to where you have an inconsistency on what is acceptable and what ain't.
How you know what a man said? You don't watch the news.
And I listen And I listen to people spew that shit all the time. People would say Biden this, Biden that. Motherfuckers shouldn't say a goddamn word about Joe Biden if you tolerated all the bullshit from Donald Trump. A nigga who said he will bring the military out to shoot motherfuckers. A motherfucker who is spreading people. A person who has lost an election and telling people to steal it. Go make up votes. Go do this. Y'all storm the Capitol.
Trump
shouldn't have shit to say about what this motherfucker currently in the office is doing inside of a nation that was on the road of being fucked up. Like, you niggas is inconsistent as fuck.
Go ahead, Lady Shan.
Yeah, and it weren't the liberals doing all that, was it? The people that you said, it was your people, the conservative people. So it's one rule for one and another rule for another. No, you've got to keep it consistent across the board. Fuckeries is fuckeries. It exists. Liberal, Democrats, conservative, there's fuckeries everywhere. But you've got to call it when you see it. You can't just try and craft it for your way, and you're forming narratives and agendas.
But I'm not saying conservative as far as a party goes. I'm saying I am conservative as far as like what I define as like a family. As far as me wanting to raise my family.
That's not conservative.
I don't like. I'm not like
have that. That's your opinion that those values to solely conservative. That doesn't mean you're conservative. That's nothing to do with a party. That's a way of life where even if you're a liberal supporter, you can still live that way of life. You're pinning it down that if you're liberal, you're more wishy-washy and you're letting things slip by the wayside. Maybe they are, but there's conservative people that are wishy-washy and letting things slip by the wayside as well.
And they might be a little bit of lost in translation because I know like in the UK, they refer to like the right side as the Conservative Party right. I'm not saying I fuck with the Republicans at all. I probably loathe Republicans more than I do Democrats as far as parties go. But the
you kind of are saying that.
Hey, Clips, go ahead.
I'm saying that I consider myself conservative in the sense that a lot of the new age thinking, I'm just not with it. I mean, like, and if I would have said this in a barbershop 10 years ago, and I would have been saying it in the most vulgar sense, nobody would have said shit. But now all of a sudden, like new rules are thrown on top, like as far as like new definitions and shit. And I just and I just gotta cave in on every point. Like,
but you're still pinning it to parties. You're still pinning it to parties. You're still saying that the liberals are the ones that are fucking up shit.
And I'm talking from a perspective of New York City mostly too, Lady Chan, in the sense that this is a very liberal city. I've seen and I grew up with a very liberal education, and these people were teaching us wrong from Jump Street. They always loathed us. The people that made policies in New York always loathed people of color, if you will. So it's not like it's a newfound thing. Just because I fuck with Trump, that he introduced me to conservatism. Not one bit. I don't like any politicians except Ron Paul and Trump. And I like Trump mostly because he'll say whatever the fuck. I fucks with it. I talk just like that. I probably talk like that within this. I'm sorry.
He's saying whatever the fuck that he wants against people like you. He's not rooting for you, by the way. He ain't rooting for you. Anyone can say what they want. Doesn't make them qualified to be the fucking president of the fucking free world. That you've got to be stable.
But is the current guy stable?
Man, that nigga is nowhere close to no
Is the current guy
Trump.
stable?
Yes, he is stable, dude. He ain't doing a rational.
Did you hear what he said? When define America in one word yesterday? Come on, that was yesterday.
What did he say? And what they got to do with anything?
Look,
what they got to do with anything?
Yesterday.
Nah, I don't gotta watch the news to see that though. I
watched the news and didn't hear nothing about what he said. What did he say?
Because they underreport that stuff, but they overreport.
L5, what you exposing yourself is a liar, and you inconsistent with what your talking points is.
Now, what point am I a liar? I'm sorry.
You watch the news, so you
watch
just
the fucking news,
and there's nothing wrong with watching the news. So just
I don't sit down and watch the news. That's what I'm saying.
He don't watch the news
because
because Donald Trump said it's fake news, so he don't want to watch it.
Say he don't watch the news, but now you know what's overreported. You know what's underreported. You gotta watch the fucking news a lot to know something overreported or underreported.
I mean, I don't watch the news, but I'm not in the dark as to what's happening in the world.
You watch the news. You telling
I read Epic Times every day. I read Wall Street Journal every day. I read New York Post every day. I New York Daily News every day. And here and there, I do watch shit on YouTube.
So you are watching the news or reading the news.
Still intaking the news, and you still watch it because you.
Thank you.
And as far as news goes, I'll watch a little clip on YouTube here and there. A lot of times, it's shit that I read or stupid shit that happens.
Bro,
I'm not saying
Trump ain't for you. That's your business. We ain't rocking with him. Even I'm from England. We don't rock with him. You can rock with him. He ain't rocking with you. Your people, the Puerto Rican, he ain't rocking with you. So I don't understand where you're it's just inconsistent. It just doesn't make sense. You contradicting yourself left, right, and center.
Lady Chan, I want to say something real quick. Any politician that says that they rock with black people, Spanish people in this country, for the most part, that the ones that say they do rock with us. I'm not saying that Trump says because I never heard Trump say that he don't. But the ones that they do say they rock with us, fucking hate us too. But
we're not doting on them. We know it's bullshit.
Why not?
We call it across the board. It's bullshit across the board.
Apparently, you're not though. You're honing in on one side of the debate.
Because you're attacking one side of this whole thing. I don't know if you
Dolly on this panel. I'm doing this by myself. I'm attacking one side.
Well, hold on. Is there not Hispanics that get benefits from the government?
In regards to what, welfare and whatnot?
Nah, like benefits from the stimulus packages, money from the government. There's Hispanics that get that, man.
I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to though.
There's Hispanics that get okay, so the thing is a black agenda, right? I don't look at either party, Democratic or a Republican, if they're not talking about a black agenda. That's why for me I don't really follow politics, because there's a clear benign neglect. The thing is there's other racial groups that do get benefits in this country though, and Hispanics are one of them.
Possibly, yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. And honestly, a lot of Hispanics be tripping, bro. Like, I mean, if you look on YouTube, like a lot of Hispanics dudes are outright racist, straight up. Like, what point was I trying to make? Sorry.
So at least they've got some integrity. Like, yeah, we may hate the fucking niggas, but Trump don't like us, so we ain't rocking with him.
Nah,
like,
but you put that. It's not that kind of party, Lady Chan. Like, come on, like, you know, and it's definitely not that kind of party with me.
Trump had an agenda against Mexicans. That was clear, and he said that from his campaign.
But look, check it.
That was his number one agenda.
It's a lot of Mexicans that voted for Trump, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's a lot of people that feel, you know, they vote for their particular agendas or whatever. But it was a lot of Mexicans that supported Trump. A lot of whites that supported Trump. It's a lot of black people. Like, the thing that the dude means, like when he says that, you know, and like he kind of all over the place. But like the one thing that he said was being conservative. Like, you don't have to support the Republican Party to lean conservative. Like for me, like I don't rock with what the liberals push, and a lot of reason is because number one, they don't want to drill. Like, that's why we have the gas situation that we have now. If you had a Republican in office, like you wouldn't have the ridiculous gas prices that you do now. Like, that's the two things with the Democrats that I've seen. It's always like gun issues, gun right issues with mass shootings, and it's always high gas. Like that's what the focus is, because they want more crime in order to further push the prison industrial system. That's the whole thing that the Democrats want. Like with the Republicans, like that's why Trump was saying, like, black people, what else do you have to lose? Like, you've been voting Democrat the last 60, 70 years. And it's a strategic point when black people voted Republican and that shit switched. You know what I'm saying? But that's why Trump was saying that, because in my opinion, you know, I didn't see Trump write any executive orders to hurt black people. Like, I didn't see that. But when Kamala and Biden came up, they told you straight up, black people, we have nothing just for you. It's going to be a people of color situation. And that's that bullshit, because you have other people that fit that criteria, so-called minorities, whether it's the LGBT, whether it's white women, whether it's whatever demographic that get money from the government. I haven't seen black people as a whole.
You said Trump didn't write a bill to hurt black people. Did Kamala and Biden write one to just hurt black people too?
They definitely overlook black people. Like, sure.
Black people are Americans.
No, I'm not saying nah.
No. Listen to what you said. Let me repeat.
Look. Okay, so listen. All right. Look. I'm gonna answer your question.
No. I'll let you talk. Let me say something. You can't start off saying Trump didn't do nothing to hurt black people.
I can go over it.
Huh? You literally said that.
Like, what I said is Trump is like the Republicans that I've seen haven't wrote any executive orders to hurt black people. That's what I said.
And then on the flip side of that, you said Biden and Kamala didn't do anything. You didn't give them the same thing. They didn't give an executive order to you changed it to something else, as in
I didn't change it. What I said is I haven't seen Biden or Kamala do anything strategically for, and I said that there's been
but let me inject this real quick.
I'll preface with that. I started with that.
Let me inject this, and not to take your point real quick, but when black people talk about what they want to hear from Kamala, or because she black, what they wanted from Obama, you know damn well they can't go in there and say, I'm gonna do this and that for black folks, knowing goddamn well with black people's political stance, what is that? Organizing and rallying up against the backlash that come from that shit. That'd be political suicide. So they got to do this shit. Either black people catch on to the motherfucking dog whispers or codes like other racist people use. I don't blame them for not saying what they're gonna do for black folks. Some revolutionary talking black people be wanting to hear that shit. Catch on to what's going on. The minute a politician say some shit, what they gonna do for just black folks, them motherfuckers might as well pack that shit up and get the fuck up out the White House.
But they're not shy about saying what they're gonna do for Asian folks.
or be assassinated.
Hey, Rich, like, what's the difference with like Ice Cube when like the so-called like allegedly the 500 billion was on the table for black people?
Man, Trump wasn't getting no people that shit.
Okay, but hold on. Like, when was the last time that you even heard a talking point for anything? I'm talking about strategically just for black people. Like,
Bingo.
when have you ever heard that talking point other than that?
None of them have done it, so that's consistent. None of them.
Trump did it.
You can't say because Trump
did it.
That hurt black people, like made executive orders to support black people, but did he make executive orders to help black people? No, he didn't. Has Biden? No, he didn't. So they're all bullshit. But what we're trying to say is, don't just try and pin certain bullshit on one certain party. They're all bullshit. Just call it across the board.
But that's what I do though. Like the thing that I was saying was I didn't see anything to hurt one group or to help the same group either. That's the whole thing. Like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, I always say, like, with politics, it's two horns on the same devil. But the whole thing is the helping. I understand that both parties deny black people. That's why I look at, okay, who's actually helping or at least have an agenda toward black people specifically, outside of the people of color dynamic.
Player, you said Trump did. What did Trump do specifically?
But what Real Rap just mentioned, as far as the Black Platinum plan, like that he was proposing, and again, that plan ain't shit. And he was doing that shit last minute to get cheap votes. Agree?
No, but you say he did something. That you talking about?
He proposed.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But and another thing too, real quick, because I gotta dip off. I'm only saying this too.
And to do something.
I'm sorry.
But he did have 4 years to do something.
No, and he threw a bone at the end. I'm not gonna front. Like, he threw a bone
At the end. Get the fuck out.
He threw a bone at the end for votes. Like, I'm not gonna front.
So he didn't do nothing.
He still didn't do nothing. He had a meeting.
And that's the unfortunate thing. That's the unfortunate thing too, guys, is that just mentioning or proposing that is more than most politicians do for black people anyways.
So what's unfortunate is you meeting with Ice Cube, the rapper, instead of meeting with people in government if you really want to get this plan together, right?
But nobody else is doing anything. Is the more important.
He's the president.
No.
And see how you just push the bucket down the street. You playing hard. I'm talking about.
But what about the current guy though? The current guy.
No, I'm talking about your guy. Like you the current guy. See, you moving the goalpost.
My guy ain't even there though.
That's what
my guy's in the cut, bro. He's in the
My
crib.
G, you said my guy Trump did. So now when we bring it to the forefront, we realize Trump didn't do nothing. He didn't throw a bone. He had a meeting with the rapper when he had 4 years in office to get it done with leaders and government.
Right.
I'll put it simply. Trump gave lip service. Everybody else did nothing. But before I dip off, the thing is that why I get like hyped up about these things too, because if you leave it to our people, naturally, we'll go right into every Black and Spanish people from America. Okay. If you leave it to us, we'll throw right into the Democratic Party. They keep shitting on us over and over and over and over and over. If you like, and on top of that too, Reg, I hate to call you out, but like you used to do a lot of political content, and almost all of it had to do with Trump. Like, come on, you gotta do political content.
Yeah, of course I do it with Trump, because Trump is a piece of shit.
But
and
like,
I don't just
now though. Come on, like you gotta cook now. Like things ain't happening politically. Like where you don't touch politics as much.
Wait, cook now on who? I touch on politics all the time, but cook now on what?
With the same vigor or the same rancor, if you will.
But tell me what I'm cooking on, because y'all speak about Biden not doing this and that. What the nigga ain't fucking up nothing. The one thing he can do. Tell me what he's fucking up, because y'all sat quiet while Trump.
Have you gone to the grocery store? Like my groceries have gone up,
and that's why I know you're.
And you're really blaming that on Joe Biden.
37%. I know you don't know
my
what you're
gas
talking
is
about.
up. Hard
That's
body.
not,
Regardless
not a
of
Joe
who,
Biden thing. That's not a Joe Biden.
If it happened
thing.
to Trump, you would put it on Trump. Stop fronting. If it happened to Trump, you would put it on Trump.
But that's happening in the UK. It's because it's happening globally due to the pandemic. It's a global thing. So we don't have Biden as our prime minister, but it's still affecting us because it's a global thing. It's nothing to do with one president or one prime minister. If Trump was in presidency now, the gas would still be going up because of what has been happening. It's not Biden's fault.
It wasn't happening to Trump though.
But no, certain things.
And
Trump,
my groceries weren't going up.
Listen,
when
hey,
Trump
Kyle
was
Blair,
there.
and credit. Some of these things that happen in Trump is because of the president before him. And then when you leave office, just because you're gone in office doesn't mean the shit. Like if you can do some shit and then it fucks up the next person.
No, they have to spend their time.
And it looks like it, but you shouldn't be complaining about groceries and gas because based off of what you believe in, with your conservative views, you should support what's it called, capitalism.
No, that's not when it goes against my pockets. That's not
capitalism.
capitalism.
No, that's capitalism. That's what you into though.
No, capitalism is me capitalizing, not me paying out like to other people like that.
Oh, man.
I want to make capital. Like I want to make more bread. Like I mean, like
but that's not what capitalism. That's not what capitalism is. You making more bread. Capitalism is operating in a free market, supply and demand. I can charge you more because I got it. Like that. You should support capitalism. You shouldn't be complaining, right?
I support more bread for me. Ultimately, and like now I have less bread, and now everybody here knows like their groceries are going up. Period. Everything's going up. Period.
But that's the pandemic, bro. Supply
and had it happen under Trump.
Listen, but it's you missing the point when it happens under Trump. It's also what happened in 2020, and with the damn world shutting down, supply chains, China. You got a war going on right there. In Ukraine, that shit affects global economies as well, and with trade and things with Russia.
I understand.
We also have a chipset shortage, like far as even getting electronics and things made. Because that shit, I got a delay on getting my Rodecaster Pro. I'm mad as hell, but
I just bought one.
I get all that, but had it been had this stuff now, like the economic bad stuff.
You gotta stop saying that because we already debunked that. You just keep repeating that, but we already debunked that.
It's
sir.
true though, Mark.
It's not
had
true.
Had it been happening under Trump, they would have been torching them.
But you don't vote according to you.
You just make it
up though. That you should listen to my opinion because I don't vote.
Do you vote?
Hey, look.
Can I vote?
Do you vote? Did you vote?
Hells no.
So therefore, everything you're saying is null and void.
I said that early in this conversation, Lady Shan.
That's air. That's air. Everything you're saying is a myth.
I paid $73 to fill up a half a tank on my truck.
It has a lot to run around. I was like, why not even run for office?
Nah, but I have ultimately I have love for my people.
And he showed me a wall where he got a picture that says Sunset Park.
No, that's not a picture. That's a park sign.
Yeah, but what's that doing?
Well, I don't even know what that means. A park sign. What does that have to do with you running for office? Because you have a park sign.
No, that was me explaining that I want that when I was trying to run for city council.
Why did you try? Why didn't you do it? What do you mean try?
Why didn't I do it?
Yeah.
It was just really grimy. It would take a long time to explain it.
Quiet then.
Criminal shit. No. I mean, like that ass. Like it's a lot of. There was a lot of bullshit like that happened on a personal level when I was intending on running. Like So I mean, it was just out of my hands.
All right, well, I appreciate you, man. You've been saying you had to go for about 20 minutes. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you again, Mark Nash. Please, if you guys could subscribe to Lady Chan, my man, Boxing Conversations, Reggie Owens, and more. Love you too, Reggie Owens. I wasn't taking shots at you, bro.
No.
Oh man, no, we don't cry about that, L, man. We having a combo, man. Don't ever apologize to me, man. We fine.
And Mark and the man of the hour, Mark Nash, bro. Much success. Much love to you for letting me through, man. Thanks again, man. Have a good night, guys.
You too. Damn, River, I thought you were gonna say something to him about him being Moor too. I should. He said,
he a Moor.
My man said he a Puerto Rican Moor. Never heard of it.
Go
ahead. I think Clips on him. Smoke break real quick. Let me try to get some bars off with him real quick.
That's cool.
Well, the Taino people, the Bariquas, are part of the African diaspora and the Moorish nation, but Buddy was structured.
You sound muffled.
Buddy was structured.
You sound muffled.
Okay. All right, I'll come back in later.
Yeah, no, just move the mic from where it's at. Wherever you got the mic, you got your thumb over it or you too close to it, it's just muffled.
It's on my Bluetooth.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I said that Taínos and Bariquas are part of the African diaspora and by right have Moorish claim, but some of the things he was saying were out of base. And once again, people, we've got to get to this place where we can talk about facts without interjecting the feelings. We can't talk about one president or whatever and then say, well, what about the other guy? just as you can't talk about what Ginger said, what about the other. We can't. Let's just stick to the point, stay on code. This is, once again, Mark, like I said, this is how the Supreme Court was able to get this done, because they're staying on code. Meanwhile, look at us arguing thee versus the.
Fair enough. Lady Shan, real rap, Reggie.
Yeah, like the whole not voting thing, like I think that's BS. Like if you pay taxes, that's what counts, because you're not gonna get kicked out of the country or deported if you don't vote. But if you don't pay your taxes, you'll get locked up. You know what I'm saying? That's what's important for me, like paying the taxes and, you know what I'm saying, like doing like the other deeds, you know, with the citizenship or whatever. Like the voting, that's irrelevant. Like the local voting is, you know, if somebody like argued that, you know what I'm saying, I could concede to that. But like voting on a national level, that's irrelevant, you know, especially with the
well, you know, voting on that national level just got those Supreme Court justices. That's who put the look. That's the commander in chief. I hate when people say.
Why do you think Trump did all that shit he did to stay in there, bro?
I'm saying y'all don't have anything that you can do with that. You know what I'm saying? On an individual level, like there's nothing you can do. Like one person isn't gonna change the political dynamic, is what I'm getting at. Like that's what I mean.
What you mean one person, bro? What you mean by that?
Like when I say voting, bro, like the majority of them people that's been like on the Supreme Court, they've been there 30 plus years, bro. Like they're not.
No, that's false, bro. Some of these niggas ain't even been there 10 years.
Bro, Carl Thomas ain't like Carl Thomas was there before I was born.
Them people at the bottom, about 5 of them ain't even got 10 years experience in that Supreme
Court.
Lady
Game, man,
you got to look them up, bro. Like you just saying that, like if we go and look them up.
Kavanaugh is new. Sotomayor is new.
Amy Coney Barrett is new.
But did y'all put him in there though?
The president puts him in there. The
national, bro, like, all right, so look, that's the whole thing. Like that's the whole thing. Like when you study law, like and when you look at law, that's the only people that have power is the president and like the person that's right under. It's an inspector.
Remember, you were saying the president was a puppet. Many people saying that shit. Now, after Trump does his bitch shit, people realizing that is a powerful position.
Right. I'm not saying the.
No, look, let me finish saying this. That's a position where niggas is almost fundraising $1 billion to get in that damn office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I said, like I'm not arguing that the president is a puppet or not. My thing is, like the individual citizen doesn't do anything for the political process, bro. Like
that's what it was about
that level.
This is what you said, bro. Well, this is what was said in the chat, and you almost said it verbatim. What's the guy? Sly. He said voting nationally doesn't count on you. Like you was talking about voting nationally versus voting locally, correct?
Yeah. That's why I start.
And my point is, the guy you elect nationally they nominate these Supreme Court just lifelong appointments. Can sign executive orders. Can send your kids off to war. National elections matter as much as locally, if not more. Like, we got to stop that right there, man. That's all I want.
Nah, like that's where I'm coming from. Like you live in Georgia, I live in Louisiana. I can't affect what goes on in Georgia, bro. You can, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I don't look at this national thing, because like people have individual issues.
What you just described was locally though.
Yeah, that's local. Like I'm not against local. Like my thing is I can't like bro, like the individual can't affect national politics. Like if people don't understand that, then it just is what it is. Like
even the person you vote locally can influence the politicians when they come to and from your town. When they can influence things like that. They rally the support. He comes there and he comes here. I support this governor, and this governor supports this mayor or this president. That stuff matters, man.
See, but like,
national election put the Supreme Court justice in the office, and that affects the whole country.
The Electoral College goes against all that, though. That's why I say if we talking presidency, like you vote as a state, and then you have an elector, and the elector you can look this up. The elector can take your vote and vote how they want. That's why I say when it comes to
and they didn't do that. Trump was trying to get people to do that, and they didn't do that.
No, like bro, like at the end of the day, like
They
the
can't.
individual
I get
doesn't
it, but
affect
they
the
don't
like
do that, bro. They haven't won against
anything on the presidential level. That's why I say like you have.
With that boy is that if you're not gonna vote, then don't come over here talking like you're on a campaign.
Yeah, but if you pay taxes, you know what I'm saying? Like there's things that you affected by being here. Like I don't care about whether a person votes or doesn't vote. That's irrelevant.
Conversation.
Don't say where it counts.
I feel
Like
like
politics is money, dog. Like if you're not talking money, you're not talking politics. Like it's a direct correlation with money.
Politics, because they're politicking. They politician. They trying to get elected to get a seat. So
And
politics.
you need money, bro. Like all this, like all
Gotta
this voting
vote too,
stuff.
though. So you want to talk? You half-assing it.
I'm not half-assing, bro. Like you
But
don't
I-
understand what I'm saying. Like y'all have no power on the national level outside of having a conversation. That's it. You have no like individuals have no political power. Like y'all not understanding.
He has political power.
No, it's all about money. Like your vote doesn't mean shit. Like you had to have money in this country.
Okay, well,
And especially where you come from in the UK, like it's even worse for y'all. Like y'all have that other like you have like the royalty structure. It's even more in your face over there than over here. Like we played democracy. There's no real true. There's no true democracy.
We don't vote for the Queen. The Queen's nothing to do with government.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. Like y'all don't even have a vote. That's my point.
You have a vote, bro.
The Queen will rule if the government is conservative, Labour, or Liberal. The Queen's just going to rule regardless. But she's going to oversee who we've voted into power. So we do have a choice of who we need to have in power. And the Queen is a separate entity, but she will just overlook whoever's in power, Labour, Democrat, whatever. The Queen's still going to rule.
Still has veto power. That's the whole point. Like you can have that structure that's similar to ours, but you still have somebody that's empowered to have veto power. To where if like
yeah, true.
If like y'all did vote for something, she could push that to the time. Be like, nah, we ain't rocking.
That happened, Lady Shan, where the people vote for something, the Queen said, "Nah, I don't want to do that," even though the people have ruled unanimously. Like this is what we want.
No, because if everybody's voted for one party, then that one party is going to be the prime minister. But for little incidences, the Queen can overturn things if she wants to, but that's very rare. She'll know.
When was the last time something like that happened that you know of, where the Queen was like, the people voted for this, but I'm going the other way against the will of the people?
Never.
Because then the people can't overthrow the Queen.
No, she'll overturn like things like, so if someone's in prison for doing a life sentence and she wants to pardon them, she'll do things like that. Those types of things, more civil things that matter. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but she doesn't set the laws.
It was a situation back. It was a while back, but it was like in the 50s or some shit when she first came into power, and like y'all had a similar like C-19 out there at that time period, and I can't remember his name. It like dude name just slipped my tongue, but y'all's last prime minister that was the prime minister for like 60 years, like. Old boy in the 60s and 70s, like I can't think of his name.
Churchill.
Yeah, Churchill. Like she was working with Churchill on some like what we just got dealing with the pandemic. Like that's the last time that I could think of like it was when her dad died abruptly and she was put in power, and like y'all dealt with like a major pandemic at that time where like
more than this.
Made on that level. That's the last time I could think historically, just off the top of my head.
I don't know it, so I can't comment. But yeah, you know more than me.
I mean, I study that though. Like I'm big on the history, so I study, like different shit like that. But anyway, like it's similar like our presidency, like that. Like that's the whole thing. At the end of the day, like. You have the banking system, that's what, in my opinion, rules government. Like, you have people in the banking system that have, political power, and that's why I say, like, it's a money thing. If you're not dealing with that type of money on that type of level, you know, somebody like me, I'm an individual. It doesn't matter what I say politically if I don't have, you know, representation to push what I believe. That's what I'm getting at.
Fair enough. All right. Reg, you and Lady Shan got anything else y'all want to add to the conversation before we go?
The gun laws.
Yeah, but no, I think politically, especially in our community, I think we have to become more.
Go ahead, Reg.
I think we have to become more politically engaged, and that way, it puts an end to what you hear most Black people constantly getting on when we're speaking about politics, about how we're always pandered to every 4 years. They can come at us by going after entertainers to try to rile us up to getting us engaged. I think if we become more engaged in the political process, it's a process you ain't gonna change. It's the process of this nation. It's the process of advanced nations. Politics, elections. We don't deal in autocratic societies. We deal in a democratic society. You have to be engaged in it. You have to be a voice in it. And you have to be able to make moves in it, and also grooming people to go in it. And Black folks have to start taking our piece of this nation through the political process, and also through the corporate process. Because a lot of what affects us ain't just through the politics, but the politics also intertwine with what affects us inside of the world of business. Business motherfucking powerful business elites affect us probably at a greater level than what we see from our politicians. People ignore that shit. But at a national level, people have to pay attention. And then a lot of people say they don't do the national thing, don't even do the local thing, because there's all these different impacts that are hurting you inside of your local politics, meaning your state and everything, making it harder for you to vote. And that's how serious this damn election, this voting thing is. You can't get around it. It's the thing that moves this democracy, and that's the right to vote. It'd be the first thing they take away from a person. You commit a crime, what's the first thing they want to go after? Your right to vote, and also your right to bear an arm. So I mean, very serious things for a nation. Things don't matter. That's my thoughts on that.
Beautiful. Yeah. Well put. Go ahead, Lady Shan.
That's I've noticed the difference. I think it's kind of like a catch-22 sometimes in America. Is that they enhance poverty with certain, well, we're gonna say so-called minorities, yeah. But it takes away their vote once they're criminalized. Because in the UK, even if you're a convicted felon, you can still vote. So
amazing. I know that.
Never taken away. So in America, it's kind of a thing where they put you in a certain impoverished and condition that you're going to do crime, that you're then going to fill up their private prisons, but then they're going to take away your right to be able to change, life going forward. So it's like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So it's a bit fucked up that you guys can't vote if you've been convicted of a crime. That's stupid.
Yeah, but give me what you want. So about the gun laws, though.
Yeah, what was happening with New York? Have they relaxed their gun laws?
They expanded the gun laws, saying basically the former law was unconstitutional.
Fucking hell! So everyone's just going to be able to just get a gun in New York.
They're gonna expand those gun laws to allow people to be able to purchase a weapon. Because before it was just very hard to get a weapon, prove like you needed a weapon and all of that. It was just a lot of red tape. But they said it's unconstitutional and it's not allowing citizens their Second Amendment to protect themselves in their home.
That's crazy. It's gonna go mad. It's gonna go mad. So instead of like making the gun laws stricter, they're like loosening. That's crazy. That's gonna be the Wild Wild West. That's crazy.
But also,
go ahead, Reg.
No, I also look at that New York thing is that New York was a little bit overboard with their gun rights, because even though with them being hard on allowing people to go the proper way to access guns, there's a lot of illegal guns out there on the streets. and a lot of people vulnerable because they don't have access to be able to purchase a weapon within that city. Does it balance shit out? No, people shouldn't just be able to duel and shit out in the streets, but you should be able to have a right to protect yourself, because the cops, that you can't rely on a cop to be there for you, especially in a crowded ass city like that. But I also think you have to get policing done right in New York, because I think the police in that big ass city is deliberately failing on a lot of shit. Their responses to a lot of things are very slow, and it's all to I think a lot of departments across this country is in a response to police being criticized for the work they do. And I think that's where there needs to be a mass removal of a lot of people who go into law enforcement in this country, a mass removal of the people they have at the top as far as chiefs, captains, lieutenants, and sergeants. There need to be a mass sweeping of them, looking into their profiles, what they log in the computers, the conversations they have. There needs to be a massive sweep, and then a new recruitment process of bringing people who are going to go in there, do the work the way that it's supposed to be done as law enforcement officials. And it needs to be diverse and not so heavily white, but it's based on people applying, because you also get to where a lot of people look like us ain't applying for these jobs. That's the other side of it.
But then you've got people that are not mentally stable. They may not have any criminal convictions and can pass like the security checks to get a gun. But what about their mental health? Are they stable enough to be owning a gun? Like, that is just wild. That's just asking for. There's just going to be so much more deaths. Like, it's just going to be crazy. Makes no sense. That's dangerous. In my opinion, it's dangerous to relax the gun laws. Just fucking take out that amendment. Fucking rewrite things, update things. Contracts get rewritten every day. Laws get update. Even the Bible can be fucking updated. Update shit. If it ain't working, take it out.
Like, that's your right to defend yourself, though. That's the only difference. Like a lot of people will die before they let that happen, you know. And
they're dying anyway.
I mean, this is the thing, though. They don't care. Like, this is what I was gonna say. When you look at Georgia, like, Georgia just opened it up fully to where, like, they don't even do background checks. As long as you got a license, like you could buy guns over the counter in Georgia. So as long as you have states like that, or like you have one state that they tighten down on the laws, you'll have other states that are opening up. Like, especially if you have a state that's an open carry state that's connected to a state that's not. You know, the access to guns are always going to be easy in America. Like, somebody said it earlier, I think it was Karma, like, said that there's more guns than our population here. So the accessibility to the guns are always going to be easy. The thing with the voting, you know, like, when you go to jail or prison or whatever, they do take that from you. But a lot of times you can get that back. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, commerce, you know, on a political scale is it's on the same level as politics when it comes to commerce, because you can kill somebody, get out of jail, and go make money. You know what I'm saying? If you have the resources to do so, like connections and shit. Whereas if you go to jail, it'd be harder for you to get a gun coming out. Like, you're not going to have that right to. That's why, you know, that recidivism rate is big, because people will still go get a gun even though they're not supposed to legally, get caught with it, and they end up going back to prison industrial system. So that's kind of how that works. Sure.
Yeah, it's a cycle.
For sure.
Mhm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, been a hell of a show right here. I appreciate you, Real Rap. You got anything you want to plug and promote before I let you go?
Nah, bro, not for now, but eventually I'm gonna start a new channel, man. I'll promote that eventually. Other than that, good conversation, man. Like, it's not often that, like, we have a political conversation, so it's good to hear other viewpoints.
For sure. I appreciate you, my G.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Lady Shan, Reggie O. Lady Shan, Reggie O, y'all got any final thoughts y'all want to say, or anything y'all want to plug and promote on anything we was talking about? Final
Yeah,
thought.
man. Good shit from where I caught it, man. I wish I was on here earlier, but let me say, man, don't go see that goddamn Jurassic Park shit. Shit is stupid.
Oh, don't tell me that the new Jurassic Park.
Man, that
I was
shit.
just talking to my wife. I was like, man, we need to see a Jurassic Park in the theaters to really enjoy it. We always watched it on the TV. We never seen it in the movies.
Man, that shit's so fucking dumb, man. And that shit long as fuck. But
Oh,
my
man.
kids enjoyed it.
That's what it's all about then.
Yeah, they enjoyed it, but you ain't got kids to go see it. Don't go watch that shit. And like I said, I don't go to the movies at all. It's probably my first time going to movies. I couldn't even tell you the movie I went to last time. I think it might have been Birth of a Nation or some shit. Huh?
Movies are notorious for bed bugs. You'll bring them home with you by accident.
Was it Fred's barbecue film? It was the last.
Shit.
Fucking 12,000 wives.
His movie is about as long as a trailer that they had in front of the Jurassic Park. This shit about 5 minutes.
Man,
that shit $150.
12,000 wives shot on the iPhone 13. Fuck.
Yeah, you gonna charge $250 for that movie too, man. Don't buy that shit.
You know, crazy.
And look, when somebody in the movie is telling you don't buy the movie, that means don't buy the movie.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Keep on his neck.
Oh, I am absolutely.
He's a fraud.
Oh, absolutely.
But this was a great. I wish I was on earlier. I wish I caught this earlier. Got to do a part 2 of this because this is an epic conversation.
Man, we'll see, man. We'll see. Shoot, one of y'all do one, and I'll just pull up over there. Shoot.
No, because you're doing better, Mark.
Man, this has been hard to. These conversations be hard to manage sometimes because it's sometimes it was trying to look like it was going towards a gender war and women are unaccountable. Okay, men are accountable. Okay, y'all pushed us out the house where you didn't want to be a daddy, and it was like I felt like it was a lot of times people were projecting personal things when we're talking about men and women as a whole. Men cannot have babies, women can. And so then it goes to well, we feel things also. Well, you're not gonna die when she's pushing that baby out. Only one person. And then it goes to, well, how often does that even happen? Does that even happen a lot? I don't know nobody. And I got a big fit. Like, it was a lot of stuff. It was like very base and surface level things like that I was hearing. I was like, man, we got to be a little more sensitive with these type of topics. And it was just, yeah, you got to handle some of these things with some kind of
facts and data.
And responsibility too, like because you don't know anybody's journey, what they've been through, and what they're going through. So,
and this the other thing, like modern age people, like take shit, like, and especially time you hear a lot of shit. Yeah, a lot of women. There's women who are bitches and hoes and all that shit. But when you look at this, like the times and what women have been through, it wasn't like how people bring up the welfare thing and this and that. It wasn't just that women just decide to banish shit. People got to go back and look at what a lot of women dealt with. And if you would, the other thing inside of black households, that black households don't have real conversations or sit downs with their elders. We almost ignore those stories to go outside and play and be around our friends and be on a bunch of adolescent shit and losing out on history. I was talking to my sister today because it was when I did the Father's Day thing. I was talking about, no, matter of fact, it was the other day when I think my brother was on it. We was talking about our old, he's like a grandpops to us and shit. Because I told you, my parents are older. I grew up with parents born in 1919 and 1924 and shit. So I always had like these histories and these old histories and around elder people and shit. And that's why I get a lot of knowledge of like South Central LA history and what it was before Crips and all this shit. But me and her was talking because I was bringing up about Bubba, because we was talking about Bubba, who was the old cat who was like a grandfather who our moms just ended up taking in because she was bringing up like back in the past, right out of slavery. Because I was trying to factor in the time period. Was Bubba born into slavery? But Bubba was like a first generation child born out of slavery. I think he's born in like 1903 or some shit like that, but his parents were slaves. And the thing is with black folks, what they did was a lot of families combined with each other. There's multiple families that live with each other just to help each other get along, and that's what made like a lot of the migration of Black families out of the southern regions to find a way to get on. The men to move out here, they find jobs, start bringing other people on. But they brought Bubba on because Bubba had like mental delays and shit, but they helped bring him on. But the other thing in which we was bringing up, and she was giving me a lot of his history, is that where they'll have to, like, to keep him and bring him on, he had to be listed as like a cousin, because it was so much like almost scarlet letter type shit for women to not be married. A woman couldn't be married and live with a man in the house that she wasn't married to. So they'll create things like this is a cousin and shit like that, not to shame. Women dealt with a lot of shame, especially a lot of the shame came from women based on a lot of that church shit. And that's like some real shit. And so women have always been treated, if you think about slavery, a woman probably treated lower than a slave in these time periods. You talk about what women have to endure. Women get pregnant by men, raped and all that shit, treated like shit. Vessels to get for a man to get off these urges that he had. So it was a lot of shit that we don't factor in today, that what women back in the day dealt with, and a lot of these women are dead, and that fucking history is forever gone. For people to even kind of take kind of take realization rather than shitting on. Because we look at women who we view as bitches and hoes, but then sometimes you factor in why a lot of these women behave like bitches. What's turning them into the streets? But that's why it's important to really look back in on the history. Women ain't just been in the household. Women been treated like shit, and it's unfortunate many of the men didn't recognize that shit, because it's our hormonal instinct to just want to run through them and shit and abandon them. And a lot of these women are fucked up based on decades or possibly even centuries of just being treated like shit.
True, true. And also, sorry, just to go a bit off topic, I know you're going to go, Mark, but did you guys ever cover the Nipsey Hussle thing? Because I saw a bit of the opening statement from the prosecutor, and yeah, I think it's only a few days the trial's going to be. But did you guys do a show on that or cover it? Or
yeah, I've been doing little video clips on it and some lives on it. And how people aren't coming to testify, and a bunch of dumb shit coming out of LA street politics, that people claiming people are snitches, but you're supposed to be this nigga homeboy. So now y'all running in the street shit to where now this old foul ass rat dude get a pass because of these delusional ass street, and they ain't even really street street code and none of that shit. It's a bunch of shit from other little rat ass people wanting this no snitching shit to be allowed because they're a bunch of scandalous ass rat motherfuckers themselves.
Yeah. Check out your life.
Like seeing that some of his friends who were present won't testify. What are you snitching on? It ain't like you get on the stands to talk about some other shit this dude been involved in. They're gonna ask you simple questions about what you saw. Was that motherfucker sitting right there, the person you saw shooting? Simple as that.
And it's on camera. So it's not snitching.
And it's on camera.
For it anyway. So it's not snitching, just telling the story because you was there. But it's out in the public. We saw it happen. It was on live. So yeah, that no snitching culture. Yeah, it's just that has to go down the drain. You have to know when and where to use that and when to apply that. Fuck that guy that did that. He's a rat. And he deserves to descend to the depths of hell and deal with Lucifer. I hope he gets tortured every day of his life when he's in prison, because that's where he's going. Piece of shit. It was deep. When they discussed the injuries that he got shot 10 times, Nipsey. 10 shots. 3 in his left lung, perforated his lung. A couple in his spleen, 1 severed his spinal cord, a couple in his head, a couple in his foot, from toe to head, covered in bullets. 10. Yeah, that geezer's nasty piece of work. And that girl should fucking go jail as well. Send her to fucking jail.
Yo, he never had a chance, yo. 10 bullets.
Yeah, and final.
He was paralyzed as soon as that first bullet hit him.
Yeah.
Severed his spine.
Yeah. And the girl should go to jail. The driver.
Oh yeah. She getting out. She's not being charged.
No, because she is snitching. so she ain't getting charged.
Hell no, she gotta get. So
No,
she getting off all the way scot free.
All the way scot free.
Scot free.
Idiot. You better move out of town.
Cause they need her testimony to convict him.
Yeah, it helps. Yeah,
she provided some deep concrete shit that went on in that car.
He's an idiot. She's acting like she didn't know what he was going to do. He pulled out 2 fucking guns. Yeah, she was just an idiot. She better move out of LA. Don't be staying there after the trial.
Shout out to my boy Pound for Pound Boss. He said salute to everybody. Say hit that like button, respect. Appreciate it, homie.
That's my guy.
Damn, man. That is easy.
Yeah, they fucked him 10 bullets, Mark. 10.
Yeah, somebody said then she turned him in where he fled with her car, you know. She you know, once the heat got on her, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because her was identify her tag. Like, yeah, she had to turn him in.
She brought him to his
She was hiding that nigga, man.
Yeah, there you go.
At her house and then put him in a hotel. Like, my mum would have been like, what the fuck? Who are you bringing here? Like, who's her mum? Like, no, fail. Epic fail. You knew what was going on. If a nigga's asking, can I stay at your mum's house? Something's happened. She knew what was up. She even said to him, I don't want you to do any drive-bys from my car.
What?
So you know what he's about then. Yeah, he should have gone to jail as well. He should just get beaten anyway.
Hey, you know what's the other fucked up part about it? He only been fucking with this girl for a month.
A month? Yeah, but she's desperado. She's one of those desperate gal.
That's crazy.
Very crazy. Very fucking crazy. And they're trying to eat that. He's trying to get off on is it on a manslaughter charge instead of
No, he getting hit. It's filed first degree murder, but the
defense is trying to say
defender, yeah.
What happened to that Darden dude? I thought he was trying to
No, he had death threats. He walked away from that shit.
Oh shit.
And the cowboy guy, he's getting so much threats from the rolling 60s. Nah, you out the gang, bud.
No. It's a bunch of internet shit. That's like niggas listen to Whack 100. Certain internet people talking that shit. But like he said, that's his own boy.
Live. Cowboy came on like Instagram live because another guy from his gang said, "Oh, we looked up to you, OG. You wasn't supposed to be up there on the stand or talking to the police. So you can't be in the gang anymore because we don't respect you." So he came on his live and said, "Nobody can tell me fucking nothing here, yeah? And if you're gonna do anything to me, then do it." Yeah,
they can't do nothing to him. Like, these fools just be making up shit. That's these new age dudes who be making that shit up because so many of them be snitching and shit. So many of these young dudes be telling. So many of these young dudes be running with people they know be telling. A lot of them be informants. Same thing they thought with that. Think that dude was part of LAPD informant program. And you just never know. There's a lot of these dudes who be out here telling, trying to act extra gangster, knowing damn well they running back intel to certain cops. So they can't tell no older cat what to do. But a lot of this shit is due to some of these older cats is fucked up. You even look back in the Tookie Williams situation. Tookie Williams situation where he get caught up was a cat. His Tookie Williams, the co-founder of Crips situation is real fucked up to where the person who ended up telling on him was somebody who was reputable in the Crip organization, somebody he ran with, who ended up telling on him, who people think that was probably one who committed the murders, who was a known killer. He was the state's #1 witness. He was a go-to person. A lot of people back in that time period didn't believe he was the one telling this shit to, telling on him. Like they didn't believe in, especially with his reputation. And then this dude ended up committing some murders later. Matter of fact, he was found on some murders, and they still granted immunity. But he was a Canadian citizen. Then they deported his ass back to Canada. He committed murder over there. He killed somebody and shit.
But that's what Nipsey said. It's always going to be the person that's in your crew or whatever that's going to like basically could kill you.
Yeah, he said in that Blue Laces track, man, which is crazy.
Fucked up. And even him going to prison for the rest of his life, it still doesn't make it feel any better. Because the disrespect of how you ended this guy's life was so fucking disrespectful. For nothing. Yeah. And he'll be in the section of the prison, won't he, Reggie, guys, where he'll be protected. He'll be with the pedophiles.
Yeah, they'll have to, man. He'll have to be protected like that. Otherwise, he'll be probably the worst murder in California prison history.
Yeah.
But it's just foul, like the way people get down. Like even with I remember it was the young kid when I was in Chicago. That young kid that Tupac did the song about, Yummy, and even with that young kid, these motherfuckers told this little kid to go out there, and she's an 11-year-old boy, to go out there and go blast supposedly their enemy and shit, and he ended up killing the girl. And then somebody ordered some other dudes from the gang to lure him in to go kill him. And if they didn't do it, they threatened to kill these dudes they had to do it, family. And both of these brothers, two brothers, but the older brother committed the murder, who was only 14. The other brother like 13 or some shit. And he was just a getaway driver. He rolled along with his brother. And the motherfuckers doing like 60 and 40 years from that shit back in like 94 and shit. And this is just how...
From the age of 14, they got 60 years.
Yep. This how foul, and they were spreading to do it. This how foul our street shit with these bullshit codes is, that you threaten a young kid that if he don't kill this other young kid, y'all have to go do some fucked up shit and it went bad. There's some other young people that some other people threaten these dudes' family if they didn't commit it. And that's how fucked up this shit is.
Yeah, that's just fucking crazy. This code and gangs and just be a boxer. Go into boxing.
Yeah, that's like when I put a post on my channel, because like I say, a lot of my friends gang banging shit. It's the code. Like, nigga, what code you motherfuckers live by? Like, y'all don't knock this code shit off. And like, it's the problem with why shit's so fucked up with us. You niggas want to abide by so-called codes. Like, there ain't no Crip code. There ain't nobody make no shit up like that. That a nigga can kill a nigga from his own set. And then niggas be talking about he protected because of a dumbass code. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Maybe they want him on the street so they can do something to him.
Man, they couldn't do nothing when he did the shit. That nigga gonna beat that trial, be put in some protective shit, and be hid away. They'll never find him unless he do some dumbass outpost shit.
What if they find has he got mum, sister? What if they find family members? They're off them.
Well, he lost a lot of his family was killed.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he got a lot of his family, a couple of family members killed behind that shit.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, some retaliation. Yeah, I did hear that actually, but I didn't know if it was true. But yeah, he looked
too. I didn't know if it was true neither, Red.
Yeah, he did. He in the court. He didn't look like, he didn't make any facial gestures. He didn't show any remorse. Like when they were showing back what he was doing on the CCTV, nothing, just nothing, cold.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
No.
He was jealous of that nigga. He was jealous for one. That girl was all on Nipsey nuts. The girl was doing a bunch of like rat ass shit. Oh my god, it's Nipsey. He's so fine.
Yeah.
Sitting next to this jealous nigga. Then he didn't say nothing like that's the homie. He just stayed quiet. So she didn't know that he knew Nipsey.
Nipsey. Yeah.
Then she see him walk up over there talking to him, and she jump out her car running like he ain't gonna get no picture before me.
Yeah.
Type of shit. All on this.
That's
nigga.
what happened.
Yeah, she all
Yeah.
on Nipsey nuts, and she
It's on
standing there.
the-
He looking over like, "You want a picture?" And she just super excited. That shit enraged that dude.
And then she posted it on Instagram and then pretended like she didn't know that when she heard gunshots and him running back into the car with 2 guns, that it was nothing. She didn't tie that Nipsey Hussle was murdered by him, that you drove him. Like, this girl is like, they should just renege, take the information and still put her in jail. Why not? What could she do about it? Be like, psych. Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
And he fucked her like twice. Like, so she was like, she loved him off. She wanted more. He didn't want it. He was just using her. She was driving him everywhere, doing things for him. He was a desperado chick.
That is crazy. I did not know that's what.
You got to do a show on it, Mark.
Yeah, I got to.
When's your live?
Huh?
When do you go live next? Monday.
Should be Monday.
Yeah, you should do the hustle.
But I'll probably do one tomorrow because my wife and daughter going out of town for the weekend. So
do one
day. So I might just do some shit Saturday. Do something tomorrow. That's why I'm up so late tonight too. They just my daughter stayed with her grandparents for the night, and my wife just packing and chilling, and they leaving in the morning. A couple hours actually.
Yeah, so you should do
all day. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna relax. I already got my hair cut. I got an interview tomorrow. I'm supposed to interview Memory Girl behind the mic. I'm gonna do an interview.
I love her.
Yeah, she's awesome, yo. So I'm gonna do a little interview with her about her backstory and learn some things about her.
Yeah, and then maybe touch the Nipsey Hussle thing, maybe.
Yeah, I got to do some research though. I'm very uninformed on this.
I'll send you some links to some of the. I watch like the court TV thing.
Sure.
Yeah. So
you want to pull up for that? You want to co-host?
Pull up. Yeah.
Take the lead. You and Reg can take the lead. I fall back because, like I said, I'm learning. Learning much about this.
Reg, are you pulling up?
Yeah, I'll pull up.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
I'm gonna interview that nigga Fred Hawthorne Mayweather, man. Be that nigga.
Real Reg, you can interview him now.
What the real? The troll
Reg, man.
Or the troll one in the chat?
Yeah, the troll one.
Yeah, we gonna have to do an interview, man.
That's real rap, man.
Is it real rap that's pretending to be?
In my opinion, Reggie think it's big blood. I think it's real rap.
Well, you think it's blood boxing?
No, it's another thing.
Oh,
his name is Big Blood. He funny as hell. He came to the show from that dude Big Pump Killer used to be on the show. That's where I got him from.
Could be actual facts. He does like impersonations and does that. Actual facts. You know him, Mark.
Really? I know he been on.
I think he's been on the panel before. He's always usually in the chat, on your chat, and he's on mine and sometimes Black and Brown.
Actual facts?
Yeah, actual facts.
So I missed him a couple times. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Facts.
Yeah, it could be him, but it could be anyone. Yeah, really, to be honest. Where's my best friend Brandon?
He was here earlier. You missed him.
Oh, he's like, I could sense Shan's gonna be coming. Let me leave.
Nah. He good, man. That shit don't last that long.
I know.
Sometimes people just feel that way for a little bit, and you know.
Yeah, I know. We get it. And so, what time are you gonna go live tomorrow? Well,
I don't know, like Shan. What time? You? How many hours ahead?
Fucking 6.
So it's noon over there, right?
What's the time now? Yeah. No, 10, nearly 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. So you 5 hours ahead of me. Then. Okay.
6. I'm at 5.
Yeah, 5.
PT. Yeah. Oh, your Eastern Standard.
It's 6 a.m. where I'm at. So, and it's 11 where
yeah.
It's 6.
Yeah.
It's 11.
I thought you were PT, so your Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, ma'am. All right, shoot. I don't know, Lady Shannon. I'm gonna sleep until the good Lord wake me up. You know what I'm saying? God willing.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
your wife gonna wake me up to say you don't want to say goodbye to your wife and your daughter. I'm like,
Bye. I'll send you an email. Yeah. No, I'll put every time you do it, like just put the live up when you're gonna put it up, and I'll just pull up. Ain't there boxing tonight on Saturday?
It ain't no. There's no boxing.
I thought there was. Is there boxing, Reggie? Saturday?
No.
Ain't Rugvasar been hearing his name?
Yeah, he's fighting Bam Bam Rodriguez.
That's on the zone.
Yeah.
I can't do I
But
canceled the zone. It's gonna end on the 28th, so I got a couple more days. I canceled the zone on the ass.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because I can just always pick it up if it's a good fight I want to buy. I'll just pick it up again. But I don't have $20 this month for nothing I don't want to see.
Are you gonna watch AJ Usyk? That's gonna be on the zone.
Yeah, that's pay-per-view though.
Yeah, for you guys.
Yeah, that's pay-per-view anyway. Like I don't need the app for that.
Well, it is. Yeah, but you still need to have the zone to get the pay-per-view.
I got the app. I can buy the pay-per-view from the app and just put $100 and I can watch it, whatever it is gonna cost. But I don't have to pay them $20 this month for what fight? What fight did they get this 20 from me for this month?
Yeah, for real. There isn't really anything going down.
What they got next month that I need to give them a 20 for? Cause all they'll do is discount. They'll discount the pay-per-view by $20. I ain't paying.
One's fighting in August. Ain't there a big fight in just Anthony Joshua, I think, Usyk, and that's about it, I think.
Right. Now shout out Top Rank now. They gave me some good shit, man, for that little $10. That whatever. Actually, ESPN Plus, I don't even have to pay for the ESPN Plus app. I get that bundled with my Verizon. So I get that. Disney Plus.
We don't have ESPN.
Yeah, so I get ESPN Plus, Hulu, and because y'all got Sky Sports, right?
Yeah, you have to do it through Sky. Yeah. You're right.
You download the app or go to you go to it on your website on your computer or
no, it'll say not your territory. Yeah, not it doesn't. Yeah. Right.
Not available in your country. Damn.
And the PBC ones, sometimes you have to watch the PBC fights if they put it on live on their YouTube just for UK. For our given just YouTube. Like the last few PBC fights, we've been watching it on the PBC channel live, but it's only exclusive for UK viewers. I don't know how they operate like that, but yeah. While you guys have to pay the pay-per-view, that's crazy, isn't it? That's fucking. You guys get it free, and we should have to pay the pay-per-view because we're like the minority ones that are watching, the PBC cards. That doesn't make no sense. Why people don't get no? Always try to rip off people. Fuck you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but whenever you're ready, we'll pull up. But thank you for having me.
I won't have it no other way, sister. You want to plug and promote anything before I let you go, Lady Shan?
Not really. Everyone knows where to find me. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. That's good.
Go ahead, superstar. Well, I'm gonna drop your link in the chat anyway. I already got it queued up. She said they know where to find me.
They do by now. If they don't, then fucking hell, they're living under a rock.
I'm messing up your whole little catchphrase, Lady Shan.
It's like anyway. I'm gone. Hey, girl, it's here. None less. Come watch with Shan. Jan.
Love it. God bless you, my sister. I'll see you on the next one.
See you later, Reg.
All right.
I see you, Lady Chan.
It's Shan.
All right, bro.
Chan like Chanel.
That's what I said.
Chan. You said Chan, like she was Chinese.
Yeah. Oh, you say Shan. I'm gonna always call it Chan.
Her name is Chanel.
Shan. She know what I mean.
Fair enough. Let's go, Reginald.
Oh no, I said my last words, man. That was all I got.
All right, man. Well, shit, man. I'm gonna get some rest, man. You enjoy your day, enjoy your morning, enjoy your family. All right.
Yes, sir. We out.
All right, we out. Man, shout out to Boxing Conversation, Reggie Owens 1 and 2. Follow him on Boxing Conversation with Reggie Owens. Got a dope ass channel over there. Got politics and news with Reggie Owens, reading with Reggie Owens. I think they gave him a strike on that. But other than that, man, I appreciate everybody in the channel, the panel, the chat. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Always appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for pulling up. Hey, man, I got some merch on the website. I got some new merch on the website as well. So make sure y'all check that out. As you know, matter of fact, I'm not doing the save of 15% because I think that's ending. I'm taking it down. But yeah, go to the website, go to marqnash.com, grab your shirt or a hoodie or something. What can I say? Comes in 3 colors. You got the Breaking Beats Premier shirts. Dreams require sleep, goals require effort. That's our flagship brand. You know, I live by that. And you can also get a Mark Nash shirt. Got the purple, got the boxing life, got a lot of boxing little ideas and pieces of merch you can get over there on the show. But also you can troll your haters and support your favorite show with one of these. Run and tell your damn YouTube daddy. Run and tell your YouTube daddy. What? Yeah, I said it. Yeah, you can tell him I said it. It's your man Mark Nash. Love y'all. Hope you love yourself. Been another great episode of Breaking Beats. I'm gonna leave this one up. Said I was gonna take it down, but nah, I'll probably leave it up. If so, I'll leave it up for at least a couple days. Give y'all time to watch the playback. Hey, yeah. Old folks right here. Controlling your life and your kids' life. That's where we at with it, man. That's where we at with it. This is where we at with it. 6 men, 3 women. The smallest percentage of the population of the country. These small little group right here has so much power over 300 million people. Wow. That just seems unconstitutional of itself. Like, damn, man. Such a small group. Anyway, I'm going. It's your man, Mark Nash. Another great episode of Breaking Beats where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, anything else you and I feel like squeezing into those letters. It's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly. You know why? Because life is serious enough. I love y'all. Hope you love yourself. I'll see you in the next one. Look, sometimes the conversations get heated. They get a little hot over here. People want to go at it. They want to start beefing and arguing and screaming and yelling at each other. And they want to cuss each other out. At the end of the day, I want you all to remember this.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
Drive, motherfucker.
This that squad sound. This is me, man.
Subscribe. I don't care how many subscribers he has. Support him. So he made all this possible. He made this possible.
Nah, Dr. Mark, God made this possible. And viewers like you. I'll see y'all later on. It's your man Mark Nash. Peace.